Recording in progress.
Okay. Well, I want to say a pleasant good morning to everyone joining us this morning. I know folks will be on and off the recording. I like to get started as on time as possible. I know I'm allowing folks, just time to come on in. This is the Entrepreneurship and Small Business Summit, ESBS 2022. Sorry, Glenn, I had 2020 up under your name there. I was like working real fast to get things put together, but this is ESBS 2022.
You triggered my PTSD on disaster relief program.
I know, because 2020 was one of those years where we were just, flipped upside down, Yeah. But I thank you all for joining. This is the 9th year of the Entrepreneurship and Small Business Summit, one of the key signature programs from Thompson Management Consulting, where we put together this annual Entrepreneurship and Small Business Summit for small business owners, for entrepreneurs, our thought leaders and innovators who are, the job creators of our economy. And, we do what we can to be a part of the process of helping move our small business owners forward and doing all we can to ensure their success. So over the past 9 years, I've worked with the Small Business Development Center, the Small Business Administration, SCORE, the area chambers, various consultants to come on and serve as facilitators for the various workshops, which were in person prior to COVID. We were meeting in person, shaking hands, looking at each other in the eyes and in the face, and having in-person engagement. We weren't looking at little square boxes in our laptops, but as COVID came and it sort of changed the game, and it brought everybody online and virtual. So we hope moving forward, 2023 and beyond, we hope to get back to in-person events. Hopefully, would like to try a hybrid event next year, but I'd like to thank my speakers for this year, for the workshops we had earlier in the year and for today. We're gonna kick it off with Mr. Glenn Kruse, and please correct me if I'm pronouncing that incorrectly, Glenn. Glenn Kruse, is that?
That is close enough. Trust me, I've been called much worse. Yes.
All right, Mr. Glenn Kruse is the area director for the Small Business Development Center and has spent many years working in that capacity, helping and creating programs, providing facilitation and workshops with the Small Business Development Center for small business owners. I solicited their support and assistance because we definitely wanted to get some ideas of, what's coming down the pipeline as far as legislation federally and through the state. And I had a brief conversation with Mr. Kruse yesterday, and he's going to basically give us some information on what to look forward to as far as funding for small business owners. So Glenn, I'll let you take it from here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Austin, and I'm pleased to be able to join you here today, and I appreciate the invitation. What I want to do is I want to recap a little bit where some of the programs we've all seen over the since 2020, since Austin did the Set the Wayback Machine earlier in this presentation, and kind of what the status of those are, and then want to talk to you about one new initiative that's coming up. This is not new legislation. This is legislation that was passed in 2021 that's now finding its way out into the small business ecosystem, if you will. So with that, let me jump in the interest of moving forward here quickly. Let me go ahead and jump into my presentation. And just to confirm, Austin, you're seeing my slide deck, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
yes, sir.
Thank you very much. We've been doing this for about 2.5 years, and I ask that question every time, just because you never know how how the presentation might come across. My name is Glenn Kruse. I'm the area director for the University of Georgia Small Business Development Center in Gwinnett. We're right off of exit, the old Peachtree exit, just north of Sugarloaf on I-85 on the frontage road, Seaver Road. There's a UGA campus there. A lot of people don't realize that Gwinnett County has a UGA campus, but in fact it does, and we're co-resident there. And we're happy to be there. We have great facilities and great staff there to work with to allow us to do some of the things that Austin talked about, our outreach and some of our programs. So what I thought I'd do is quickly recap the status of existing SBA programs. So PPP program, many of you may have participated in that. That should either be, your PPP loan should either be forgiven or in the process of being forgiven. Again, that was a forgivable loan. And if you haven't applied yet, I recommend you check into that, because SBA is interested in trying to move all of those loans off the books and into a forgiveness status. The other program that's been around since the very beginning of of COVID was EIDL loans. Now, EIDL loans have existed well before COVID, and they'll exist afterwards as well. These are these are disaster relief funds, or disaster relief loans. If you've ever heard the statement, the president has declared a disaster area in a certain part of the country, that is what is necessary to enable the SBA to then go forward and offer EIDL loans. With COVID, it was offered to everybody, every county, every territory, every state in the United States. So unprecedented. Matter of fact, it's impossible for there to be a bigger EIDL program than what we did through COVID. If you got a loan early on, that would have been March or April of 2020. There had been a 30-month deferral period on there. Your interest was accruing during that 30-month deferral period. But some of you may be getting notified by SBA that it's time to start making payments on your loans. The way to go about that is you go into what's called the Capital Access Financial System, or CAFS. You'll notice as we go through, we love our acronyms. So get ready for an alphabet soup of them as we move through my slides here today. So get in and sign up. That's a very similar to anything you do, like signing up to pay, to track your mortgage, if you will. Inside of CAFS, you can set up for ACHs, automatic check handling, or any other method of payment, repayment of your EIDL loans. But they are about, that repayment is about to start. Now, one thing that SBA just announced back in early to mid-November, there is a hardship accommodation plan. We've started getting some calls about this. You can sign up for that inside of CAFS. If your loan is less than $200,000, all you have to do is say, yeah, I want to take advantage of that. That will allow you to pay a small fee. You're going to pay 10% of your fee, of your loan repayment fee, for 6 months. The residual that you're not paying is going to continue to accrue interest. And then when you restart in 6 months, your payments may reflect that. But there is a hardship accommodation plan. If you're over $200,000, you'll see on your CAFS entry point that you need to send an email to a certain email address. And largely is because over $200,000, I believe in EIDL, you had to do a personal guarantee. So I think there's additional paperwork that will have to be done. So don't, if you need the hardship accommodation, don't despair if you have to send that email. They'll work through that with you. Also, if you're a restaurant owner, there was an announcement that there were additional funds remaining in the Restaurant Revitalization Fund, or RRF. Those funds are going to be awarded, but they're going to be awarded in order of people who had applied way back in 2021. So you may have heard some noise about that. I just wanted to clean that all up if I could, that the RRF funds are basically, it's just the residual funds left over, and they're then going to allocate those funds based on priority that people, and basically it had to do with the timing of your request. So if you are a restaurant, there's a small chance you could get another grant from RRF. But quote one of my favorite philosophers, Yogi Berra, it ain't over till it's over, and it ain't over. So what we've got coming down the pike here beginning in next year, early next year, January, is the State Small Business Credit Initiative, or the SSBCI. Now, you were fairly warned that there was going to be an alphabet soup of acronyms, so this is one of them to start keeping your eyes out for here in the upcoming weeks and months. This was part of the American Rescue Plan Act, or ARPA, that was signed on March 11th by President Biden in 2021. There were a lot of pieces inside of the ARPA, and funding for the SSBCI was one big part of that. Congress allocated $10 billion in funding. That funding, that's nationwide. So that funding is prorated to states based on their population. So there's going to be a block grant down to the states for the states then to administer this credit initiative. Georgia has been approved for almost $200 million. They have 5 programs they're looking at, they're developing. We do not have the details on those programs yet. One will be a loan guarantee program that's going to be somewhat similar to what SBA does for loans, as they guarantee those loans to make it easier for lenders, de-risk, if you will, the loan for the lender to make that loan to small business owners. There'll be 2 loan participation programs. That is probably going to be something where the state buys a part of that loan out, again, to take some of the risk away from the lender. And then lastly, there's going to be 2 equity or venture capital programs. Again, we do not have the details of what those are going to look like. If you go, the program's expected to be rolled out in late January 2023, so stand by for that. As that rolls out, we, the SBDC, will be very active, and we'll ask any of our partners out there, like Austin and others that we've worked with in the past, to get the word out to constituents, to friends, to family, to business colleagues inside of the Gwinnett-ish, if you will, small business community. This is what we're being told by the entities that are administering this program. So the key SSBCI players, Georgia Department of Community Affairs, or DCA, is going to administer this program. The funding is going to go through them. They're going to develop the program. We have been working, not me personally, but my colleagues in our state office have been working with DCA in putting together our support program for SSBCI. And it's going to be focused on what they're calling the definition of social, or what is defined as socially and economically disadvantaged individuals. So that's going to be, traditionally disadvantaged business enterprises, woman-owned businesses, veteran-owned businesses, minority-owned businesses, those types of businesses that have traditionally maybe not had access to capital at the same level and the same availability as others in small business. And then very small business entrepreneurs. Now, one thing to note is, since COVID has hit, the number of small business applicants has skyrocketed, almost doubled. So the number of people who are now looking to become a small business entrepreneur has increased significantly. And hopefully a program like this, SSBCI, will help those who have a good, strong business plan and a good concept in place. We at the SBDC will be the sole technical assistance partner. So you got a couple more acronyms in there, and we're completing our alphabet soup here of programs and participants. And so what we'll be doing is assisting the DCA with the technical requirements, putting together business plans, putting together financial projections to meet the requirements of these programs once the details have been published. So again, we don't know what credit scores are going to be required for the loan programs. We don't know what the requirements are going to be for, let's say, the equity programs yet. But when those programs are rolled out, trust us, we'll be one of the first, or the first, to know about it, because we're going to be called on by DCI. We, being the UGA SBDC, will be called on by DCA to support that program. SBDC has 18 centers across the state, including ours here in Gwinnett. We like to think we've got the best of the 18 here in Gwinnett, and consistent with, I think, overall business environment here in Gwinnett County. But we'll be participating in it, and we're looking forward to it. Again, we're in the process right now of hiring 11 business advisors that are going to be dedicated to supporting this program. So that's going to be an additional support inside of our office. Gwinnett will be getting one of these BAs, one of these 11 BAs resident in our office, to be able to field what we think are going to be a high amount of interest and a large number of calls about the SSBCI program. They'll be in the current SBDC offices. So this is a kind of an overlay or an add-on, if you will, to our staffing. It's going to be resident with the business consultants that we currently have at our 18 offices. And again, we're going to have one of these 11 in our Gwinnett office. We're currently recruiting these positions with training expected in January. So we're ready to support that program after it becomes finalized later that month, probably rolled out in the February timeframe. Now, I'll caution you a little bit. Sometimes these things take a little bit longer, getting all the approvals and all of those things could take a little bit longer than we think. But those are the numbers that we're managing towards, or the dates that we're managing towards the end of January. So as that program becomes finalized and public, expect to hear more about that from us in outreach to the small business community. Now, there's one other program that's out there that is not an SBA program. This is actually a tax credit program. So this is something that you get through the IRS, and that is the Employee Retention Tax Credit. Now, I want to bring that up because there was some confusion. It has been confusion about ERTC because it goes back. The ERTC was created as part of the CARES Act, which was the original disaster relief program back in March of 2020. And it created the ERTC, and it simultaneously with the CARES Act created the PPP program. At that time, you had to choose as a small business owner whether you were going to participate in the ERTC or if you were going to participate in the PPP program, the loan program. You had to choose one or the other. You couldn't participate in both. As the pandemic wore on over time, and obviously the 14 days shelter in place to bend the curve became more like 14 months that we were doing that. Congress revisited this ERTC program and said, we need to broaden the availability of this ERTC program and think of it as complementary rather than exclusive to the PPP program. So ERTC, which is objective, was very similar to PPP, which was to reward and encourage businesses to keep their employees on payroll, keep them off of the unemployment registers, but keep them employed even in the business, even if there was a reduction in revenue and it was an assistance program to help businesses, through that whole COVID process. So it has evolved with each of the different pieces of legislation that have been passed over the last 2+ years and expanded to give more relief to more employees. Now, again, it is up to $26,000 per employee. Now, how that breaks down, the max amount you can get in 2020 for the 2020 period of time is $5,000. And that was based on annual payroll support that you had or retention that you had. In 2021, it became much more lucrative, and it is now for 3/4 of 2020 is up to $7,000 per quarter. So again, $5,000 in 2020 with the 3/4 potential of $7,000 each gets you $21,000 potentially available in 2021, so that you have essentially up to $26,000 per employee over that 2-year period. Now, there are qualifying requirements that are part of the ERTC. Part of it is you had to have had your business impacted by a governmental order. If you look at businesses, we already talked about the RRF, restaurants and hotels almost automatically qualify. They've been impacted by government orders, either restricting dining room size, services that can be rendered, closing actually at some period of time in some areas. And so this ERTC is still out there. A lot of people have looked away from it or haven't been focusing on it because they said, well, I chose PPP. I can't participate in ERTC. And the answer is yes, you can. Remember my philosopher, Yogi Berra, it ain't over yet. So this is a program that can be extremely valuable to someone who maintained a sizable payroll. And I'm even saying as low as 5 to 10 employees. You want to look at this. You want to make certain that you don't leave this meat that's still on the bone, if you will. It's a little bit of work. You have to go back and do some forensics on your payroll. You need to go back in and deduct out any PPP loan forgiveness that you got. So that's where these two now cross over is, while it allowed you to get PPP and ERTC, they don't allow you to get ERTC for the funds that you got through the PPP grant. So you have to deduct that out. But I'll remind you that PPP was based on about 10 weeks of payroll that you had for your employees. The CRTC is going for 3/4. So we're really talking about something like almost 40 months versus about 2.5 months of your PPP, which is why this program is worthwhile taking a look at. I think that if you've got a number of employees, you'll be pleasantly surprised. Now, if you happen to watch if you happen to watch TV like I do in the late evenings, you'll see that there are businesses that are coming out and advertising that they will do this for you. Why are they doing it? They're doing it on a contingency basis. You know, who does things on a contingency basis? Those people who know that that contingency is highly likely. And again, I think that that's an endorsement of the fact that the ERTC has got some serious money out there for small businesses. So just to kind of recap, and I think I might be coming close to my time here, Austin. You can get up from March 13th, that was the signing of the CARES Act, through September 30th, the end of third quarter of last year. You have a maximum credit of $5,000 per employee in 2020, $21,000 per employee in 2021, and you can claim that credit retroactively. Now, if you're worried about when does that retroactive period end, you have up to 3 years to do that. So again, you go back to March 13th, 2020, they're essentially lumping that into second quarter of 2020. So you really have until second quarter, most likely of 2023, at the very least, first quarter of 2023. So we've got a good 90 to 180 days to be able to work through this ERTC with you, or for you to do that with your accountant. All you do is you go back, you have to go back and you have to notify the IRS that you're modifying your filings for tax withholding for your employees, but you have that 3-year period. So don't worry about being, panicked here towards the end of the year. That horizon is into next year, 2023, and we can help you do the calculation for that. You're going to have to involve your accountant or bookkeeper, whoever remits your taxes or assists you in remitting your taxes to the federal government via your Form 941. That is who you need to be prepared to work with. But we can help you in calculating, because there are some nuances of what can be claimed under ERTC, but can't be claimed under a PPP, and vice versa. And by looking at all those little nuances in there, you can maximize the value of the ERTC. So with that, I know I covered a lot of ground here. Again, I do thank you for the opportunity to be here today. We are the Small Business Development Center. We're not the SBA, but we are funded partially by SBA, and then the other half of our funding comes from the University System of Georgia. We're UGA affiliated because of the land grant status of UGA, and pleased to be able to participate in events like this to get information about what we do, and those programs that are out there for small businesses. So keep us in mind. We can definitely help you. Any consulting we do with individual businesses on a one-to-one basis is done at no cost because of the fully funded nature of our business under SBA and University System of Georgia. So with that, I think I'm just about right on time, Austin.
Yeah.
And I'll let you turn that back over. And I don't know if you want to have some questions. I imagine you got a very, very big agenda and full agenda. So I'll turn it back over to you. Thank you.
Oh yeah, well, Glenn, man, geez, thank you so much. I'm glad we're recording this, because even for me, I need to go back and watch the recording and capture some of the information that you presented. This is really great. Does anybody have any questions? Please unmute your mic. We'll just, for the next 3 minutes or so, we'll take some questions for Glenn. I have one. If now we have all these programs for small business owners. I want to know, coming out of COVID, do we have we have grants specifically targeting businesses that wish to reopen, number one, and for entrepreneurs, business owners who suffered under immense stress, right, and mental fatigue, because that was also an issue. Are there any grants covering those two things?
I would say not specific to those cases that you just mentioned, Austin. That being said, they're targeted at small businesses, understanding that those did happen to small businesses. So a lot of these programs are in recognition and understanding that small businesses have been through a lot in the last couple of years. You know, they may not have had the cash reserves to be able to go a year or 6 months with reduced staff and all of that. So all of these programs were focused on trying to support a small business and bridge them through COVID. Now, we know that those programs in some instances just were insufficient because we didn't anticipate, nobody anticipated that COVID was going to have the life cycle that it's had and it would last this long. And we know it has even has residual impact, you know, going forward. I think we've largely returned, you know, to normal for small businesses, but we know that there's residual impact out there. So these programs are you know, hopefully these additional assistance to small businesses. Now, what I would say is, if you're unsure about the status of your business, come and see a consultant. We can help you go through your numbers, do a cash flow projection for you. As I tell my clients, we want to make sure that all these programs are out there and the funding that you have is truly a bridge to where you need to get to and not a pier. Because a bridge will help you cross over, but a pier does not. And if you're driving along on a pier, we need to figure out how to extend that some way. And that might be some creative cash flow management or something like that. So I know sometimes it's hard to pull yourself out of your business and take that look at it and be introspective. But now's the time to do that, particularly if you've got some funds that you've got from EIDL or PPP. Before you run through those, continuing to do what you've been doing the same way. I mean, things have changed. And so it's a time for you to be retrospective on your business, introspective and retrospective on your business. Take a look at it and say, what do I need to do that's different going forward? And how can I implement a plan to make certain that I survive? And I'm one of the businesses that goes from, as I said, from survive to thrive. And that's the whole objective of these programs, is to get small businesses back up and running. It is not lost on our federal government, nor on our state government. I know that I just heard Governor Kemp speak last Thursday evening at an event, and he's a small business owner. He understands what small businesses go through. He was relating to the fact that he and his wife sitting on a Friday night saying who gets paid and who doesn't the next week. So we know small businesses make those tough decisions, and these programs are targeted to help businesses who employ an awful lot of people, make certain that they can be successful.
Great. Thank you so much, Glenn. I mean, this is very important to small business owners, especially those who, you know, had to deal with COVID and reduce cash flow, reduce working capital. I think this the Employee Retention Tax Credit Program, I know that's going to be something that a lot of business owners will be licking their chops at, you know. And definitely, I'd like to encourage those of you on the call this morning, and of course, this recording will go out to those who registered, to please, you know, if you're looking to, you know, just unclog some of the confusion with your business planning and with the management and scaling of your business, please contact the Small Business Development Center. Glenn, I had the privilege of working with Lauren Call, who is your export-import authority. Benny Stay Romano, who was a speaker in a previous conference. So I've been around the SBDC for a long time, and working with their consultants and just being familiarized with the benefit and the value they bring to small business owners. So please don't sit idle and you know, scratch your head and wonder and ponder. Just make sure you contact one of the consultants with the Small Business Development Center here on Sever Road. For those of you in Gwinnett, here on Sever Road, and they'll be more than happy to work with you. All right.
Yeah, and do reach out. We try to get back as promptly as we possibly can, but we do have an awful lot of inquiries, so be patient with us. If for some reason we don't get back to you in the time frame, call us again. You know, we're here to help you, and sometimes you know, we can't get to you as quickly as we'd like to, but we'll certainly try to accommodate everybody that comes in.
Great, thank you so much. And if you would mind, drop your contact information in the chat, Glenn.
Be happy to do that.
I'm sure you'll be bombarded. we hope, because we want folks to do that. We want folks to know that you have resources available to you. Please use them. Please utilize them. Okay.
Great. Thanks,
All right.
Austin. Thanks, everybody, and have a great day.
Merry Christmas. Happy holidays to you and your family, sir. Thank you so much.
To you as well. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. That was Glenn Kruse with the Small Business Development Center. He's the area director for the Small Business Development Center here in Gwinnett County, with many centers throughout the state of Georgia, again, partially funded by the SBA, and they are available, the Small Business Development Centers, in addition to SCORE, in addition to the Small Business Administration, and in addition to other consultants that you may be working with. They are available to work with you and to help you through these tough times as we get back to being profitable in our small businesses, right? Small businesses drive the economic engine. 66% of all net jobs are created by our small businesses, right? 30 million small businesses across the United States of America. And many of them, you know, are sputtering along after COVID, but will be benefited by these programs that are created to get small businesses back on track. All right. So thank you to Glenn Kruse of the Small Business Development Center. And we shall transition now into branding strategies for 2023. You know, the important thing about growing businesses, we always focus on cash, right? Cash, money, right? We need to be liquid as a business. We need to have working capital. We need to identify these tax credits and all of these funding that will help drive us forward as small businesses. But the one thing that always seems to escape small business owners is the marketing piece, right? The branding piece. What is it to brand your business? What is it to create the noise in the industry that will get you the attention, that will impact your bottom line positively? This young lady, Audrey Bell-Kearney, she's the CEO of her business, and she is a marketing authority, not just in getting you the presence or getting you noticed in your market, but creating the noise. She's the chief noise maker, right, for her company. And she's going to tell you a little bit about herself, right? She'll do a better job at that than me. And then go right into the branding strategies we need to learn and know. Because as we get into 2023, we got to get it done, and we got to create the success that we deserve. Audrey Bell-Kearney, take it away.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Glenn, for that wonderful information. SBC is wonderful. I used to be a consultant at Rutgers University, SBDC, but I also am a client. So I feel like the hair commercial. I'm a client as well. I'm a client of our SBDC here. Benny is my consultant. So thank you guys for all the work that you do there, because a coach needs a coach. So just know that, you know, a coach needs a coach. So and a consultant needs a consultant. So thank you all for the work you do. So I'm gonna share my screen. And please, if you have a question, just raise your hand and I'll be happy to answer the question throughout the presentation. So let's get started here. Go into present mode. All right. So thank you all again for being here. Thank you, Austin, for this opportunity to share about who I am, what I do, and why this is important for you in 2023. My name is Audrey Bell-Kearney. My company is Noise Media Network. So who am I? What are you gonna learn? So I'm gonna talk about who I am. We're gonna talk about what is streaming media. We're gonna talk about how to leverage streaming media. We're also gonna talk about podcasting, video streaming, and internet television. Who am I? So Audrey Bell-Kearney. Born in Georgia, raised in New Jersey. I am a mother. I am a grandmother. I'm a mother of one daughter. I'm the grandmother of one granddaughter. I'm a wife. I've been married for 20 years. Been coming up on my 21st year. I'm an inventor. I invented these dolls that you see on the screen. They are the first plus size fashion dolls ever. I invented them in 1999. That's Dana, Deja, and Dawn. That I call it my first real business. That's what got me into business. I ran that company with my partner for 5 years. We dissolved the company in 2005, and that's when I became a consultant for Rutgers University Small Business Development Center in 2006. I'm a diehard entrepreneur to the day they put me in the box. I love entrepreneurs. I love being an entrepreneur. And so I can't see myself doing anything else. I've tried to go back to work. I've been an entrepreneur for 25 years. I've tried to go back to work a couple of times and it did not work out. So I'm a diehard entrepreneur. I'm a streaming media strategist. And so I'm going to talk more about that in a few minutes. I'm also the vice president of the Greater Eastside Chamber of Commerce here in Gwinnett County. We service Grayson, Loganville, and Snellville, small businesses there. So let's talk about what streaming media is. So you probably hear a lot about streaming media, but streaming media is the act of using a camera or a microphone to broadcast a live presentation. I do a lot of streaming media. This is what we're doing right now is streaming media, because this is streaming live on some social media platforms, and that's called social streaming. And we're going to talk about that as well. How to leverage streaming media. Streaming media can help you build your brand. So a little bit about me and streaming media, how I got into this industry. I have been in media for 20 years. I started out on traditional radio in New Jersey. I had 2 radio shows on 2 different stations. One was called Women in Business Today, and the other was called the Ask Audrey Show. I did both of those shows weekly. I did one on Saturday morning at 7:30, interviewed some amazing people like Mark Victor Hansen and a whole bunch of other people of notoriety. And then on the Ask Audrey Show, it was a call-in radio show where people would call into the show, ask me their business questions, and I would answer on air. So I've been in media a very long time. And then I launched a TV show called Sister Inc. And that TV was broadcast on public access TV in New Jersey. So I've been in media a long time. I moved to North Carolina in 2004. Went into a TV station, pitched a show. They loved the show. They put me on TV there. So I had a show called Women in Business Today in North Carolina. So I've been in media for a very long time. Spent 2 years in North Carolina, got homesick, moved back to Jersey. By the time I got back to Jersey, podcasting was just kicking off. So I've been podcasting since about 2005, 2006. Been podcasting about 2009. 2009, I've been podcasting. Been podcasting a long time and realized, okay, this is pretty cool. But back then, it wasn't what it is now. So fast forward 15 years now, it has changed a lot. When I first started, there was a platform called Blog Talk Radio. It was pretty much the only game in town. And so I was on that show. I did about 200 episodes where I interviewed authors and business owners from around the world, which I love to do. And so, but there was no money to be made. And so I moved forward. I stopped doing that and I started doing some other things, some coaching. I have a bunch of coaching clients. I've written 7 books. And so I've been doing coaching for a long time. And when I moved to Georgia in 2013, I went to a film festival, a Black film festival. And when I went to that festival, I remember sitting in the front row because I thought it was so interesting. I had never gone to a film festival before. And I'm sitting in the front row and there was a film distributor there. He and his wife, they were talking to the filmmakers about how to get their films into stores. And I remember him telling the filmmakers, we can get you on to distribution, but you won't see a royalty from your distribution for 15 years. And I'm saying to myself, did he say 15 years? He said 15 years. So I'm thinking not even a dime, like no royalty at all. Well, what happened was I knew that that wasn't true because I had a documentary that I had done. Now, not one of my proudest, but I wanted to do a documentary that was sitting on Amazon.com that I produced myself, that I put on Amazon myself. It was selling for $27. And I was making money every year from that documentary. And it wasn't the best documentary because I was new. I didn't know exactly what I was doing. I hired some people who told me they knew what they were doing. They shot the documentary for me. I put it on Amazon. I had hard copies of it in my hand on CD. So when he said that, I knew that couldn't be true because I know that I was making money off a documentary that was not well produced on Amazon. And all people had to do was buy and Amazon would send me a check. Amazon has been a part of my my business plan for a very long time. And so that's how I got started in streaming media. And once I realized that there was a need, I decided to launch a TV network channel, and I called it HerTube. And so don't look it up, because now it's not online anymore, and there's no telling what you're going to find when you look it up. But I wanted to launch a network for women, all about women and what women cared about. And on that network, I had 29 women producing content on a regular basis, and that content was syndicated on Amazon Fire TV and Roku. We started out on Roku first because Roku was the only game in town, and so that's where we started. And then in 2014, Amazon Fire TV came out. Now, I know people love Fire Sticks, and they probably think it's been around for a very long time, but it's only been around 8 years. It came out in 2014. And so I learned how to get myself on TV along with 29 other women on TV, producing content about things they cared about and they loved about. So that's my journey into streaming media. And that's why I love this space so much. So, what I like about this space is that you can create your own pie in streaming media. So you have a couple of options to do that. You can create podcasts, you can create video casts, or you can leverage other people's streams. This right here is what we would call leveraging someone else's stream. Austin put this conference together. He's live streaming it right now to different platforms. We're on his platform speaking. This is leveraging other people's stream. You can also hire companies to create streams for you, whether it be a podcast, a video cast, or some type of video. You can hire people to do that for you. This is how you get your brand out there. All right, let's talk about podcasting first. Podcasting has been around for a long time, but over the recent, probably the last 5 years, it has taken a big jump. And during the pandemic, it jumped even further. When I spoke in 2019 at PodFest, we had 775,000 podcasters. When the pandemic hit, that number jumped to 1.5 million. It doubled because people were home, and the people who had thought about starting a podcast, now they were starting a podcast. Fast forward to today, we have 2.5 million podcasts out there. Now, that may sound like a lot, and it may sound like it's noisy. That's still not a lot compared to how many YouTubers we have. We have over 500 million YouTube channels just on YouTube alone. So 500 million versus 2.5 million, there's still a lot of space in there. Here's where the problem comes in. People say, I don't have the time, Audrey. I don't know how to do it. It's technical. All of those things are myths. It's not hard to do. You can always find the time, because you can create a 5-minute podcast that can be extremely powerful for your brand. So think about starting a podcast. Video casting. This is something that you can do on live stream on YouTube and Vimeo. I use both platforms. I have video channels on YouTube. I have video channels on Vimeo. I have video channels on Vimeo for my clients. Now, the difference between the two platforms is both get you in front of a lot of people. YouTube has more people than Vimeo. However, if you put content on YouTube, your content is going to be mixed in with everybody else's content, and they're going to run ads on your content. So that you can still get your brand out there, but they're going to run ads. Now, working on YouTube, there is a science behind that. I love YouTube, but it is a science to be seen on YouTube. Now, let's talk about Vimeo for a second, because this is a great, great platform. Vimeo is ad-free. You have to pay, you can do it for free, but I pay a subscription every year, $199 every year. My subscription just renewed last couple of days ago on December the 10th. I pay for that premium price because I want to make sure that I can stream to all of the platforms. And so it allows me to do that. Vimeo has no ads. So if you're looking for a way to build a brand, and I'm going to say use YouTube, but I'm also going to say use Vimeo. Here's why. Even with YouTube having so many people on there, the chances of people seeing you, you got to compete with a lot of folks. On Vimeo, you don't have to compete with as many people. So to put that in perspective for you, my brand, the Noise brand on Vimeo, I get about 235,000 to 250,000 views a month on my Vimeo channel on the Noise brand. People see me 235,000 times on Vimeo with me doing zero marketing, none. When I tell you none, I do no marketing. When I looked at my stats this morning, it was 235,000 views. with no marketing. That's because Vimeo is not saturated with so many people and so many ads. It's strictly for video producers. That's what it was started for. And it gives you the opportunity to build a really strong brand leveraging Vimeo. I love Vimeo. I've been using them since 2013 because that was the way for me to be able to be on television. So if you want to get on Roku and Amazon, you should be on Vimeo. I love Vimeo. All right, let's talk about social streaming for a second. Social streaming, you heard TikTok, Instagram, link. Now, what you might not have heard was LinkedIn, Pinterest, and Amazon. So let's talk about Instagram. Instagram allows you to do live streaming. It also allows you to upload short videos. Everybody is on this shorts right now, like Instagram Reels, TikToks, YouTube got YouTube Shorts. Everybody is on the shorts train because people's attention span is still kind of short. However, people will watch the content that's going to benefit them. So you've heard about LinkedIn. TikTok is all the craze. So you can stream on all of these platforms. That's called social streaming. Now, what you may not have heard about was LinkedIn live streaming. LinkedIn live streaming was started a couple of years ago, and not everybody can live stream on LinkedIn. You have to be approved. I am a LinkedIn approved live streamer. And the reason being is because I've been doing my Good Morning Gwinnett podcast for 4 years. I go live every morning, except for this morning because I'm here talking to you guys. I go live at 10 o'clock every morning, but I did a pre-recorded show this morning, so it'll go out live at 10 o'clock, even though I'm going to be here talking to you. So I go live every morning, so I'm approved to stream on LinkedIn because I am a live streamer. LinkedIn is very picky about who they let live stream, so you have to go through this process. It took me about a year to get approved on LinkedIn, and I've produced almost 1,000 episodes of just one show. I produced 3 shows, but just one show I produced almost 1,000 episodes. So it took me a year to get approved on LinkedIn. Now that I'm approved, why that's important? That's important because my biggest base of clients, they're on LinkedIn. I have over 13,000 connections on LinkedIn alone. And a lot of that is because of my live streaming and my newsletter and the content that I put out. Now let's talk about Amazon Live. Now these are all ways for you to get your brand in front of people. Let's talk about Amazon Live. People don't even know you can go live on Amazon, and everybody can. Again, one of those processes where you have to be approved. It's called an Amazon influencer program. I am an Amazon influencer. You can go live on Amazon. Now, what I like about Amazon Live is that if you have a product on Amazon, when you go live on Amazon, you can put that product in a carousel. I tell everybody, if you don't have a product on Amazon, put one on Amazon. Create an ebook, create a book, put a t-shirt up there, put something on there that's going to help you elevate your brand. Amazon is a wonderful platform for any entrepreneur. Even if you are a realtor, create a book and put it on Amazon. I don't care if it's 25 pages, make it an ebook, a 25-page ebook, and get on somebody's Amazon Live to talk about that ebook. Because what happens is, as an Amazon influencer, when I go live, I can put your product in a carousel for people to look at and buy right then and there. What's nice about Amazon Live is that people are there to buy. They're not there looking just to be looking. They are on Amazon to buy. And so if you are being live streamed on someone's platform, they can click your book and buy it right there in a shopping cart on Amazon while they watch you. So I've done that with authors. It's an amazing thing. I feel like it's like being on a set of HSN, right? Because you're up there, you're talking about your product. If you want video, you can put the product in your hand, but it can also be in a shopping cart. So Amazon Live is amazing. Recently, I launched another company. It's called Pillow Envy. And it is a pillow company on Shopify. I put a page up on Pinterest, and I got an email back from Pinterest said, would you like to be on Pinterest TV? And I was like, Pinterest has TV? Pinterest TV. So I got an invite to stream live on Pinterest television about a week ago. I didn't even know Pinterest had TV. So now I'm going to be streaming live my pillow company on Pinterest Live. So Pinterest also allows streaming. So many platforms, guys, so many platforms for you to build your brand on. And the last one I'm going to talk about are my favorite 2. Yes, you can be on television. I remember when I first started the first internet TV company, people were like, do I have to be on camera? I was like, yeah, it's TV. You're going to have to be on camera because it's television. Back when I started in 2013, it was not easy to get yourself on TV. Now let's put this in perspective for a minute. I don't have to talk to you about Amazon and what Amazon actually does, because everybody knows about Amazon and what Amazon does. It is one of the largest platforms in the world. They have Amazon TV, and in about 2 days, they're gonna go crazy selling Fire Sticks and boxes. Guess what that means? That means more eyeballs for you. Now, what's interesting about Amazon and Roku is that they both will allow you to have a subscription channel on their networks. I have a subscription channel on Amazon. I get paid every month by Amazon because people watch my shows on Amazon because it's a subscription. I have a free channel on Roku, and the reason it was free is because at the time, I didn't know I could have a subscription service. And when I went back to try to make it a subscription service, they said you can't do it. They say you can do it, but you're going to lose all your followers. I did not want to lose my 108,000 followers on Roku, so I left that as a free channel. What does that mean? That means when I put content on that channel, no matter what it is, there is always somewhere where you can see the website, go to this website, visit this page, do something, because there's 100,000 people that visit that channel on a monthly basis. And so Amazon is the same way. The difference is now people go to Amazon and they actually subscribe to the channel. So you can put your brand out there. What I want to share with everybody is that all of these platforms, they may seem like a lot of work, and sometimes they are. I'm a one-woman show, and I hire people when I need to, but I run all of this by myself pretty much. Why do I do it? Because it allows me to put the Noise brand and brands that I build for in front of so many people on so many platforms. And a lot of these platforms like Amazon Live and Amazon Fire TV and Roku and Pinterest and LinkedIn, people didn't even know they can get on these platforms, but you can. So let's keep it going. All right. What do you need in order to get started? I know that's some of the things. You need a system. I have systems. There's no way I can run all this stuff by myself and support my clients without systems. The first thing you want to do is make sure your brand message is very clear. When people look at Chief Noisemaker, they know I make noise. Where do I make noise? On all of these platforms. That's what I do. But I have systems in place. You want to make sure that you are planning your streams. This is one of the biggest hurdles that people have to get over, because you don't want to just go up there and start doing content every day. With my pillow company, I relaunched one of my shows. It's called Talk Business with Audrey. I planned out the whole month of December. I planned out the whole month of February, and I put it on YouTube because I use a platform that will allow me to plan ahead of time. People that go to my YouTube channel right now, they can see Audrey's going to be talking about this on December the 7th. Audrey's going to be talking about this on December the 9th. They can see that on YouTube before I even talk. So now they can subscribe to the channel because they want to hear what I'm talking about. So you want to plan out what you're going to talk about ahead of time. So that way you don't have to worry about, oh my God, what am I going to talk about? And there are some wonderful tools out there to help you figure out what to talk about. You want to decide what your frequency is going to be. Monday through Thursday at 10 a.m., I go live on Good Morning Gwinnett, live, Monday through Thursday. People can listen to me in the mobile app. They can listen to me online. They can listen to me on their phones. If they got the iPhone or Android phone, the podcast store, they can listen to me because I'm live Monday through Thursday every day. I think I've probably missed 2 days. My mom passed last year on Thursday, January the 5th. The anniversary of her passing is coming up January 5th. That was a Thursday. I went live. She passed at 5:15. I went live at 10 o'clock. I am committed to what I do. I was a mess because I had just lost her, but I still went live. She passed away from COVID. And so you want to make sure that you're going to be consistent with the frequency. That's important because once people start to follow your brand, they're going to look for you at that time. So you want to be very consistent. Platforms. So many platforms are used. The platforms that I use are StreamYard. That is a great platform. Why is that a great platform? Because it allows me to do audio and video at one time. Then I take that content and I can repurpose it on all of my platforms. So once I do a video show on StreamYard, I take the audio, I put it on the podcast platform, I take the video and I put it on all the video platforms. It's an amazing platform. I also use Spreaker. Why do I use Spreaker? Spreaker is a podcast platform that I use. And the reason I use Spreaker is because it allows me to go live. There are so many podcasting platforms out there, but they don't allow you to go live audio. So I go live with Spreaker, and I also have a network of podcasts which makes it very simple to build a network with Spreaker. So if you're thinking about building a network or having more than one podcast, I would suggest Spreaker only because you pay one price for all of your podcasts, which is great. So I have a network that I have other companies on my network, which makes it perfect for me. All right, let's talk about equipment. All right, what equipment are you going to need? Well, we have the most amazing phones ever. You can start with that if you want to get started. I heard the iPhone 14 has a wonderful camera. I have not gotten it yet because I hate to go stand in line, but I'm going to get it. So you can start with your phone. If you have a phone, there are apps that you can put on your phone and start your program right from your phone. Amazon Live, that is the only way you can go live is from your phone to the platform. So you need a phone for Amazon Live. So once you get approved, you need a platform for Amazon Live. You need an iPhone for Amazon Live. If you decide you want to do like I do, in my office, I have a bunch of microphones. The one that I'm talking on right now is called a PYLE, a Pile. I started out with the Yeti. That was my first phone, my first microphone, which I love. But then I decided I want to upgrade a little bit. I went to a Pile, and I have other microphones. I have Rode microphones and Rodecaster Pros, all of the best. I have so many because this is what I do a lot. The camera that I'm using right now is a Logitech 922. I've been using this forever. It is a good camera. It costs about $79 on Amazon. And that's pretty much all I use to produce all of the content that I produce. I don't have fancy like $3,000 microphones and $5,000 cameras. I don't have those. I use a Logitech 922. I use a power microphone. I use a Yeti. That's what I use. And when I'm on location, if I can't have my Bluetooth microphones, I use my phone. To give you a prime example, back in when President Biden was running for election, Kamala Harris came down to Gas South. She was there, and someone called me on a Sunday morning, like, you got to go down to Kamala's down at Gas South. And so when I heard that, I said, okay, I got to jump in my car and go. Now, I didn't think I was going to get in, but because people see Good Morning Gwinnett as the media, they put me in the line with the media. And when I got in line, it was the funniest thing. I'm behind Fox 5 going into I'm like the third car going into where she was. I was literally about 100 feet from her. And all I had was my phone on the tripod and a microphone. And I was able to get that footage of her being at Gas South speaking. So you can start with your phone. You can start with the equipment you have right now. And the streaming engines that I use are StreamYard and Spreaker. Those are my streaming engines. Promotion platforms. Whenever I do something live, I always put it on Eventbrite because Eventbrite is an event platform. A lot of people sleep on Eventbrite because they think it's just for in-person events. You can post your podcast, you can post your video. If you got a guest coming up, that's an event. You could put that on Eventbrite, EventMe, the Patch. Patch.com is a news site that I use a lot every day. They allow you to put events on patch.com. So if you have an event coming up, if you're doing a live stream, put your brand in front of all of those people that are watching. What I love about patch.com is that it breaks it down by town. So if you're in Lawrenceville, there's a Lawrenceville patch. If you're in Snellville, there's a Snellville patch. If you're in Decatur, there's a Decatur patch. And you can go there and put a link back to what you're streaming. That's putting your brand everywhere. You know, if you don't have a major budget to hire people, you got to leverage all these grassroots things like putting your event on all these different places. Nextdoor is very active. I don't know if you guys have ever been on there, but it's very active, and you can narrow it down to the zip code. When I go on Nextdoor, which I was on there last night, people in my subdivision are talking, and I can see what they're saying, but you can also promote on that. So that's a very inexpensive way to reach your people and share your brand. And syndicating your content across all of these platforms that I talked about, Facebook, LinkedIn, Live, Instagram, TikTok, that is great. Now with podcasting, I can tell you that podcasting syndicates to a lot of different platforms. So I'm syndicated right now in over 100 companies via about 12 different platforms. My podcast is syndicated on Amazon Music, Spotify, SoundCloud, Deezer, Jovan, Castbox, and a host of others. So it's going to syndicate for you. I can't even remember. It's so many of them. iHeartRadio. It's so many of them. What does that mean? That means that every morning when I get up at 10 o'clock and talk, somebody around the world is listening to me talk about all the things and all the reasons why I love Gwinnett County. Now, are people listening? Yes. This week, I was #1 in the United States and #2 in India, #3 in Australia. I always find that amazing that people are listening to what I'm saying on a regular basis around the world. And all I'm talking about is Gwinnett County pretty much. So, but they know the brand. I was in a meeting one day and I got a text message from this company and they say, hey, congratulations, your podcast is #3 in Australia under news. So I'm in a meeting and I'm like, oh my God. And they're like, what happened? I was like, I just got the greatest message. So people are listening. They are listening to what you have to say. They are following your brand. And it is a great way and a really inexpensive way to get your information out there. So let's talk about numbers for a second. How much money do I spend to make all this happen? I spend $50 a month on Spreaker. That's my podcast syndication platform. And the reason I spend $50 is because I have a podcast network. If it was just my 1 or 2 podcasts that I had in the beginning, that was $20 a month. But I had to upgrade because I have a network with other podcasters on my network. So it's $50 a month. I spend $50 on StreamYard. And the reason I spend $50 on StreamYard is because StreamYard lets you syndicate your content to 8 platforms. I want to syndicate to all of them. So I spend $50 a month on StreamYard. I spend $199 a year on Vimeo, which is amazing because it gives me so much more money, so much bang for my buck because of all of the people they put in front of me and I do nothing. When I tell you guys all I do is upload content, that is all I do. I don't say go to Vimeo and watch anything. I just know people are watching because my stats told me so. And I checked this morning, I was at 235,000 for this month, in the month of December. And that's pretty much about what I spend on a regular basis, because that's what I do. I spend a lot. I spend some money sometimes when I'm doing some other things, like if I want to boost a post, if I want to boost a post on Instagram, because I'm not very active on Instagram. If I got a great guest coming on and I want to make sure it gets out in front of people, I will put it on Instagram and I will boost it. And I will boost it for 7 days. And I'll probably spend about $7 a day on that. And that's pretty much it. But I don't do that very often. So pretty much I spend roughly $150 a month to run my program. Oh, and I forgot my mobile app. So my mobile app is $39 a month. So I spend about roughly $150 a month to run my business. And that's pretty much it. And then I'm out networking. Am I going to put more money into the business this year? Yes, I am, because my goal this year is to get Good Morning Gwinnett to $1 million. And I just changed the company over to a full-blown news site. It's not only a podcast, it is a news site. Now, you may be asking yourself, is it all worth it? And for me, that depends on you. It depends on how much you want to get your brand out in front of people and how dedicated you can be. And I say this, I have a friend right now, he's visiting Liberia. I don't care where you go in the world, you can find Coca-Cola. I don't care where you go in the world, you can find McDonald's in the world. Why? Because they make sure their brands are everywhere. I remember when I moved back to Georgia, I went into a restaurant, I wanted to order a Pepsi, which I don't like Pepsi, but I had no, it was between, I think, some other soda and a cola. I said, I want a Pepsi. They said, we don't sell Pepsi, you in Georgia. And I'm like, what does that have to do with anything? Coca-Cola has it on lockdown. I was like, wow, I did not know how strong the brand was, to the point where people won't even sell Pepsi in their restaurant because Coke has it on lockdown. So how serious are you about your brand? It's a lot of work. I'm not going to say it's not. It is a lot. But how serious are you about that? Think about your favorite brand. You know, how often do you see them? How often do you want people to see you? The other thing too is how committed are you to this brand? Are you 50% committed, 50% serious? Are you 60% serious? You know, how serious are you? And if you're not serious at all, it may be time to rethink it. I rethought plenty of business ideas because I wasn't committed to them like I should have been. This one right here, the one that I do on a daily basis, I'm extremely committed because I understand the power of these platforms in building brands. It helps me sell books. It helps me get new clients. It helps me do a lot of things that I wouldn't normally do. I get into rooms because of all of this streaming media that I wouldn't get into. I've sat down with some of the best people in our county because of this platform. I sat down and interviewed Nicole Love Henderson before she was our chairwoman, Patsy, Austin Gatson before she was our DA, Austin Thompson. All of these amazing people have been on my platform, and they have helped me build really wonderful relationships. So outside of all of the brand building, it also helped you build personal connections as well. All right, so these are, if you want to work with us, these are some of the things we do. We have Noisemaker Magazine. That's a magazine that comes out every month. We do guest interviews, spotlights, Amazon TV. We build channels for people who want to get on television, and podcasts, even for the busy person. If you don't want to get on a podcast, but you know you need a podcast, we would create podcasts and distribute those podcasts for you. We do it all when it comes to streaming media. All right, I think that pretty much concludes my presentation. Thank you guys for spending some time with me and listening to what I had to share. Please be sure to, if you need to contact me, let me go back a second. This is my contact information. I'm available. If I don't get back to you right away, just shoot me an email or text message and I will get back to you. And Austin, that does it for me.
Thank you so much. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
All right. I had to change over. My camera was flickering and going out, so I had to change the camera, which includes the audio and everything. So I just want to make sure I was still there, as host. Well, thank you so much, Audrey. This was such a wealth of information. And as I've said before, if no one knows you exist, how can they do business with you, right? The market has to know you exist in order to do business with you. The market needs to know that you're in business. The market needs to know what your product is, what your services are. And the more noise that you make in your marketplace, the greater the opportunities for growing your business and seeing a positive impact on your bottom line. And that is the type of work that Audrey does as an authority in this space. So I thank you, Audrey. First, I have some questions, but I always want to leverage the audience and to see what questions you all have. I mean, I know we've heard a lot of information, but I know you got questions. So you can unmute your mic and go ahead and ask your question. Don't be shy. All right, I'll go ahead with the first question, and hopefully that'll warm folks up. Now, you mentioned different modes of promoting one's brand, right? And making that noise. You mentioned live streaming, podcasting, video casting, social streaming, internet TV, among some of the most prominent modes, right?
Right.
Which one gives you the greatest advantage, right? If a person was to say, okay, let me start here, what mode would give you the greatest advantage, the best bang for your buck?
The one that you spend the most time promoting.
Okay.
So here's the thing. So before I got into video, well, I started TV a while ago, but I had not leveraged video like I should have. So I spent most of my time on podcasting. Why? Because I didn't want to get up every morning and put on makeup and do all of this stuff. And I'm like, I don't want to do all of that. I just want to get up and talk. So I spent most of my time building out my podcast platform, but times started to change and I realized I got to get with the times and I got to go more into video. So now I'm spending a lot of time on video. Video is a different beast by itself. So what I would say, if you're going to start out any kind of way, start with video. And then put your time into that. But what I will say is, if you're going to start with video, start with the live streaming platform that gives you audio and video at the same time, because that's going to kill two birds in one stone. StreamYard is very new. Zoom has been around for a minute, but it was a little buggy before. Now it's a lot better. But StreamYard has not been around that long. So if you're going to start with video, start with a platform like Zoom or StreamYard. It's going to give you an output of an MP4 or MP3 or M4A. So you want to start there, because now you're killing two birds with one stone. So that's what I would say. Start with video and then love on it. Like, put it on the platform. I'll tell anybody, I like YouTube. But when it comes to getting organic views, Vimeo is my go-to, because you're gonna get, if you're putting out good information, you're gonna get so many views to your brand. It's unbelievable. When I tell you guys I do nothing on Vimeo, nothing. My stats are 235,000 for the month. That's huge. That's because there are no ads. It's all video content. That's it. So I would say video first, and then leverage that to put out audio and video at the same time.
Great, great. And, you know, that's good, because I know with constrained budgets for small businesses, and I mean, even when I say small businesses, I mean solopreneurs, right? Let's just face it. Thousands of businesses are run by a single individual, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, budgets may be constrained. So I'm glad that you gave that that advice on using video or platforms that offer video and audio. The other thing is, you know, you mentioned consistency. You mentioned necessary steps, because scaling, growing a business, you scale, your marketing plan is also scaled, right? Like, what should be the first step a person should take when thinking about promoting a brand, growing a brand in a marketplace, and getting that exposure? What is the first step that person should think of?
Being very clear about what the brand is. That's really important, because you're not going to be able to create good content if your brand is not clear, and who you're talking to. That I used to struggle with that, because I wanted to talk to everybody, you know. And when I said, you know what, I'm talking about Gwinnett County, and that's what I'm talking about. Now, what makes my show so easy to do is that I pull my content every morning from what's going on in the news. So Gwinnett Daily Post, the AJC, they have all my information right in front of me. If that's not what you're doing, you want to plan that thing out. You want to say, okay, I know for the first quarter, I'm going to do a series. Let's say you're in real estate. I see a realtor here, Miss Sasha. Sasha, you're in real estate, right? Everybody's about to get that tax money back in January, right? So you might want to do a series just on, you know, taxes, what you need to get the house, how to pay off the credit. You might do a 5-part series just on that. And it doesn't have to be 30, 40 minutes. It could be 5-minute episodes. Right now, if you're going to do video, YouTube is paying people starting in January just for shorts. They just want you to put out videos that are 1 minute or less. And the more you put out, the more they're going to send people to you. Why? Because they're trying to compete with TikTok and Instagram with Reels. So they just launched a program called, well, they launched it last year, but now they're pushing money towards you. So if you want to give, you know, you want to be the 1-minute realtor, where you give 1-minute conversations to people and put that out there, people are going to come back and say, I got to talk to Sasha, because she told me my credit need to be a 620 or above if I want to get the $750,000 house that they're building here in Gwinnett County. And yes, they are building those. Yes, they are. So you put out a series of videos, but you plan it out. That's going to take so much stress off of you to plan it out. If you're trying to interview people on your show, you want to make sure that if you can't book them, hire somebody. I have a person who booked my guests, because that is the hardest thing about doing my show. So when I have guests on my show, and I used to have a lot of guests on my show, I had to have a booker do it, because it's just too much work, because you got to keep going back, checking people's calendars and back and forth. So if you're going to do that, hire somebody to be your booker. You can go find somebody to book guests for your show on a platform called Fiverr. Fiverr is your friend. Fiverr has been my friend forever. Whenever I need something done that I cannot do, I go to Fiverr. So even though I am a solopreneur and I run this media company by myself, when there are things that I cannot do, I go to Fiverr, and somebody on there can do what I need them to do on Fiverr. Booking my guests, booking me as a guest on other people's podcasts. I just launched Pillow Envy, which is a home decor business, right? I don't have time to go find podcasts to get on and talk about why I'm starting a new business at 55 years old. I don't have time to do that. So I'm going to find somebody on Fiverr to go and book me on all these podcasts, talking about why is it a good time to start an online store and how to do it in a very simple way. I don't have time to do that. I'm a vice president of the chamber. I'm running a media and marketing company. Now I'm running an online e-commerce store. I don't have the time. Fiverr is your friend. So I would say that's the place to start.
Great. Anybody have any questions?
Also, let me just say one thing about the length of the show.
Yeah.
The thing that I hear the most is I don't have time. Of course you do. Here's the thing, you don't have to have a 30-minute show. If you can sit aside, if you can come up with a calendar of topics, if you can find you a nice quiet space for 5 minutes a week, you could produce a show. Can it be powerful? Yes. There are 60-second podcasts out there that do millions of views every month, and it's 1 minute. So you can find the time, but you have to make up your mind that this is something that's really important to you. That is the number one complaint I hear about people. I just don't have the time. The number two is, what am I going to talk about? The way to figure that out is, if you're in business, find the questions that people ask you all the time, write them on a piece of paper and answer them. You know, I talk on Monday through Thursday, I'm talking to nobody but air. It's me and the people that's listening around where I don't have a guest on. It's just me. And I talk for 1 hour most of the days. Like most days I'm on there for 1 hour. Sometimes I go over and it's just me. So you can find the time and you don't have to put in a lot of work. If you want to be, if you're a perfectionist, because some people are, I'm not. I only pretty much do live. And the reason I only do live is because I don't have time to edit. Now, Austin edits stuff. God bless him. He edits all his content. You get me live and impersonal. Even on video, I'm pretty much live. And so I'm gonna give y'all a quick story, and then I'm gonna jump off. I was doing an interview with this woman. She was like she was an African American woman. She was deep into tech, right? And my phone started to vibrate and fell on the floor, and the alarm went off. And literally, it's live, and I had to stop it. So I had to duck out of the frame and come. And I saw her face go, "What did she just do?" I was live. There's nothing I can do about that. And it was hilarious, and I had to laugh to myself. But that's the risk I run of doing a live show. Now, if you are a perfectionist, I would say don't go live, because anything can happen. Anything. And you're going to be stressing out. I don't stress out. I apologize. I'm so sorry. This is what's going on right now. I'm always apologizing when things go wrong. Some people are perfectionists. They want to make sure they take out all the air, all the ums, all the ahs, all the background. They want to take out all of it. If that's you, then you're going to spend a little bit more time producing your show. That's not me. And I don't listen. It's not me. So I'm live. I'm cool with live. Not everybody is cool with live. Most people aren't. They're like, I can't do live order. It's too much. I can't do editing. It's too much for me. So just know who you are and know what you want to do, and don't overthink it. I know we got some A-types on here. They overthink everything. Everything has to be perfect. It's not going to be perfect. Don't overthink it. Just put yourself out there. The first step to getting started is making the first step. It is a wonderful way to get your brand out there. Wonderful. I mean, to know that people are listening to me in India. I remember asking somebody, I was #1 in Vietnam one time, and I was asking somebody, I said, why in the world is this show? It was #1 for a long time in Vietnam. And I'm like, why are you listening in Vietnam? And they said, because they like our culture. And even though a lot of them may not understand our language, they like our culture. So they're learning about us. I had a company reach out to me from Germany, and she said, we've been watching you, and we want to put your shows on our TV boxes, like their cable boxes in Germany and Slovenia and Slovakia. And I said to her, well, do they speak English like that? And she said, no, but they like your culture. So they created this amazing TV app for their cable boxes, and they put us on their cable boxes in Germany. We were in Slovakia, some other countries I couldn't pronounce. I'm like, wow, because people want to know. And people are watching you. They watch me all the time. I remember I had a book signing. I was at this event, and I had a book signing, and this woman came by. She picked my book up. She did it real ugly. She looked at the book. She looked at it, and she laid it back down. And I was like, okay. And so she walked away. About an hour later, she came back, and she picked the book up again. And she was like, she looked at it. She said, I Googled you. I said, did you? She said, yeah. What did you find? She said, oh my God, you're amazing. Sign the book for me. People are watching you, but they will Google you. She left the room. She went around the room, and she went outside, and she Googled me, and she came back and bought the book. So, but she couldn't have done that if I wasn't out there. She couldn't have looked up Audrey Bell-Kearney if Audrey Bell-Kearney wasn't out there. But she went outside and Googled me. I thought that was, and it was funny because I'm like, what did you find? And she said, then she started, now she's gushing. I'm like, okay, cool. So you got to be out there. And yes, it's a little scary. you know. But here's the thing, find somebody to hold your hand. I have a pastor and she's amazing. And I said to her, you pastor every Sunday. She said, but I can't do the podcast by myself. And I said, why not? She said, I'm just not tech savvy. So 2 Mondays out of a month, I go live with her. So she's on the big screen, I'm sitting to the side, and I always say, hey, I'm just a co-host, because she's just afraid to go live by herself. And she pastored a congregation of people every Sunday. And I'm thinking, but wow, what's the difference? It's the tech. So don't let the tech scare you. If you know that that's not you, find somebody to co-host with you. Sit on the side to run StreamYard for me while I talk. All she has to do is show up every other Monday and talk. And I sit there with her on the side in the little box on the side and give her the floor and let her talk. Now she says some amazing stuff, so I have to jump in because my interviewing thing just won't be quiet. So I'll jump in and say, hey, what about this? And explain this. And then that just gets her on a whole nother role. So don't be afraid of the technology. Don't overthink it. And if you are a perfectionist, bring somebody in that can help you. Fiverr is your friend. If you want stuff edited, somebody's on Fiverr that can edit it. If you even want video, listen, we have such amazing technology right now, Austin, to even if you know you want to be out there, you just don't have the time, there's technology. And this is going to sound freaky, but it's the truth. There's technology right now that will clone your voice. Clone your voice. And we create all podcasts with your voice based on what you tell us to create it on. It's freaky, but it's the truth. That's the type of software we're having right now.
Okay.
I said,
Miss Sasha, the realtor, you can unmute your mic.
Oh, hi. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Thank you for your tips. So I know I wrote down a few of the platforms that you were mentioning earlier. I know Eventbrite, was it pats.com?
Patch.
And Patch,
Mm-hmm.
YouTube, Vimeo, and StreamYard.
Yes.
Okay,
And
those
Spreaker. Spreaker is the podcast platform.
okay. Thank you. That was my question. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I see a hand. Katie has a hand up. Austin.
Yeah. Katie? Katie, you can unmute your mic. Katie? All right. Anyone else has any questions? If you have any questions, this is the time to ask Audrey. We know for 2023, you want to go into 2023 with those strong branding strategies. Make the noise you need to make.
And don't be afraid. It's really not that hard. It's really, don't stress yourself out. Get you a co-host for a second and sit there and hold your hand. Bring my husband and I are going to start one. He said to me, because he thinks I'm funny. So on Good Morning Gwinnett, I play music on Good Morning Gwinnett. I do the horoscopes first, because I want to have fun. Like, I need to have fun on my show. So my husband works in pharmaceutical, and he listens in some mornings when they're not doing some kind of medicine, right? And he said to me, we should start a show together. So we starting a show. It's called Between the Sheets with Frank and Audrey. And it's a show after work, because we talk about the funniest things, like late at night before we go to bed. Now, you might be saying, is somebody gonna listen to that? Yes, they're gonna listen to it because he's hilarious. He thinks I'm funny. I think he's hilarious. And so it's just a lifestyle show to talk about what we went through for the day. But people want to hear that type of stuff. If you like true crimes and you like reading stuff, true crime is the #1 category in podcasting. People love true crime. I had braces from 2018 to 2020. And every time I would go into the orthodontist, she was like, I'm listening to a new true crime. She loved true crime. And so, and then reason I knew she was listening, she asked me what I do. I said, I host a podcast, and she loved podcasts. I listen to nothing but business podcasts. I don't even listen to the radio in my car. Everything is a podcast. People want to hear you. Amazon is now coming in people's cars. It has been for a while. Sirius XM, Pandora, they're all in people's cars. That could be you they're listening to. You don't have to be afraid. And if you are afraid, get a coach. Let somebody coach you through this process. I coach all the time. I train all the time. I think I got a training coming up next week or next 2 weeks. Anyway, I train all the time. And so to help you get used to doing it, because it can be a little bit intimidating. But if you are really serious about doing it, don't sleep on it, because it's only growing. It's only growing. And so many people are just looking for information. Today was sit and listen to you talk. They listen to me, and I'm pretty much Monday through Thursday joking around when I'm not talking about some other stuff.
Yeah. And this is great. And, you know, and as we prepare to transition over to our next speaker, I just want to thank Audrey for coming on and dropping those nuggets. You know, marketing, just like cash, marketing is very important to the survival of a business. It's very difficult for you to survive in a marketplace, even as a solopreneur and as a small business model, if you don't have the right branding strategies. And again, it's just like cash. You need cash. You need to be liquid as a business to survive, because money will help move you by having that working capital. Well, the same thing. In order to get the revenue driven to your business, the marketing will drive that revenue that you need. And knowing how to make the noise in the industry, definitely leveraging much of what Audrey mentioned today will get you set in the right direction. And even if you think you may not be ready, you can contact Audrey and say, hey, I want to put a budget together in 2023. I want to put a budget together to cover these modes of communication to my intended market. What would that cost me? You know, if you want to get an idea, you know, because right now we should be putting budgets together for 2023. I know I am, because there are quite a few things that I'm looking to do in 2023. So if you're putting together your plan, your strategy plan for 2023, definitely include the marketing and the branding strategies you need in order to grow successfully into 2023. People are getting back out there. They're getting back out and they're walking into businesses. They're contacting you for services. People want to get back to life. You know, I've been out at a few events this week and the past week, networking events, business events, as well as galas. And all people are talking about is just getting back to life, you know, and getting businesses back on a thriving path, right? So we definitely want to thank Audrey for coming on. Audrey, any one last nugget you want to drop? Any last advice as we go out?
Just a little bit, just one thing before I go, and I got to go because I'm hosting another big event, so I got to leave. But I just want to say this: even if you are afraid to start your own podcast, there are 2.5 million podcasters out there that are looking for you. Get on their show. They're always looking for great people. What I would tell you is make sure that you know your stuff, because that's the worst thing in the world, is to get on someone's show and you don't know what you say you know. But if you know what you know, then get on somebody else's show. Be a guest on somebody else's show. You never know who you're gonna talk to. You never know who's gonna be listening, and that puts you in front of audiences that you didn't have to build. And believe me, I speak at podcast conferences every year. They're looking for great guests. So put yourself out there. If you can't do it yourself, there are 2.5 million of us looking for you to be on our show. So do that. So that's my last little bit.
All right. Thank you so much, Audrey. We really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Just make sure that your contact information is included in the chat.
Yes.
So folks can contact you and start putting that budget together for what their branding strategies will look like in 2023.
Yes.
All right.
Well, have a happy holiday.
Happy holiday, Audrey. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you. Well, that was branding strategies for 2023. And, you know, we're coming out of 3 years of COVID, getting back to doing business face-to-face, getting back to having increased traffic coming through our doors, coming to our websites, coming to our social media feeds as business owners. So we're seeing a lot of business activity pick up. And it's great to have these nuggets dropped and this information for us as we move forward to grow our brand and leave the impression and that footprint in the minds of those who are doing business with us. All right. So right now, we'll go ahead and transition over to franchising. All right. How many of us have actually thought about starting a franchise? You know, we're always looking at ways to grow revenues and grow various streams for our businesses. But have we ever thought about owning a franchise, starting a franchise? Well, this next speaker is a consultant with FranNet of Atlanta, Leslie Kuban, and I am so grateful for her coming on. She's an authority in starting franchises, identifying the right franchise for you, and there's necessary steps to go about launching your next business as a franchise. Leslie Kuban, thank you so much for joining us this morning. And you can tell them a little bit about yourself. I know you can do that a lot better than I. And then you go right into your presentation.
Well, you did a great job, Austin. You're hired. Thank you so much for that glowing introduction. Good morning, everybody. I'm so happy to be here with you. And wow, I've learned so much already. Both presentations were riveting. So I've got big shoes to fill here. So I'm gonna share my screen. I do have a presentation as well here. So, and I will ask if you can see my screen and my presentation. Austin, is it coming through?
Yeah, it's coming through. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Great. Well, gosh, my name is Leslie Kuban. And again, thank you for inviting me to join you today. I've had a 25-year career in the vein of franchising entrepreneurship as a franchise owner myself, and as an advisor and a consultant to people looking to own businesses that are a part of existing franchise brands out there, and as an advisor to franchising companies that are looking to grow by attracting the right types of franchise owners for their models, and for entrepreneurs who are looking at ways to scale their business and becoming the franchisor who then sells franchise licenses to franchisees who open up outlets locally, regionally, nationally. So those are kind of the three different audiences that I've been serving in my consulting business. And so Austin gave me some great guidance on the topics to cover today. Why look at franchising as a way to own a business? I'll talk about some of the unique benefits that franchised entrepreneurship brings to entrepreneurs and business owners. I'll talk about some categories where I just in my business see there's a lot of growth ahead. We'll talk, Austin, you asked me to speak to, what are the requirements to own a franchise, which comes down to talent, time, and money. So I'll address all of those things. And of course, many people have questions about costs and funding opportunities to buy franchised businesses. So we'll dive into that as well. But I'll love to share a little bit more about myself here, just to give you some context for what I know about franchising. My journey began when I was 8 years old. My father worked in a corporate career for many years, and he worked at a big company at 3M, and division mergers were happening, which impacted his job security. And it was really the trigger for him and my mother to say, we'd really like to, see a way to own our own business, but they didn't have their own idea for a business to go out and launch. And they also had a young and growing family to support. I was 8 and my brother was 2. So I'm very fortunate that his research led to learning about buying into an existing framework of a business model in franchising. And our family never looked back. And we were growing up. I worked in franchise businesses that my family was involved in, others in the franchising community in 1-hour photo finishing and sign production. My first franchise ownership experience was in the mid-90s in Cobb County in Marietta. I was an operator of a Mailboxes, etc. franchise, did very well with that. I grew and sold that business. I worked with other, and that brand is now was acquired by UPS a little over 20 years ago. So there's some people I've learned they're young enough in the workforce that they've never heard of Mailboxes, etc. before, even though we were a 3,500 unit nationwide global brand back in the 90s, but they're all called the UPS store now. Some of us remember. But anyway, I really fell in love with coaching other franchisees to be successful in their businesses. And that has just parlayed into my consulting and coaching practice, helping usually new entrepreneurs, people who've been in the working world, but they want to own their own business, but like my family, don't necessarily have their own idea to go out and launch a business. So buying into a franchise can be a way to be a business owner, but you don't have to be the entrepreneur with a brilliant idea that you're going out there and launching a business around. So, and this QR code that you see, this is just a way to get in touch with me. I'm very active on social media, largely on LinkedIn and Facebook. So this is just a way to let me know that you'd like to connect. The QR code here, you take the camera on your mobile phone and put it up, and it will open up a browser that lets me know that you'd like to stay in contact. And you'll see here that I've got the cover of a book. I helped co-author this book. It's called More Than Just French Fries, which leads to one of the first things I'd like to share with you about the wide world of franchising. Let's just kind of take a very global look at it here for a minute, there's at any given time around 3,800 franchise brands out there. You know, we hear about McDonald's and Subway and Chick-fil-A, you know, the big ones, but there's actually approaching 4,000 franchise brands in all kinds of industries. And this is just in North America. This is not even counting franchises that originated in Europe or in Asia or in Africa. So there's many, many more, but just the North American market is around 3,800 brands. About half of them are in some kind of hospitality, food service, lodging industry, and about half are not. And that's usually quite surprising to people. And really, I work with some folks who find their franchising home in a restaurant or a food brand, but actually most of the clients I work with, they end up gravitating towards service industries, business services, personal services, home services. And so I'll give you a lot of examples of all of this as I progress in the presentation, but just kind of message for now that the title of the book is more than just French fries, because food is a great business but it's by no means the only choice. And so part of our role is to educate people about the broad universe of different ways that a business can be scaled and people can participate in the scale of a growing brand in food or in other industries as well here. So let's get into, the question of, there's a lot of ways that people can be a successful entrepreneur. They can start their own business, start their own brand. As Audrey was talking about, you can buy an existing business, someone's company, and maybe they're ready to retire, or they don't have an heir, or they're struggling and they just need to get out, but it can be a good opportunity for a new owner of that business. And then of course, there's franchising, and all of these different facets of entrepreneurship have great benefits. But I do find the way I can sum up the unique benefits of franchising, it's a way, particularly for a new entrepreneur, to get into business with ways to really reduce the risk of being a new entrepreneur, reduce the risk of starting a new business. And at the same time, there's some unique competitive advantages that owning a business aligned with a franchise brand will bring to an entrepreneur that a smaller, independent, kind of just one-off local operation may not enjoy as much. So this is really what I'm going to focus on is, what are some of these risk reduction benefits, and what are some of these competitive advantage benefits of owning a business through a franchise. And this is what I'm about to talk about. I think it's the most important bit of information that I have to share in any presentation. So one of the key benefits of buying into a franchise model is it may have already been out there for 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. Some of the brands that I work with, they've been in business for 50 or 60 years. And over that time, they are refining and perfecting their business systems, all of the things that are kind of under the hood that make their business work and makes it successful. And some of these things are very sophisticated, even though the service industries they might be in, fixing cars or cutting hair, the services themselves are not necessarily rocket science. But what you see under the chassis of the business model that makes franchisees all over the country, all over the world, to deliver their products and services consistently, all in alignment with the brand. And because when we go into a McDonald's, we expect the quarter pounder to taste a certain way. When we go into Great Clips, we know that there's a certain kind of menu of services that we'll get for our hair care needs. So these business systems are what allow franchisees to deliver the customer's expectations consistently. And this is a very boring slide, but this is the magic right here, folks. So some of these franchise models, they have millions and millions of dollars invested into these systems that a new franchise owner can benefit from day one of opening that franchise business. And think about it. Wouldn't you want to know, if you're going to go out and spend a lot of money on marketing and advertising to attract your customers, don't you want to know that those strategies work and that it's going to be a good use of time and capital in those advertising, social media, lead generation strategies? If the business requires a location, you need to be in a good location with good street visibility, good parking. The franchise brand, they may have a whole department that handles that and really does the heavy lifting on behalf of the franchisees, because most franchisees are not commercial real estate experts, and the franchisor doesn't rely on their franchisees to be able to source and negotiate the lease, find the location, project manage the construction of the location. That alone, there's a lot of money that can be left on the table or saved just in the real estate aspect of this. Many times the accounting systems, the pricing systems, the benchmarking systems, all of this is built into an integrated platform that the franchisor, again, may have invested hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars in, that allow a franchise owner to run their business with the dashboards, to know exactly all the KPIs and on a real-time basis what the status of their business is, and comparing to other franchises in the system. So these technologies more and more allow for people to be, I'm never going to say absentee owner, but more of a semi-active owner, where they don't have to physically be on site. They can scale their business, they can scale it larger and oversee it through these technology tools. Sometimes the price breaks that the franchise is able to deliver on the equipment and the inventory that the franchisees need to run their businesses and service the customers. The preferred pricing may offset the fees that you pay to be a part of the franchise. So again, that singular benefit can be a game changer for franchisees, and especially during the pandemic, when there's a lot of supply chain problems, a lot of inventory problems. The clout of strong franchise brands allowed them to get the equipment and inventory that their franchises needed in order to continue to service their customers. There may be national accounts. They may already have strategic relations set up that allow for a new franchise owner to benefit and have customers day one by virtue of the national accounts. So just what I would say to you, and you pay fees for this. There's 4 or 5 different kinds of fees that I, a franchisee, am going to pay to the parent franchisor. I'm contractually committed to pay those fees. They're not negotiable. And this is a very fair question when someone's looking at starting a business and they're asking the question, well, would it be worth it for me to pay all the fees to be a part of a franchise brand in this business? Or am I better off just starting it up on my own? And there's no immediate right or wrong answer to that. In some cases, the answer is yes, it's better to align with the franchise brand because this is all very worth it. Others may just want to be the entrepreneur. And but then I think what you have to realize, I get a lot of questions from entrepreneurs who are asking the question, well, maybe I want to be the franchisor. So I think what you have to think about, in order to be a good franchisor and to compete with the really successful franchisors already out there, this is what you have to invest in and provide to your franchisees. So it is easily, an entrepreneur becoming the franchisor is easily going to invest a couple of $1 million, maybe more, just in getting their franchise operations set up and to be successful and to be competitive in the marketplace of franchise opportunities. And then, I think people have to realize you can start your own business, but then this is your competition. You're competing against this. So that's what I meant by some of the competitive benefits. And we need entrepreneurs to go out and start businesses and then become franchisors. So I'm not saying that this is the best way or the only way, but I think it is something to, people don't really realize that this is the extent of the benefits that being aligned with a franchise brand can bring. But it's a very fair question to kind of analyze what you're paying in fees and what would it cost you to go out and build all of this on your own, and then decide what the right decision is for you. Okay, and we have an acronym for the benefits of franchise systems. We call it saving you stress, time, energy, and money. And really at the end of the day, the biggest benefit is a new business owner, and even very sophisticated seasoned entrepreneurs look to franchising because of the value of the time, of the ability to accelerate success, get started in a new business because there's a playbook that allows someone who is new to that business to minimize their mistakes. You're still going to make mistakes. Every new business owner makes some mistakes, but the playbook that the franchise provides is kind of a safety net. When people follow it, their mistakes are less costly. They're more minimal. They know how to get back on track very quickly. There's franchise coaches within the franchise system that helps the franchisees make sure that they're getting their business started in the right way and course correct quickly if they're off track. And it's all about getting to your end goal. People don't necessarily have the lifelong dream of owning a car care franchise or a sandwich franchise, but they have a dream for their life. And the franchise is the pathway for them to accelerate reaching that goal with less risk and some competitive advantages all along the way. Okay. And, we should also think about, a lot of people, when they're entering their business, they're focused on the short term of things, of getting my business started, starting to get to cash flow positive. All of those things are very important. But I think another thing to think about is, well, what's my business going to be worth in 5 years, 7 years, 10 years? I might be ready to retire. I may have this asset that I want my children to benefit from. So this can be a big part of the value of entrepreneurship, is what your business can be worth in the future. Yes, it generates income, but it can be an asset in and of itself down the road. And planning for that and thinking for that. And I thought this was some interesting statistics that we found, how good franchise brands that have all of these systems in place, it can result in some, notably higher resale values of franchise businesses compared to independent businesses in those same industries. So just something to think about is one of the benefits. And please don't just take my word for it. I want to point you to some other notable resources in the world of franchising. I also host a television show called Atlanta Franchise Today, and Michelle Rowan is the president and COO of a very well-respected third-party market research firm called Franchise Business Review, and they conduct satisfaction surveys of franchise owners across lots of different systems. And I just interviewed her on my show, and she shared some very interesting information. She said our company's been conducting these franchise satisfaction interviews for 17 years, and people have never been happier. And we were talking about why, and she's like, really all the benefits that franchisors were able to, how they were able to help their franchisees during the pandemic, because they have systems and relationships that allowed franchisees a pathway to get their PPL loans, or the things that they needed. They were able to source the supplies and the inventory that franchisees needed to continue to service their customers. There's buying power, and there's power in being a part of a larger brand. And franchisees saw significant tangible benefits to the success of their business and the survival of their business. Some of our clients have had the best years they've ever had over the last few years because of the demand for their services grew during the pandemic, and the franchisors enabled them to continue to service those customers. So I thought this was pretty cool that across the extensive surveying that they've done, they found that 88% of franchise owners enjoy their business, and 80% would recommend the franchise that they own to their friends and family, to others. So, and this is, statistical information, and I'll share with you, this bell curve this is really my own anecdotal experience of talking to thousands and thousands of franchise owners in different industries, different systems over the years, my own client base, that when you look at the success of franchise owners, you can map it out quite predictably on a bell curve of success. And what you'll find, if you were to go out and randomly interview 100 franchise owners out there, you would find about 20% of them are really larger scale franchise owners. These are people who have 5 territories or 5 units or more. That's how I would define that. They're really more the empire builders, and they're looking at franchising as a way to rapidly scale their business. And they may own multiple brands. They may own multiple businesses in different geographic areas. So these are the bigger players in franchising. It's really, only about 15 to 20% of people who own franchises. Most people don't have those kinds of goals. They're not Napoleons looking to take over the world. Most people who own franchise businesses, they're looking to replace their income that they were enjoying in their job, or they want to reach a level of income that they're happy with. They want more control and flexibility over their schedule. Kind of the lifestyle side of things is probably the biggest driver that I hear from my clients, is they may make good money, but they have no control of their time, no control of their schedule. They might be traveling a lot or just commuting a lot, and they want more control of their life. And so being a small business owner with reduced risk in a franchise is probably one of the biggest goals that I hear from the people that I work with. They want to create a legacy for their family. And they're happy. They're in the middle of the pack, but they're happy being in the middle of the pack. And then there's always people who struggle, even with the best franchise systems. There are people who, and that doesn't mean that they're not smart. What I see too often, unfortunately, is that someone may have chosen a good franchise, but it wasn't good for them. They didn't have the right reasons for it. And maybe they did so innocently. They may not have had anybody helping them. Certainly sometimes people come into business undercapitalized. Sometimes the franchisor is not delivering on what they should be delivering on. That can happen as well. But most of the time, I will tell you, when I see people, if they're not getting going in the right way, it's because there was something they missed in their due diligence, or they chose a good business, but it just wasn't the right fit for them. And I'm going to talk more about that a little bit later in the presentation, because I think that can be largely avoided. But these are, we would love about 100, but that's just, not true with anything. But I hope what this shows you is that, most people are achieving the goals they have for why they bought their franchise business in the first place. So we're very pleased with these statistics. One of the other benefits of franchising is a unique ability to conduct due diligence. This is where the Federal Trade Commission, the government, helps us out. Franchising is regulated by the FTC. Any brand that is selling franchise licenses has to provide a lot of information to prospective franchise owners. Every franchise brand out there has to create what's called an FDD, a franchise disclosure document, and they must provide this to any and all franchise candidates in advance of any kind of contractual signing or exchanging of money. So, and a prospective franchise owner has to have this document for a minimum of 2 weeks, 14 days, before they're allowed to commit to a franchise contract, a franchise agreement. And there is a lot of very valuable information. This document has to be updated every year. It's usually updated around March and April. So that's about the timeline where the most recent information of the prior year is going to be published in the franchise's most recent version of their FDD. There's information about the costs. The costs are broken down, how much money you need. There's often some high-level representation of what kind of money the franchise owners are making in their businesses. I will tell you, it's a high level, it's average, it's not complete. You can never only rely on that information in this document, but it can be a nice way to get started. It can be a good way to get a feel for how the high performers are producing in that franchise system. And I think the best part is that there's a list of all of the franchise owners who've already committed their money, they've committed their time, they're in some stage of opening or operating their business. It is required that a complete list is given in the FDD. And folks, gosh, there's no crystal ball in anything, not in franchising either, but this is the closest I've seen to it. And this is an expected and required part of due diligence. Franchise companies, good franchise companies, are very carefully qualifying the franchise owners who are buying their franchise. They're not just selling franchises to anybody who has the money. They're really making sure they're doing their very best to make sure that people, if they're going to own their franchise, they know what they're getting into, they know what it's going to cost, they know what kind of time it's going to take, they know what kind of, the day in the life is going to be for that franchise owner. They want people to have very realistic expectations. And one of the best ways to uncover what's the real deal here is for a prospective franchisee to go out and talk to, 3, 4, 5, 10, 20 of the franchise owners who are already out there. And most franchisees, they'll be generous with their time. They'll answer questions honestly. Somebody did that for them back when they were doing their due diligence. So I think you'll find, there's always going to be some people who are too busy, or, they're just, they've got stuff going on in their own life that they're not available. And I would say, by and large, if you call 10 franchise owners, you're going to get a hold of 7 or 8 of them who will answer your questions about what kind of skills do you need to have, or what do you need to be able to learn to be successful in this new business? How much money is it going to take me? How would you rate the training that the franchise gives in exchange for the fees that you pay for it? So this is really, I think, the beauty of this, that it allows someone, if they do this, if they do it right, can get a very good expectation of what their experience would be if they were to also move forward and own that franchise. Okay. So, so I'm going to get into, this is the stuff that everybody wants to know. What are the hot businesses out there? But I have to tell you that I think that is a very dangerous question. You know, back to my bell curve and the bottom 20%, there are smart people who buy into a business, a franchise, because they think it's a great business, and it is, but they're not asking the personal questions. You really have to look at it in terms of, do I have enough money to get this business started successfully? What kind of skills do I need to have? Some franchises, you got to go out and do a lot of sales. In other franchises, you're going to have a lot of employees, and you need to be good at that. You know, you need to be good at leading employees in certain franchise models. Some are very, customer service driven. Are you good at customer service? Or are you good at leading people who are good at customer service? So too often people might love the idea of a franchise, but they're not uncovering what is it really going to take for me to be successful if I own it myself. So that's my caveat here, is that these are good industries, but you got to make sure it's good for you. You got to ask the hard questions, and you got to be honest with yourself about what you can or can't do. Okay. So pet care, this is a booming industry. And I'm not going to get into specific brands, but I'm going to get into categories under these brands. And so, gosh, even before COVID, COVID just gave the pet care industry an extra bump. Even before that, this was on a trajectory. This overall pet care industry is projected to triple by the year 2030. And that could be grooming services, veterinary services, doggy daycare services, overnight boarding services. There's dog poop pickup services that are very scalable business models, health food, taxi services for elderly people who have pets but need help taking their dog to the vet and to the grooming place. So there's lots of different categories. Some require a location, some are home-based, but my goodness, 70% of United States households have at least one dog or one pet. And so there's just a lot of opportunity for, this is a good example of a pie of opportunity of customers that continues to get bigger, and the demand continues to grow for pet care related services. Home services as well, big category, and some interesting demographic drivers behind home maintenance or home improvement is the millennial generation. First of all, we have a massive housing shortage. The builder community, took a bath in 2028 or in the Great Recession. And that was a bloodbath, and it's never really fully recovered. So here we are 12, 13, 14 years later, and the net result is we have a massive housing shortage, and we have the largest generation, the millennial generation, that are now in their late 30s and early 40s, who are sick and tired of paying elevated rents. They want to own their own home. They're starting to have their children. They've got young families. And now with interest rates going up, people are staying in, and they've got equity in their homes that they've built up. There's a lot of reasons why this is a broad category of home maintenance, home improvement, that we expect to see a lot of continued growth in the years to come. And that could be things like maintaining your pool or updating the insulation for energy savings in your house, lighting, indoor and outdoor lighting, painting services, HVAC, and there's hundreds of strong franchise brands just in this home services category that we could take a look at. Glenn, at the beginning of our summit here, talked about the massive surge of new business starts. And that is, we definitely see that in franchising. There are hundreds of business services franchises. It could be in IT, it could be in marketing, it could be in property, commercial property management and maintenance. But all of these new businesses out there, they need all of these services. And there are hundreds of strong franchise brands that cater to the needs of other businesses. And some people, they like the idea of B2B. They come from a professional environment. They would like to have customers who are a professional B2B customer. So there's a lot of different flavors of opportunities that people can look at in B2B and franchising as well. I'm definitely going to include healthcare and wellness. One of the most popular franchises that my clients have chosen over the last number of years is a physical therapy franchise. None of them come from healthcare. None of them are doctors. They come from the corporate America. They worked at Coca-Cola. They worked at Ernst & Young. But the aging population is certainly a driver of healthcare and wellness, as is the millennial generation as well, that spend a lot of money on themselves, their own personal care. One of the most popular franchises that we've seen a lot of success in is in assisted stretching services. So there's a lot of different flavors of this. I would just say to you that one does not have to have a healthcare background in order to be a successful franchise owner in healthcare and wellness industry. I would also include massage therapy on the list. There are franchises that help people stay in their home longer, in-home healthcare. There are franchises that help people to choose an assisted care facility when living at home is just no longer a possibility. So that aging population is certainly a swell of customer base that is driving the growth of a lot of healthcare and wellness franchise systems. And I'm also going to include youth education and entertainment. Again, this is largely driven by the millennial generation that are starting their families. They have young children, and things like tutoring, science, technology, engineering, math education is a very popular, there's several franchise models just in that element of children's education and enrichment. Childcare, preschool, athletics, sports, water safety. I mean, there's many other examples, but we put a lot of money into our kids and our pets. That is in our homes, indeed. So these are all very stable, growth-oriented categories, again, backed by just the growing demographics that show that the pie of opportunities for these types of services is going to continue to grow. So hundreds and hundreds of franchises in these categories to choose from. So one can indeed, they will not be lacking in good opportunities in franchising in these different industries here. So now let's move into talking about, Austin, you asked me to speak to, what does it take to successfully be positioned to own a franchise successfully? It does come down to talent, time, and money. And I'll speak to all of these things here for a few minutes. And this is a piece of good news. It's a pleasant surprise for a lot of people. When you look at most people who own franchises, they are not owning businesses. They're not choosing brands that are a direct extension from what their career has been working for someone else. So they're not choosing a franchised version of their job. And quite frankly, most people I work with, they want to take their skills and their talents and apply them to something new. They yearn to spread their wings and expand their success and expand their opportunity by getting into different fields than where they have worked before. I like to say that a person's resume and their diploma does not define what they can be successful in as a franchise owner. So, and I'll just give you a couple quick examples of my clients. This lady on the top left, she was a retired history teacher, and she and her husband are now both, they just had their 4th year anniversary of owning a very successful marketing agency servicing the digital and print marketing needs of local business owners in Cobb County. They're very successful and are expanding into a 3rd market early next year. And she was a retired history teacher, didn't come from a marketing background, didn't come from a small business background of any kind. And she and her husband are just knocking the cover off the ball in their business. This lady here on the bottom right, she worked for Coca-Cola. She was a marketing executive. She now works full-time in a smaller boutique marketing consulting company. Her husband works in IT, and they're a couple of years into a mosquito control business. Neither one of them had any experience in a home services kind of field before, and they're just about to enter their 3rd year of business. This gentleman on the top left, Jose, he is an Alpha Graphics franchise owner here in Atlanta, and he worked for Cox. He worked for the state of California. Again, no kind of signage or graphics background before getting into, and he owns 2 locations now. He's grown into a couple of different, in different parts of Atlanta. And last but not least, Doug on the bottom right here, he was a sales leader with a big company, and he is now one of the top franchise owners for an IT managed services franchise. So did not come up through technology. He would tell you that when he started his business, he knew enough about technology to get through a cocktail party. And he's learned that over the 15 years that he has owned his IT services franchise, but it was not a deep skill set that he came into. And he's been so successful because he has used his skills of sales and marketing to go out and get the customers. And then he hires the IT specialists who handle the delivery to the customers. And I would say that is a key message here is the franchise owner's job is not the technical part of the business. You know, Jose could make a sign in a pinch, but that's not his job in his business. You know, he has sign makers and printers that produce the quality of the work. You know, his job is customer communications and going out and getting the customers. So that's a real key distinction here, is that the magic here is you should assume that the franchise owner's job is not the job of the employees of the business. You know, you're going to hire the people to spray the yards, to cut the hair, to fix the car. And the franchise owner's job is to lead the business, monitor the business, be a good leader to the team. So the function of the business is very different than the function of the owner, if that makes sense. So again, I hope you will see this as good news, because it really opens up the door of opportunity for people to be successful in something that they've not had experience in before. Okay. So now let's talk about costs for a little bit. What you're going to see is a phrase called total investment of a franchise. And it really is 3 buckets of money added together. The first is a one-time upfront franchise fee, and that can be all over the board. I've seen them as little as $5,000. It can go up to hundreds of thousands of dollars, depending on the business model and just how large of an opportunity you want to be able to scale into. So, and that is a one-time fee. You pay it at the time that you sign your franchise agreement. It's what officially makes you a franchisee, is paying the fee, signing the contract, and then you get access to all of the things that make the franchise work. So, and it's buying the right to utilize those things to start and operate your business, the brand, the technology, the proprietary systems, the supply chains that they have. So that's what the franchise fee is. Not buying inventory. It's not buying training. It's buying access to all of the different pieces of the franchise system that makes it successful. Then with most businesses, there's going to be some initial startup costs. This would be the things that you'll be spending money on before you open the doors. So it's putting the sign up out front. It's if it's a hair salon, it's installing the sinks in the location. So just think about the things, and a lot of these are one-time costs as well, just to get you going. And then you're going to want to have some operating capital. It's just cash that you're going to need to pay rent, to pay your employees, to pay your marketing and advertising costs. You want to make sure you've got a good, healthy operating capital budget, so you don't run short on cash while you're starting up your business. And again, what amount of money is all of this is totally dependent on the franchise brand and the model. But this is where you really need to talk to franchise owners to get a handle on what their experience was with working capital, the operating capital that they needed. So when we look at all of the 3,800 franchises out there in North America, when we look at the total investment, I would break them down this way. About a third of them, that total investment of all 3 of those buckets of money, can be under $150,000. I mean, there's some where the total investment is $10,000. And that would be things like a janitorial franchise where you are performing the cleaning at night in office buildings. So these really, really low cost franchises, you are an owner operator in the business by and large. Like there's a franchise called Card My Yard, where the franchise owner is putting up really cool happy birthday cards or graduation cards or holiday cards, big kind of displays in people's front yards that they pay for. These really low cost franchises, they do tend to be kind of side businesses. When they're really small like that, they're really not intended to be have a full-time income, but they can be great opportunities for people to earn a little bit of extra money. If you want to grow a business that's a bigger business that can support your lifestyle, you're going to need to invest more into the business. So the big X factor here is real estate. If you need a location, like it needs to be in the public shopping center, it needs to be a high visibility location, then the cost is going to be in these top 2 categories. And it also depends on the cost of real estate. Real estate is a lot more expensive in certain parts of the country than in other parts of the country. So Buckhead has much higher real estate costs than Decula, Georgia. So the more cosmopolitan or high dense an area is, the real estate costs are probably going to be higher versus more rural types of areas. So a great way to keep the cost down is to look at franchises where you don't need a brick and mortar location. And there's hundreds and hundreds of them where you do not need a brick and mortar location. But just to give you some guidance, I would say for someone to be positioned to look at a span of a lot of different franchises, if you're going to be an owner operator, you need to have, I'd say, 60 to 80,000 of your own money that you can put into the business. If you want to be more of a semi-active owner where you're starting the business and hiring people to run it for you, probably need about 125 to 150,000 of your own money, because you got to pay people you need to support the wage of a strong manager if you're not going to be the day-to-day operator yourself. So this is just some, I would say starting guidance. I mean, the franchises, again, they can go from $5,000 to $5 million. So the span is out there, but the number of people you need and the location, the size of the location, the construction of the location, those are the big things that impact the cost going up here. Okay, so you always have some of your own skin in the game. I mean, there's plenty of, people oftentimes are putting together 2 or 3 forms of capital, but if you're going to go to the bank and get a small business loan, I'm sure we're going to talk more about that in the summit today. You do need, the bank is looking for you to invest some of your own cash. So let's say the total project is $100,000. The bank is going to be looking for you to put in 20 or 30,000 of that with your own cash. And then you've got to have good credit. There's any funding institution has got a checklist of things that they require from a borrower in order to approve the loan. So they're looking at debt, your debt to your liquidity. They're looking at your personal balance sheet. So one of the first things you want to do is, kind of get a grip on your household expenses, do a personal balance sheet, because every franchise and every lending institution is going to ask you of that early on. They want to make sure that they're, communicating with people who are poised to be successful in their franchise model. And one piece of that is having the capital or the ability to get the capital to be able to do that. So and there's a lot of ways that people put together capital. Certainly some of their own personal savings. People may partner with family. And instead of going out and getting a bank loan, people, if they have equity in their home, a home equity line of credit can be a less expensive, easier form of financing for their franchise. If you have money in a stock portfolio, you can get a loan against that. It's called a securities-backed line of credit. And that also can be less expensive and less cumbersome than a small business SBA loan. If you're buying an existing franchise, an existing business, the seller of the franchise, they may provide some seller financing. That can be really attractive. If you have a kind of whole life insurance policy, a cash value insurance policy, that can also, you can borrow against that, and that can be an attractive source of some financing. And what's become very, very popular is what's called a rollover strategy. A lot of people, most of their savings is in their retirement plan, in their IRA, in their 401k. For veterans, it's called a thrift savings plan. And you don't want to just take that money out, because then you're paying taxes and penalties. And there's ways that you can utilize dollars that are in a retirement plan without that. You've got to work with specialists. It's very clean. It takes a few weeks. There's a maintenance fee that you have to pay for that. But I'd say at least half of the folks I help into business, this is a game changer for them, that it's a way. And what they like about it, it's, I'm investing in myself, rather than having all of my money in a retirement plan that I have no control over. Now I can invest in myself, and I have more control over the success of my own business. And I'm confident in myself that I can make it work. And this is a way to invest with pre-tax money versus after-tax money. So it's a very viable and attractive way to fund a business for a lot of people. So I can, follow up and give more information about that later. And then to wrap up, let's talk about timing here. I get a lot of questions about timing. Like, how long is it going to take me to open my franchise? So Again, the X factor here is, do you need a location? If someone says, Leslie, I would really love to have a franchise open within 6 months. So what that means is that we will look at franchises that don't need a location. So if you want to be open in July and starting to make money in your business in July, that's very doable. But there's some things you have to do to position yourself in order to be open and starting to generate revenue in a service business in July. What that means is you need to have gone to your franchise training. And to go to your training, you need to have chosen your franchise and signed your franchise agreement. And this whole process of choosing the franchise is around 60 to 90 days for most people. That's the process that I use. I tell people, if you're ready to find a franchise, it's 12 hours a week for 12 weeks. You know, that is, it could take longer, it could take less, but we have averaged this out and kept an eye on this very closely over time. For most people, if they're ready to own their own business, they can look at a lot of different options, do their assessment, do their due diligence, and choose a franchise that's great for them in about 3 months, 90 days for most people. So that's why if someone is starting this today, they can very feasibly, you know, have their funding together, have their franchise chosen, let's say in 90 days from now in March, and have a service business open this summer. Now, if the franchise that you want to get into requires a location, the reality is it takes a year to find the location, negotiate with the landlord, go through the construction or build out process. This is usually surprising to people. So you want to take that into consideration, that you know, don't go out and quit your job just yet. You know, you've got a good, you know, year and a half before you're actually open for business when it gets really busy. So this is just something to keep in mind. So it takes, you know, for most people, 2 to 4 months to go through the assessment and franchise choosing process, getting their funding together. And then if you need a location or not will drive when you can actually be open for business. So a book I highly recommend, this is my favorite book on franchising, called The Wealthy Franchisee by Scott Greenberg. He was a very successful edible arrangements franchisee. And he really talks about why some people are franchise superstars and super successful, and other people in the same franchise are not. So this is kind of I call it my textbook now, that anybody that I'm helping through this process, I really highly recommend that they go out and read this book. And even for entrepreneurs who have no interest in owning a franchise, maybe they want to franchise their business, this is also an excellent read just to understand, you know, what makes the difference between a highly successful franchise system and others that are not. Okay. Well, Austin, that's what I had planned today. Just to wrap up, the way I help people is I help them find the franchise that's right for them. And in order to do that, I've got to ask you a lot of questions about your skills and your interests and what you want for your life, how you would define success in owning a business. And I have an online survey that jumpstarts that process. So this is what I need for people to complete for me in advance of a consultation. There's no cost to work with me. There's no financial cost, but there is the cost of the information that I need, and the time commitment of 12 hours over 12 weeks is what my coaching process takes for people to successfully choose the right franchise for them. And some people realize it's not for them at all. And it doesn't take 12 weeks to figure that out. Sometimes we're 2-3 weeks into this journey and people realize that they're really not in a place personally to do this right now, but then they've learned and they've prepared themselves for the future. They've got a lot more knowledge under their belt about what they can do in 5 years, 2 years to be successful in looking at franchise opportunities. So this QR code, again, lets me know that you would like to stay in touch, that you would like to connect on LinkedIn or Facebook, and if you would like to have access to this free tool that jumpstarts the process of finding the right franchise. And here's my email address. You know, I invite anybody to reach out to me. Again, invite me to hook up on LinkedIn. I'm there for my business every day. So Austin, I'll be quiet. I would love to hear any comments or contributions that people might have about their franchising experience, and of course, questions. Would love to answer them.
Well, here's the challenge that we've had all morning. No one is, you know, willing to speak up. You know, I don't know if folks want to hide behind their cameras, keep them off. They want to stay silent. I don't know. It's still early. It's still early. It's early in the day. It's early in the week. So, the standard, I would always, shoot to see if there's anyone that want to ask Leslie a question.
Someone has their hand raised. Naomi, I believe.
Okay, Naomi.
Hey, good morning. My name is Noemi. It's an honor to be here and get this information. I kind of hopped in a little late, but I would definitely love to follow up and connect with you. There was a lot of information that I would definitely want to take advantage of and continue this process. But my question is, how would franchising a small business, so for example, I guess I would have to be a bit more specific of my business so the answer could be given, but as far as like an educational program and curriculum, creating that, would that be like a franchise, or would that be more like a patent copyright?
Right. So I think your question is around, you want to scale a business that you've started. What's the
Yes.
best way to do that? And that's a great question, because
Exactly.
franchising, there's different ways. I mean, you could license your content. You can create a distributorship. Franchising is one way to scale a business. I would tell you it is the most expensive and the most regulated way to expand a business. So if there's another way to do it, that is less cumbersome, less competitive, then I would certainly encourage you to explore that. But the hallmarks of a franchise are, if you are doing these three things, then you are a franchise and you have to be a franchise. So the first is, if you are charging an upfront fee of $5,000 or more. Number two is if you are charging some kind of ongoing fee called a royalty. And number three is if you are requiring people who are buying the license from you to operate their business in accordance with certain contractual standards. So if you are doing all three of those things, then you are a franchise and you have to do all of this stuff. If you're only doing two of these things, then you're not a franchise and you don't.
Thank you for that clarification.
You're welcome.
All right, anybody else? The one thing I want to emphasize, I know you stated when one is considering launching a business, looking at starting their own business versus looking at, starting a franchise or investing in a franchise.
Right. Mhm.
And of course, there are nuances depending upon whatever path you choose, whether it's starting your own business or starting a franchise. But there seem to be some advantages with the franchise path because the business is already established. You're just buying into that franchise. Am I correct?
The marketing machine is already there. The technology machine, the employee hiring practices, supply chain for the equipment and supplies that you need at a discount. Like it's amazing, actually. Now, I also want to say this, not all franchises are equal. Some are awesome at this and some are terrible. So I'm not going to make a blanket statement that all franchises provide those benefits equally well.
Right.
So anyone exploring a franchise opportunity absolutely needs to take a buyer's beware approach.
Right.
And really, evaluate, is this stuff real?
Mm-hmm.
You want to have a franchising attorney review all the contracts before you sign anything. And I mean, they'll be able to see it. Like some companies, they just throw together this contract and it's a mess. And that's a bad sign. So I would encourage, the good news is there's hundreds and hundreds of really strong, credible franchises that deliver great value, but don't assume that just because it's a franchise.
Right. Because I've always said, if I would go that route, I'd be looking at the pet industry, the baby and children industry, and of course, our elder care.
Yes.
I mean,
We hit those today.
those are the three I would be looking at, especially the pet industry, because I've seen, I've seen how many people have at least one pet, and then some with 2 and 3, and I think that, that would be great. The other thing I want to ask, and I don't see any other hands raised, so I'm going to keep the juices flowing here. So the other question I want to ask is, how different is a business plan for a franchise from a general business plan? You know, is the model different?
You know, so franchises can provide very detailed business plans, and it will. I mean, I would say there's some things that are the same. You know, you're looking at, you know, your cash flow projections. You know, and it also depends on, you know, there are business plans to run your business, and there are business plans for funding.
Right.
So what a bank is looking for in a business plan may be different than just what I want to have as my business plan to benchmark how I'm running my business.
Right.
So, but absolutely, franchises, particularly for the purposes of funding, can provide a detailed business plan, a template for someone who wants to get funding for their franchise. Now, they're usually only going to give it to you after you've become a franchise. After you've signed a franchise agreement, because there's proprietary information.
Right. Right. I can imagine. Yeah, because when I look at, you know, when you're doing a business plan for funding, it's more detailed in terms of the numbers, you know. Not to say that you can't be detailed in a plan just to be used as a guide or as a source to benchmark, but we're looking at different, like, let's say, for instance, a business plan for a nonprofit 501c3 versus a business plan for a for-profit, you know. There's certain standard sections that are, you know, that are there, but there might be some slight variations depending upon the business model. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I would say one of the biggest differences would be, so with franchises, you have fees. You have the upfront fee.
Yeah.
You have the franchisor doesn't make any money on that upfront fee. Like, that's not profit for them. Where it's profitable for the franchise selling the licenses is in the royalties. And then, you know, franchises are providing services. They're providing technology services. They're providing marketing services.
Yes.
And a franchisee pays for that. You pay fees to the franchisor to that. And so a franchisee in their business plan is going to include these fees that the franchise is charging. And then if you're trying to compare this to a business plan of a non-franchise business in the same industry, you're going to have different costs because the franchise fees are not just profit to the franchisor. They're paying for services. Oftentimes they're paying for I mean, they may be paying for services that eliminate the need to hire certain employees altogether.
Yeah, because I worked with a friend who had a Janny King friend, and I remember the Mailbox Etc. franchise because I had a mailbox in one of those on Piedmont Road. So I had a friend who had a Janny King, and he was definitely getting marketing support from the franchisor, you know, as a franchisee. And they helped him with because he really wanted to do the marketing that he thought would be able to get him the recognition and the exposure that he needed. And they helped with that. Yeah.
Right. And you pay for that. So that is a part of what you want to, that is a cost you want to include in your business plan.
Right. Exactly. Well, Leslie, that was a wealth of information.
I'm so glad.
The one thing I always like to encourage entrepreneurs is always think about different revenue streams for your business. Never be a business with a sole stream of revenue for your business, because when that stream slows down, when the volume of traffic to your doors or to your site, you know, when business slows down with that sole stream, you have no other streams to turn to, you know. So definitely keep thinking about ways in which you can add streams to your business and be lucrative and liquid as much as possible as an entrepreneur. Leslie, thank you so much for your
Absolutely.
time.
I will stop sharing my screen here so that you guys can continue.
Right.
And I'll put my, I'm going to put my link. I mean, I'm on LinkedIn. That's kind of my preferred place to connect. So I will put my LinkedIn profile in the chat.
Yes,
here.
please do. Please leave your information.
Okay.
And happy holidays to you and your family. And I'm
yes,
sure
to you as well.
Yes,
All right. Good luck, everybody. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right. Well, that was Leslie Kuban with FranNet of Atlanta, our franchise consultant and authority. We definitely appreciate the value that Leslie brought to the discussion this morning is a great way to entertain the idea of adding a franchise to your business, or even if you're launching a business, you're thinking to launch a business, instead of launching a brand of your own, you may be looking to invest in a franchise, right? So that information that Leslie provided was great for our audience. Next, we're going to transition into data. We're going to transition. This morning, we had a presentation on marketing and about the noise one needs to make in the marketplace to let the marketplace know that you exist. Let the marketplace know that you are doing business, right? So that they can patronize your business, so you can build loyal, committed customers. Andrew Clark is general manager with HITE Digital Atlanta, and his company specializes in pay-per-click management, SEO, search engine optimization, right? Facebook ads management, web design services, logos, and branding. But what Andrew brings is a different dimension from Audrey Bell-Kearney. Andrew focuses more on the data. He focuses more on the analytics and how you need to focus on the analytics and capturing the data to determine how you're growing successfully as a business using different marketing strategies. It's a way of quantifying and measuring the success of your business, right? Using that as a KPI, as a key performance indicator for your business. All right. So we're going to bring up Andrew Clark of HITE Digital, and he's going to tell you a little bit more of himself. He does that better than me. And then he'll go right into his presentation. Andrew, welcome. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Austin.
Yes.
So I'm just going to kind of jump right into it. This is what I'm going to touch on. How can entrepreneurs effectively measure the success of their marketing? Because sometimes it can be difficult. I'm going to touch a little bit on SEO and Google Ads. Excuse my dog there. Data analytics, and then how important it is to know the impact of data on the bottom line results. There we go. So how are marketing metrics effectively measured for success with brand growth? Generally, when we look at this, a lot of people are thinking leads, they're thinking sales, they have dollar signs popping up. But a successful marketing campaign can be determined by much more than just those two metrics. They're definitely important, but it's not the bottom line per se always. So for example, think of, do you want more traffic to your website? How much broader of a reach do we want on social media? What kind of people are we hitting? And then also if you're doing like email campaigns, like what is the click-through rate? What is the open rate? There's a number of different types of questions that you can base the success off of the campaigns that you are running. A lot of times people kind of struggle on what are those metrics like, and I'll get into that, but it's also how do you set them up? So I'm sure if you're working with someone like Austin, they'll kind of walk you through like the SMART goals metrics, something that is specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and then it's also time bound, because you don't want it to be nowadays the 5, 10, 15-year goal doesn't really make sense anymore. Things change so quickly. Who would have known like 2020 would have happened? There's a number now with AI, everyone's talking about chat AI bots and all that stuff. So it's like, you never really know what's going to happen, but you don't want it to be just a week. So coming up with something that is time bound, make it specific. So you want a clear description. You just don't want to be, oh, I want to grow my business by double. Be more specific than that. Measurable. You don't want it to be, if you're talking about like a billboard, for example, I just want 50,000 eyeballs this year. Well, how are you going to measure that? With an ad, if it's impressions, you wanted something that you can actually measure and keep track of. Achievable. A lot of people sometimes when they come to me, they just have unrealistic expectations of what they're trying to do. And so you want to be challenging. You don't want to just be, I just want to stay where I am. Well, I guess if you want, that's fine too, but you don't want it to be unchallenging enough that it doesn't push you for growth and put you into that sort of discomfort side and really forces you to grow, but also you want it to be in the realm of something that's realistic. So these are some examples. This is sort of like a periodic table. I don't get too overwhelmed with it. It's just to give you an idea that there's a ton, depending on what sort of campaign that you're running. If it's SEO, is it going to be the click-through rate? Is it going to be getting on the first page? Is it the number of backlinks? And if you don't know what these mean, that's fine. We can always, after, reach out to me and I can kind of walk you through these. If it's, for example, social media, how much are you paying for your ads? What is the click-through rate? Website, how much traffic you have? If someone goes to your website, how quickly are they leaving? What is that drop-off rate? How long are they spending on your page? If you have someone that views and enters your website, how many pages are they viewing? Are they just coming to the page you send them to, and then they stay there and leave? Or are they going through all of the different pages? Are they grazing the types of information? Let me move this over here. When it comes to your budget, a lot of people don't think about using their budget as a metric. So think about ROI. If you're spending X amount of dollars, how much are you getting back? Those are the sorts of things to keep it top of mind. So that's a lot of information, but I also just wanted to give you what are my top metrics? There's a lot out there. And sometimes if you go into Google Analytics, if you go into Google Ads, there's just almost more information than you really need. So these are the top metrics. So for example, I have down here overall ROI, because that is important. But again, going back, overall website traffic by source, new visitors versus returning. You can screenshot this. I know this is being recorded, and I can also share this with Austin so that way everyone in here that has registered, even if they're still not on, at least can get it. But I would take note of where you are now on these sorts of metrics, and then see where you are a year from now. And then that's how you can kind of gauge how well you're doing. However, don't fall for the vanity metrics. So a lot of people, if they're thinking about social media, they're like, how many followers can I get? How many subscribers can I get? When it comes to page views, I know I spoke about this here, but some people make it just the only type of metric that they follow, and you don't want that to happen. You want to be more diverse and not just use page views, but on those page views, how long are they staying? And you want to add on to it, but don't make it just page views. And then subscribers, that one, depending on the type of campaign that you're running, it's great to have a lot of subscribers on your emails, but if you have a bunch of subscribers and no one's opening, it's sort of, I believe the rule is the 1,000 true fans, where you can be like Kim Kardashian and have hundreds of millions of fans, but if you put a product out there, how many of them are actually going to buy it compared to those really niche, more specific people that we follow? Like I think of some of my cousins who grew up on YouTube, and they follow those YouTube stars. They're not as big as the Kardashians or some of these other people, but when they put something out there, buying them. Think about in music, those little bands, when everyone's visiting those concerts, they're buying the t-shirts, they're buying the merch, they're buying all of those other things. So subscribers is one of those where it is important, but also don't let it be the only one that you are tracking. So when it comes to Google Analytics, you want to make sure you have this installed. If you don't have this installed on your website, reach out to me and I'll help you install it. So when you're looking at those top metrics, I wanted to show this so that way you can kind of get an idea of what I'm looking at. If you have like a new visitor, you can see users and new, and then you can see how many are returning. Think about an e-commerce, someone that's selling products online. You want people to be returning to your website to be buying products. If you're just a roofer, that may not be as important. Some of the other ones where this is why Google Analytics is so important. You can see the number of users. How many sessions did they have? So they visited the site. Then they went to all these different pages. You can see the number of sessions. 13,000 people viewed the website. 79,000 page views. So that means those 13,000 people are on average going to 5 different pages on the website. So that tells you that they are digging. They're doing research. They're looking at all the other blog articles. They're really trying to dig in. And then again, one of the other top metrics, they're spending 3 minutes. I think everyone nowadays thinks that everything's such short form content that it has to be, you know, just a blog, just like a short paragraph. But no, some people are spending 3 to 5. If this is a roofing company or an interior painting company, you're probably going to be spending anywhere from $15,000 to $25,000 on this. Think about how much it takes to paint your entire interior of your home. You want to make sure that you're really hiring the right person. And then bounce rate. That means when someone is coming from either Google, from an ad, from Facebook ads, coming to your website, how quick within that like first second, how quickly are they leaving? How quickly are they bouncing out? So this can be high, it can be low. It depends again on what sort of metric you're looking at. These are just showing you why Google Analytics is so important. So this is an actual real-time example with a client we had. You can see over here, let me move this, October 3rd to November 30th. This is a client who we are running paid traffic for them. We're doing their SEO, we're doing their Facebook, but specifically for Google Ads, we realized that something funky was happening. We weren't getting the types of results that we wanted. We saw we were getting the conversions. So when we dug into Google Analytics, we saw, okay, where are they landing? What page are they starting? So we're getting them right to book an appointment. 131 people in 30 days. That's quite a bit of traffic, especially for someone that's running a painting company. What would you do with 131 leads? However, we noticed that from this page, only 7 people actually made it to the thank you page. So that is a page afterwards. It's like, thank you, we will be in contact with you soon. 131 out of 7, something was there. So when we went back and we were looking at the contact form to the request, it was huge. It was asking for your address. It was asking for all of this information. I wouldn't be surprised if the social security was in there. I mean, I'm joking, but it just shows you that once we made that shorter, where it's just name, phone number, email, and your zip code, we saw this completely turn out. Now we're getting a much, much, much higher rate from there in the last couple of weeks. We're still testing it out for the rest of the month before we start implementing other things to it. But this is why it's so important to know what's happening. At face value, someone may say, the Google ads aren't working. Let's turn it off. We're spending $2,000 to $3,000 a month. But it wasn't the ads that was not working. It was the contact form that was previously set up. So we went in there, we had the data to back up the change, make the change. Now we're analyzing it to see what the result is. Granted, now we've seen that the amount of leads we have, instead of getting 7, he's now averaging around 30, and this is his low season. So now we're really preparing ourselves for the beginning of the year. What time? 11:15. Okay. So when it comes to looking at Google Analytics, looking at the data, going back to those smart campaigns, a lot of people ask, you need to set the right expectations for yourself. When you set up the right expectations, you can see here the ROI and you can see time. So if you have SEO, you can't say on SEO, it on average takes anywhere from 7 to 9 months on average for someone starting from scratch without any sort of traffic, no other sort of SEO work going into it. It takes around 9 months. So let's say around here. If you're trying to set your goal based off of ROI or some of these other metrics, which I'll touch on in a bit, to achieve it here, you're going to set yourself up for failure. So you really want to make sure you have the right expectation, knowing this is the long ball. This is like a long-term game. I compare it to credit score. It takes months and months and months and months of doing all the best practices to make sure that you can really get up here. When it comes to Facebook ads, you have to know, over time, we see there's actually a decrease in ROI the longer you do it. Facebook ads work really well when you're just implementing it for promotions on and off and constantly changing the strategy. Google ads is just a constant stream, but then you have to know when you stop paying, the results stop there as well. So when you're setting the proper goals, you want to make sure that you have the right expectation. And again, you're not setting yourself up for failure, because at the end of the day, if you're setting yourself up for failure with these goals, then you're never going to hit them, and then progress won't be made. So I've been talking a lot about SEO, Google ads, and then some people don't necessarily understand. They understand the idea of it, that it gets you into the first page of Google. I generally use a cheesy joke where do you bury a dead body? And a lot of people go, they laugh and they kind of look at me with a weird face. Well, it's on the second page of Google, but that's because no one ever goes there. 90% of everything that happens on Google is on the top half. If you look at your phone right here, it's not going to be like, most people don't scroll down. So you want to make sure you're on that first page when people get there. And then how do you do that? That is what SEO is. You have people, and then we're constantly Googling things, and Google's become a verb now. Why are we doing that? We're trying to find, discover, learn, or answer something. So then what is Google's job in that situation? Pair us up with some form of content that's on the website, whether it's on the back end, blogs, whatever it may be. So then that way Google knows that it is sending the people that are trying to find, discover, learn, or answer a question to something relevant. So the more information you give Google, the more relevant and safe that Google knows that it's sending the person to the right spot. So that's the basics of SEO. And we always look at Google, but sometimes there's so much information, we don't understand exactly what we're really looking at. So this is just a graphic. All of the things above the map, when you see this, those are all paid ads. Every time you click on one of those, the person that is running that ad is being charged some sort of dollar. It could be anywhere from $2 to $50. Lawyers, it could be up to $150 for a single click, even if it's by accident. That's always up here. You have the map pack. That is part of the SEO strategy. Look how much space. If most people don't scroll down from here, there aren't many options to show up on there. There's only 3. So you want to make sure that you're showing up there. Sometimes you have these feature snippets, and then you have the start of the organic search. So that is what SEO is. It's doing things on the back end of the website. So whether it's like looking at the speed, the code, the descriptions. So on the back end of the photos, the layout, all of that. I'm not going to go into too much. A lot of off-site stuff that people don't realize is connected with SEO is press releases. Other websites directing. So if it comes to digital marketing with me, if I have someone that does graphic design and social media work and other types of brand work that I don't do, if they wrote an article mentioning digital marketing and they tag me in it, my website is in there, linked in there. That is only going to help boost my reputation to Google. So that is offsite work. When people say backlinks or building web 2.0s, that's why press releases are really important. Local chambers, when they redirect to your website, that is just important. So that's what SEO is. So now going back to the goals and the data. When it comes to SEO, because it's a 9-month process, it could even be longer before you start seeing results. You kind of have to break it down to simple chunks. So these are the 3 stages that we do for SEO. So the first stage is visibility. You don't want to just everyone wants to just get new leads, get sales, whatever it may be, phone calls, forms. But if you don't even have traffic going to your website, how are you going to optimize everything for that? So the first step is to make sure that you're getting the views, going back to those top metrics. Views or the impressions, which is if someone's scrolling on Google and they just see the different links and they don't interact with them, that's an impression. I'm viewing it, but I'm not engaging with it. You need to get probably a few thousand of those, and it depends on the industry where it changes, but let's just say 10,000. Once you have in a 3-month period, 10,000 people viewing your searches on Google, but they're not interacting with you, that's more than enough then to move on to the next stage where you're working on getting the sessions and the clicks. Once you have people clicking to your website from that 10,000, now you have a big bucket. If you think about like a funnel, you can then, once they get to your website, they're clicking and you're working on the descriptions, the titles, etc. Once you get a good amount of traffic and the impressions is growing, and then you get the traffic going to your website, then you move into the third phase, which is conversions, which is citing. You're looking at the bounce rates for the site engagement, the page experience. So like how quickly is the page really loading? How many leads are you getting? Do you need to change the call to action? Does it say free quote? Do you need to change it to get your free quote today? Call us now. Those are the types of things where you got the views, you click there, you got the engagement. So they're clicking and going to the website. Now that they're going to the website, how are you going to reel them in? How are you getting them to not just get there and interact with it, but to go the extra mile and really, purchase what you have, give their information, whatever it may be. So this is how, when it comes to the digital marketing side, we can really kind of gauge our success. So when it comes to Google Ads, otherwise known as PPC, pay per click, this one is it's very complicated because there's so many things that you can do. Again, I just wanted to touch on Google Ads are the ones that show up here. This is kind of how it looks like. So you can really, there's so much data similar to analytics. The most important ones, how much are you spending? How much are you paying per click? And then how many conversions you're getting, and then the ROI. Those are the 4 that I always look at. So these are the examples of there. And then how do you decide what sort of keywords you're going to run with? The point of Google Ads is that someone is actively looking for something. If I know I need a plumber, I'm going to go plumber near me. If I just had a ton of water damage and I'm looking for, and I got a bunch of mold, I'm looking for cleanup, so like storm damage restoration, I'm looking for that actively. So like I'm a really warm lead. I want to be at the top of Google. I want to be up here because I'm probably not going to put in as much research. I need this now. I don't want all this mold laying around with my dog and all this other stuff. So I'm a very warm lead. How do I decide what sort of keywords I'm going to use? So once you have these like examples, maybe some locations and the different forms you can, organize it, you kind of want to see, okay, what is the average monthly search? What is the average price point? So if the average price point is, if you take these between the top of the page bid and the low side of the bid, you kind of want to average them out to understand, okay, the average CPC or cost per click is $21. Now, once you start tracking this data enough, because we've been doing this for so long, we have so much data and we're able to understand, let's say for this person, they're paying $21 a click. We know on average, someone needs 10 clicks a day. 10 clicks a day times this per click. You take that, you times it by 7, you do it for the whole month, and you can get like a decent budget. And then you can kind of find out like, this is the sort of budget I would need for Google Ads in this industry for this location. The more you track data, the more you can go back and then come up with these sort of projections and ideas. Because we have this now, we know the industry averages for this, how often they convert, and then what is the average cost per acquisition. So roughly if you can get 17, you're paying $176 per lead. That's not too bad, especially seeing as they're actively for this industry. If you think about mold remediation, mold removal, leak detection, like these are things that people don't want to wait. So are you willing to pay $170 to get someone that's actively looking for that right now? And then with that, again, setting yourself up for success, having an idea of, okay, what is going to be my estimated budget for the year? How much traffic am I going to get here? Estimated leads. Okay, so if we, let me move this over here. If we're looking at it, the amount of leads, middle, like ideal growth would be this at the 70%, but we always know that things change and we may not always get the best ideal growth that we want. So then setting yourself up for different brackets. Excuse me. Let's say in the worst case scenario, am I okay with this? I'm going to be spending $54,000 and I'm going to get 91 out of it. And that's just out of new leads. So then in that situation, I would say, if it makes sense to the person, that's up to them. In some industries, we see this makes sense because there's repeat business that then if you're able to blow them out of the park, then they're going to come back. They're going to refer you. So this is why it's so important to keep all of this data on hand and work with someone that knows this sort of data. If you're starting from scratch, it can be a little bit difficult. And this is just a little slide here. I just wanted to talk about, at the end of the day, you can make better decisions if you know the data to back it up. If we go here, there are times when clients come to me, I show them this projection, I show them this budget. How much are you earning per client? You know, what is your average lifetime value? How often do they stay with you? And I might tell people, this is not the campaign for you. You do not want to do this. You don't want to do it if it doesn't look like in this phase, if it doesn't look like it's going to work in that budget. Okay, what else? What other options do we have? Is it SEO? Is it Facebook ads? Are we going to do some social media? Do you have a question, Austin?
One question, that 3,000 starting ad budget, that's just a one-time starting fee, or is that monthly?
In this situation, when I'm talking about Google ads, this would be like what they are paying Google to show up here. So at the end of when someone's searching for, let's say, I'm just sticking with roofers just because it's the easiest one. Roofers near me, I'm going to show up. Someone clicks on it. They're probably paying anywhere from, whatever the price is. That is part of this budget. This is in this specific situation, in this case, for that location. I have some people where they pay $1,000. And then I have lawyers, up in Manhattan that are paying someone anywhere from $20,000 to $30,000 a month on ads, because they know those billable hours, they're charging $250, $300 per hour, and that client's going to be with them. So the value's there. So when in these situation here, the starting ad budget is on that. Did that answer your question? Okay. So with that, then you can make the decision. Okay. At the beginning, this client, when he came to us, so talking about data and how it can help us make better decisions, a lot of people, if you think about that graph, if I go all the way back up here and we talk about this SEO thing, right? We set the right expectations. This client knew, okay, in this point, I'm going to be here. I'm not going to be expecting home run out of the park results here. Because we had the data and the goals to back it up, they worked together. So when they worked together, this client was earning around 20 leads a month. And these are actual leads. So we can, I have the dollar value for all of them. 20, maybe 30, 40. He started seeing some results and was like, okay. Then we got up to like 50, 75. We're like, oh, what's happening here? And we knew we still weren't at that, the hockey end of the stick. Then you see some improvement, and then it keeps going up, keeps going up. This is where if the client didn't have the right expectation at the start and didn't know that the goal was, okay, and in whatever amount of months we're going to hit, this is what we're aiming for. This, At this point, after 90 days, he would have been like, hey, I'm not getting results from this. And then they would, you know, turn it off, leave, whatever it may be. But when you have the data, you back it up, you can make the decision, okay, this is the long term. I'm going to stick this out and make it. And then this client specifically paid around $17,000 in this in these services, and in return got $280,000. Like, you can't really fight those sorts of results, you know? And then so the other benefit of when you're tracking and when you're looking at the data, this is from that client. We can see exactly the name of the client. So we have like their email address, phone number, if it makes sense. We can see where it's coming from. So source, Google SEO, organic. If it came from Bing, which is Microsoft, organic. This person came directly and they've done business with us before, because you can see repeat lead. They came direct. And then Google CPC, cost per click. So this is Google Ads. The person typed in 2 plugs and they went to the contact form and they directly called. They made a phone call and they're on the phone for 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So we're able to then get all of these leads and then put a dollar amount with them because we know who they are. And then that's how we're able to know this is the revenue just from this. This doesn't include the business that he was doing in his networking, referrals. This is all new business based off of that. And we know that because we are tracking and then we have all that data. So that is how it all comes together. When it comes to, this is a cleanup and remediation Google Ads client, 90-day period. You can see here from September to November, 85 leads. Again, looking at those top metrics, they spent $5.3 thousand. The average cost per click, around $9. The conversion rate was around 13. That's really good. And from that, they were able to get 78 phone calls and 7 forms. And then because we can go through and track every single bit of it, we can do the exact same thing for them. But when it comes to Google Ads or SEO, you kind of have to know, okay, what is the time frame here for this client for cleanup and getting rid of mold, etc. Are these numbers even good? For them, it was really good. But if it was someone else in a specific location, it may not add up. But because we have all of this data and all of this information, it works out. Any questions so far? Austin, do you have any points so far?
No. At the conclusion, I just want to go over a couple of things. This is phenomenal. And I think this is the reason why it was important to add this discussion, because the marketing and the branding is one thing, but understanding how you measure, quantify, and understand how your dollars are working for you. This is very important. Thank you.
So I'm kind of touching on the end of it. I mean, I wanted more of a discussion towards the end, because it can be difficult just going through and talk about metrics and data. It's a little bit difficult and it can get boring quickly. But what I wanted to offer is, when it comes to tracking and your data, for the people in here or that have registered or anyone that watches it and then talks out to Austin, I can give a free video audit of someone's digital presence. So whether it's like how they're showing up on Google, how their Google ads, if they're running and they want a free audit, SEO audit, etc. And then I can kind of go through and just show you, this is how you're showing up. These are the metrics that I am seeing based off of the tools that I have. And then say, this is what you should do to move forward on your own, like not having to pay someone if you want to try to do it yourself. But then that way you kind of get an idea of how you are stacking up. Austin?
I just want you to repeat that you're going to give a free audit, because the reason why I emphasize that is that somehow when people hear free, it doesn't jump out at them, right? If you give me a free anything, I'm jumping at it. But I want folks to understand, take the opportunity to get the free audit because you want to know how effective your site is working, right? Your social media and everything. So I just wanted to touch on that. You can continue. Just remember, everyone, a free audit. Okay.
The big one that generally blows people away is one and the best kind of audit is if someone gives me their competitors, I can put their numbers and stack them up side by side. So if there's someone in your local area that is always blowing you out of the water, you're like, what the heck are they doing? Well, let's look at the numbers on their side. Let's see what is happening here. Are they paying more? Are they creating more content? Are they doing more SEO? Are they doing this? Are they doing that? Like, then you can start to break down what it is. An example of this is I have one client, him and his friend both started competing businesses in the same area, and which is fine. They talk back and forth, but one of the client, the friend does tend to do a little bit better. And then we were going through and we were like, what are they doing? And we were able to break it down. And now we're able to match what is happening there because he gave us that information. But one of the main things, so that is one of the things that people love most about the audits and just kind of having a bird's eye view of what's happening. The other one is the Google My Business ranking. So that is when you show up on the map pack. So if I Google something near me, whatever it is, and you get those 3 options for the maps, and you can go to directions, website, or call. That, because it takes up so much real estate, is such an underutilized and underappreciated asset of SEO that I don't think a lot of people understand. I can show you if someone Googles a specific keyword for something, where you're going to show up. Are you option number 20? Are you option number 1? And then it shows this map of, like, say, in every 2 miles in each direction where you're ranking. And that is a very eye-opening thing to know, okay, is what I'm doing working? Or am I number 20 across the entire, metro Atlanta area? And I really need to do something to change it up. This is my information. I have my LinkedIn, add me on Facebook. I'm really active there. And then my phone number and email. If you Google Andrew J. Clark HITE Digital Atlanta on Google, your computer will blow up and you'll see me everywhere. And then we'll leave it for a sort of discussion. I don't know if anyone has a question there or.
Come on, I know there has to be questions. There has to be questions. Someone out there, let's see those hands raised. Tamika, Rita, any questions? I know I have some things I want to touch on, but I just want to open it up to the floor before I say anything. Naomi, anything else? Gayati?
Hi, can you
Hi, how
hear
are
me?
you?
Yeah,
Yes,
I'm doing
ma'am.
well. First of all, thank you so much for putting this together. This is my first time attending it, and I'm definitely a new entrepreneur. I guess my question to Andrew would be that, and he sees different levels and of clients and entrepreneurs that come to him for help. Does he feel like that you have to be in business for this long or that long before you start thinking about all these things about your business?
that's a really good question. So I think, and Austin, you can kind of back up some of these statistics. I believe the number is like 70% of businesses fail in their first 3 years.
Right.
And I think a lot of that is because the average business waits, like 2.5 to 3 years before they put marketing on the budget. And then, so like out of that 70% of businesses that don't make it past 2 or 3 years, I think 40% of that is because of the marketing. Like, they wait too long. The other side of it is just making sure, if you are going to do it, is knowing the journey of what you are doing. So for example, if someone just opened up a business, you're not going to just go and put up a billboard, right? It wouldn't make sense. So it's finding, depending on the budget and what are the goals and the services. I had someone who, they sell products online, like hair products. And we were digging through the information. The average client bought somewhere between $20 to $30 per purchase. They buy that product probably every 3 weeks. So it's a pretty high, return rate. So this specific client is spending around $2,000 a month for a product that sells for $20 in the shopping cart. At face value, that doesn't necessarily make sense. But when you think about the long-term plan, those are new buyers. They're not going to be going through the ads every time they go back to purchase. So the idea is, luckily this specific client had the data on how long the average client stayed with them, and it was 5 years. And if they're buying every 3 weeks, it made up the amount that it cost to get them at first. So in that situation, it was a go, like it made sense and it's doing well. But then sometimes it does not make sense. It depends all on, again, what are those goals? What are you able to do? And then what is the current budget / limitations at the time being? And then just making sure that you're teaming up with someone that, for example, isn't going to sell you on something that isn't beneficial. And that's one of the big issues when it comes to marketing and digital marketing specifically, because I have so many people that come to me and they get burned because someone sold them on something. I have someone that just came to me, they've been paying $2,000 a month for 2 years. And when I looked at the metrics, when I actually dug into the Google Analytics, nothing. They didn't get any leads from it. So you kind of it's one of those things, it makes sense to do at the beginning. I would recommend it to do you mind me asking what business you're in?
Actually, landscape design.
So in that sense, I would say the average client is probably paying a pretty penny for that.
Yes.
It's probably not cheap. So
No.
you really only need a few clients to come in
Right.
for it to make sense. So in that case, I would say, yes, I would do that. My brother was in that space, so I helped him out with his stuff for a little bit.
Oh, I'll be reaching out to you.
Okay,
No.
yeah, no, sounds good.
Thank you for answering that question.
No, yeah, of course.
And definitely that's what we like. We definitely like to offer the information and not only just present the information, but also give you an understanding of why it's important to track the ROI, the return on investment of your marketing. Measuring, many of us have websites up, right? We do social media marketing and so on and so forth, LinkedIn, TikTok, YouTube, but we never really take the time to measure. And I know, me personally, I do it as best as I can. I'm not an authority like Andrew, and that's why Andrew is in the stratosphere he's in. So, he's that source that, I'll go to in order to help me, become even better at measuring and quantifying, my marketing efforts. But we definitely want, folks to ask as much questions as you can. We got about 15 more minutes. Ask as much questions as you can. Just raise your hand and we'll call on you and we'll get you out there. I just want to go back to the Google Analytics section. What works and what does not work. Looking at the various options that you have, just like we did earlier with the branding workshop. The speaker, Audrey Bell-Kearney, basically listed several options that entrepreneurs can consider. But looking at what works and what doesn't work, where to spend your ad dollars, because we always know when it comes to budgeting, working capital is constrained at times, and we want to be able to make sure that we take advantage of what's really going to work and hit, right? And the ROI over time, looking at, how you're going to measure your ROI over the extended period of time, or whatever time you set for yourself, whether it's quarterly, monthly, quarterly, annually, so on and so forth. You can just touch a little bit on those just quickly on the importance of looking at that.
Yeah, so I mean, at the end of the day, if I go back, let me share my screen again. Like, if I go back and we dig into this part, if I use the example of this person was spending $2,000 a month, and the results didn't seem to match up. But on my end, when I looked at the Google ads and I was going through the numbers, it's like, okay, we're getting lots of traffic. I see people going through, I see the conversions. Something else is happening here. So then that's when you dig into this sort of thing, you can see out of the 131, so instead of shutting it off, a lot of people will be like, okay, maybe the Google ads aren't working. Let's put that $2,000 and put it somewhere else. Well, in this situation, we saw there was a huge drop off because this client had a massive, massive, massive farm. Like you had to scroll twice. It was asking like, where did you hear about us? What do you want? All like your personal info. It was too much. So the bounce rate showed from 131 people that made it to this page, only you can see here, paid ad, paid traffic. 131 people made it to this page specifically. Only 7 filled it out. Only 7. Now, so this was November 30th, when the 13th. When I looked at it this morning, he had about 22 people that had filled out the form. And so that right there is almost, triple the amount in half the span of time. So that's why it's so important to make sure that you are looking at your Google Analytics and seeing how people are interacting with it. The amount of information that you have there is outrageous. And if I share this here, let's see if I can do this. This is that Google My Business map that I was talking about, where I'm trying my best to hide the name of the client, but I looked this up on December 20th. So for example, if I'm in that part of Gwinnett County, and if I type in roofing contractor, it's not looking too pretty for this roofer. These dots are every 2.5 miles. So, that right there kind of spoke for itself. And then when I put up the same keyword and then showed him with the competitor that he gave me, you saw a lot of different colors, but it wasn't all red. So then that's how you can make those decisions on, okay, is what I'm doing working? And then going back. So with this person, if they decide to sign on with us, in 3 months, going back and doing this exact thing, take a screenshot of this and I save it, go back, where are we now? You get to see, okay, we have some 15, some 12s, but anything other than 20, we can see that we're improving. And then I think that is the benefit of when it comes to digital marketing, is when you drive down the highway and you see a billboard, you don't know how many people saw that and how many people interacted with it. I drive and I see Mark Spain all over the place, but I'm curious, like, I mean, granted, he's at a different spot in his business, but how many people bought a house just because of that? It's probably not just, it's a whole thing. And billboards still have their place. Like I have a client that we have helped put up a billboard. We have some, but again, he first had the foundation figured out. He did the SEO, PPC, Google ads, then he did Facebook, then he did direct mail, then we did some influencer work, and you build on top of it. And then eventually you get to the spot where you're Mark Spain, you have billboards and you're showing ads on the radio. And that's where you work with someone like Audrey as well to help you get out that brand. But the beginning part of the most important thing is make sure that your pipeline's predictable, especially if you're a contractor. And then that way you can just constantly, what's coming in every month. And it's something that you're not guessing on.
Yeah, because let's say, go back to that example, the 7 out of 131 applications, you're looking at a 5% rate, and you want to increase that 5. You want to increase. Let's say, okay, you're looking at that as a KPI, right? You want to say, okay, I want to go from 5 to maybe 15, right? You got to increase that. You got to look at adjusting your methodology on how you're growing that presence, or increasing the number from 7 out of 131 to, whatever number you want to grow that by, another 15%. And these are the things that, as an entrepreneur, you know, the due diligence that's needed in order to determine how you're growing. Because you don't want to just be throwing money at marketing plans and marketing strategies, because you could be throwing money at different strategies, but you're not growing any faster. You know, the amount of money that you're investing might grow, but the return isn't. So you have to determine, you know, what strategies really work. And this is what HITE Digital does. You know, this is what HITE Digital does when it sits down and does an analysis with entrepreneurs to determine how to properly measure the success that you're achieving from your marketing initiatives. You know, and you know, Andrew mentioned earlier in the presentation, you know, growing your business by doubling it. You know, the pathway to doubling revenues, and it is based on, you know, the sales that you're getting out there, the lead generation, you know, and seeing that revenue double. But always staying in the present, staying in the market and being visible, making the noise. Like Audrey said, it's sort of like a prerequisite, determining how you're going to make noise, how you're going to let the market know you're there, right? That your business exists. And then determining, now, once your marketing plan is out there, now determining, how do I measure, how do I quantify, right? It's sort of like the marketing plan to make the noise is sort of like the predecessor to now how you're going to go and track and determine the value of your marketing plan. This is how I'm quantifying, and this is where you sit down with someone like Andrew at HITE to determine, you know, how successful your marketing plan is. So I want to give somebody, you know, we got about 7 minutes. Anybody else want to jump in and ask any questions? You know, Sasha, as a real estate developer, as a real estate agent, how does a business like this or services like this how can that positively affect your business as a realtor? If you want to jump in.
I believe it is being recorded, Naomi.
Yeah. It's being recorded, and I know someone did ask me about the slides, so I'm going to collect the slides from all the speakers. And
that's where I kind of know with real estate agents, it's going to be more tough, really. And this is where you want to come to. This is where it's tricky. I know other agencies where they will say, we can help you show up on top, we can do all these things, but with real estate, it's tough. You're going up against KW. If you're not with KW, you're going up against their main website. You're going up against Zillow, going up against apartment finders. You're going up against all of these other people that are putting hundreds and thousands of dollars into their websites to get them to always showing up at the top.
Yeah.
So it's like that's where it's difficult. That with real estate, that's where I would go maybe more the route of some of the social media, the lane with Audrey. Because that's who they want to work with, someone that they feel they know. You know, it's more based off of those relationships, and the competition isn't as tough.
Right.
But it all kind of depends. And then just to show kind of like the power of analytics here, when you dive into it, I mean, you can see the source medium, you can see where they're coming from, the bounce rates between each one. You can go into the demographics, you can go into like the interests of the type of people. It's just absurd, the amount of stuff. So if you don't have this for the specific client, a lot of his people are into food and dining. This is a contractor. He does like concrete polishing, and you can see what all of his people are interested in. So if you don't have it installed on your website, I can help you get it installed. And then that way it can start, even if you're not going to work with someone that is doing like digital marketing or marketing, at least you'll be able to have that information when it comes time to use it. Because there's nothing worse than, okay, you're in the spot to start marketing and start, you know, using that information, you don't have it. So you really need to start collecting it now. So then when you're ready to go, you can make more educated strategies and appearances.
Right, exactly. And real quick, I see Gwinnett chat on the call, Ryan Cox, who runs a very successful nonprofit organization, that he spends a lot of time giving back to young people, taking them on college trips and introducing them to experiences they otherwise would not have had if they had not gone through his program. And Ryan, real quick, as a nonprofit, how does something like this benefit you when you're marketing and targeting young people and parents in the community?
I would say the biggest thing is it helps me get my message out. So for instance, this Saturday, we're going to be doing a food drive, and I have already started, I've run ads to let people know about it. But I guess my question for Andrew would be, how can I, because I have it all installed on my website, but I also think I need to do something different, because we're getting some traffic to the website, not enough. But I also want to know what some things that, like using your services, what benefit could I gain from that from a nonprofit aspect?
That is
I
a
found
really
this on the
good,
web.
Sorry.
no, that's a really good question, because that's where, again, it would have to go back to like, what is the end goal? Is it just trying to get as much traffic to it as possible? Because it can, depending on where you are at your stage, it could be out of the budget to do it. But there are things like, we can talk offline too, but there are things that I can say. I actually did a master class, and I'll send that to you, Austin, as well, on how you can do some of like the SEO stuff from the individual business owner perspective. So like with you, if you had someone on your team that knew how to write blogs, but in the SEO way, if you did that like 2 or 3 times a month, that will then start helping Google, push it more, like your stuff. So if someone's looking for nonprofits that work with youth in Gwinnett County, and they're just trying to like do research, whether it's like for grants or, whatever it may be, you're more likely to show up. So I think that's one way. For you, I think it would be more so taking advantage of Facebook and possible Facebook ads, more so than like the SEO, Google ads, etc. Because for you, you're trying to get engagement from the community, and that's where that happens more on Facebook and social media and LinkedIn than anything.
Well, it's twofold, because I mean, like some of the work that we do, it's two-pronged. So for instance, this weekend, like I said, we're doing the food drive, but we're also, like Austin said, we host business tours. So I would like to be able to market to companies that want to host a tour, or maybe have philanthropy dollars and they're looking for organization to support. So that's where I would be trying to lean more towards, trying to find those individuals who are coming back to the website or trying to reach back out to
me.
And
in this last minute, that's where I would say Facebook or LinkedIn, because with Facebook, you could target people based off of their demographics, based off of their job. Same thing with LinkedIn. You could go after like executives in the Gwinnett County, like in a radius around Gwinnett County, maybe going into Hall and Forsyth or whatever. But that's where I would say those two things, more so than on the Google side for right now. But I think I just hit my time limit there, Austin.
All right. No, that's great. And I know you and Ryan will continue this conversation. I know you guys operate within the same space. I want to thank Andrew. Andrew is a general manager with HITE Digital, Atlanta. The man with the numbers, the man who opens up your eyes and lets you see, based on quantification, how robust your marketing plan is, your marketing campaign is, by looking at the numbers. I also want to thank Andrew and HITE Digital for being a sponsor for this evening's Business and Brew 2 at Slow Pour here in downtown Lawrenceville. If you're looking to network with some really sharp entrepreneurs, we'll be there at 6 o'clock this evening at Slow Pour in downtown Lawrenceville. And I want to thank Andrew and HITE Digital for being a sponsor for that event tonight. With that said, again, thanks, Andrew. We really appreciate it. definitely, if you haven't put your contact information in the chat, please do. I know there are individuals who would love to reach out to you to further the conversation beyond today's virtual conference. And we thank you so much for giving of your time. You're always gracious with your time, and the information you provide is always valuable, because these are the things that entrepreneurs need to consider and need to think about when looking at marketing and growing their business. So thank you very much, Andrew.
Thank you, Austin. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. And I will pass it off to Brian, I believe is next.
Yeah, and we're going to continue. We have, these are the final two presentations. We definitely thank all of our speakers for joining us this afternoon on the 9th Annual Entrepreneurship and Small Business Summit. Mr. Brian Peart is up next. He's president with Commercial Capital Limited. And Brian is the guy, if you're looking for access to capital, as his tagline says, the place to go when the bank says no.
That's exactly right.
The place to go when the bank says no. The bank is telling you, no, sorry, can't help you. Commercial Capital Limited is the place to go. And I was introduced to Brian through Nick Messino, who is the CEO of the Gwinnett Chamber. And Brian and I are actually working together on we have one existing client right now, and then we have another one coming on board, to provide, an alternative to when the bank says no. Commercial capital is the place to go. So Brian, take it away. We'll let you, tell the audience a little bit about yourself and then transition into your presentation. Thank you so much for giving of your time this afternoon.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And Andrew, I'll see you tonight. I'll be there at that slow pour. So I'll see you there. Yes, so I am that is the tagline. I'm the place to go when the bank say no. But the truth is, the best time to come to me is before you actually apply at the bank, because I can help you be in position. I do free pre-approvals. And actually, even though the deals come to me after the banks say no, the rates and the terms and everything I get them are exactly the same as the bank. In other words, I do SBA loans, the same rates and terms as what the banks are giving. There's no extra cost actually to use me. It's just you have more certainty of execution because I have 100 lenders and I can choose from the ones that fit what your strengths and weaknesses are. And so I kind of want to start, I guess, launching off into, talk about the things that you can do to prepare for a small business loan. Austin wanted me to start kind of with that and just say, what can you do if you're about to get financing, or if you want to get financing, from a bank or anybody, what are the things to do? And so, the first thing to do, I think the best thing is to talk to someone like Austin, like myself, that can give you guidance as far as, where you might fall a little short, where you might be strong, and try to help you get in position so that you can get a yes instead of a no. There's nothing more depressing than having a dream, going and applying, and then getting denied. And it just happened to someone. I just got a call today from a local bank. They had the person was looking to buy a barbecue joint, 2 locations, and they got denied. After weeks in process, they got denied. The owner called this other bank, but that bank doesn't do it because it's a business only loan. They only do collateral. So he called me in, and I'll be able to do that loan. But that person right now is depressed. They're downtrodden, and I actually need to be a comforter, kind of pump them up and get them believing again that they can actually, do it. And so if you can position yourself first and get maybe a pre-approval, something I can do for you, then you put yourself in a better situation. So you have to understand the factors that go into it. We look at everything. Commercial underwriting is not like residential, where residential underwriting, there's a lot of computer generated approvals and things. You don't have that in commercial. It's a real underwriter that's looking at a real situation, and they're looking at your credit. They're looking at any collateral you have, which could be real estate, et cetera. They're looking at the business's cash flow. If it's an existing business, that's the capacity. What's the cash flow? Do you have outside income that's going to help you while, if you're doing a startup, you know, we'll need your resume to see what your experience is in this field. And we'll look to see, you know, how is your personal spending situation? Do you have maybe you're starting a business, but you have a spouse who's working a full-time job, and that full-time job covers the expenses of your business? Well, that'll help you get more help your approval process. And so all of these things play a factor. And when you come in for, say, a pre-approval or whatever, the kind of thought process is you don't need more than one marginal. Okay. You can maybe get away with two if everything else is strong, but really strong. But generally, you only want one marginal. What I mean by that is your credit is just a 650. That's a marginal. It's not strong. It's not weak. The SBA can go down to 620. A 500 credit score would not be bankable. Okay. The only loan you're going to get a 500 score is going to be hard money if you have real estate that someone can loan. So if your score is down in the 500s, we want to look for things to do to build up your score. And I'll touch on that in just a minute. Okay. Marginal can be the cash flow. Maybe it's a startup business. That's a marginal in the bank's eyes. So now everything else has to be pretty solid, and we have to get you in position so that everything's really solid. A good business plan can really offset the experience thing. And I know Austin does really good business plans. And so that may be an area to utilize him for. So when we look at it, we've got these different factors. Okay. And wherever it's weak, we try to improve it. And so some ideas on improving it. So credit, the biggest hit to your credit is utilizing your available debt on your credit cards. Okay. It's what's called your utilization or your usage. So if maybe you have two credit cards that have $10,000 limits and you owe $9,000 on each of them, that's high utilization. Okay. Or let's say you even have one, you have a home loan, you have a car loan, and then you have one credit card, 10,000, but you're up at 9,000 on that thing. That's going to hurt your score considerably. If you bring that 9,000 down to 3,000, so maybe it's only a 30%, your score could go up almost 100 points. I mean, it can be a huge, that's probably the biggest thing to swing your credit is get your balances on your credit cards and your revolving lines of credit. Anything that's revolving, you know, get it down. And that's going to have the biggest impact on your score. Of course, recent slow pays are going to kill your score. And there's not a lot you can do about that unless you want to argue it. And you can write in to the bureaus and what do you call it? Dispute something on there. And what happens in that case is they will then take that and then send it out to the lender, whoever it is who reported. And that lender has 30 days to respond back. If that lender doesn't respond back, that thing gets removed. You can remove some credit that way. You know, there are companies that charge for that, but you can do it yourself, you know, that way. But bringing those balances down on the revolving credit, that's the biggest thing. We get your credit score up there. You have a high credit, man, boom, that helps your score a lot. Experience. Maybe you have worked as a cook in a restaurant, but you've never owned a restaurant. You've never done some of the other stuff, you know, but you have money and you want to start a restaurant, you know, your experience is okay, but it's not great if you've never owned anything or whatever. But if you've never been a manager, for example, at least a manager, but we can strengthen that experience by maybe hiring a manager, having someone on your team who's a manager who's managed restaurants before. That could be a way to help improve, you know, that experience piece. Outside income, I spoke about that. If you've got a spouse or a wife, sometimes we'll get loans approved by, you know, if it's a type of business that you can do on nights and weekends and spend time there, and you have someone like a manager that's going to be running it during the day and you just oversee it, you can keep your existing job. The barbecue deal that came to me today, the owner has a full-time sales job and he owns this barbecue. So he has people running the barbecue during the day. He's the owner of it. And so he's got two different two different jobs. So it's very good. Another thing that can help strengthen a deal is if there's collateral. You know, a lot of the deals we're probably talking about right now are business only deals, but if you're buying a business with a real estate involved, that makes it a lot easier. If you don't have real estate at all, it's business only. One of the things that's very neat about us is we can go up to 5 million with no real estate collateral on a SBA loan, because we have non-bank lenders that don't have the collateral requirements that the banks around here would have. You know, a lot of banks can't have more than 500,000 in goodwill. You know, the value of the business, just the cash flow of the business, it's called goodwill, or airball, what they sometimes call it. Some may go up to 750, but none of them can just sit there 5 million unsecured. But my sources can, so I can do unsecured loans. But if you want to strengthen a deal, having some collateral is possible. I had a very marginal Firehouse Subs startup deal once, and it just wasn't strong enough to get done. But the borrower's father had a apartment, 500,000 small apartment complex that he owned free and clear, and he allowed the lender to lien that, and that was the collateral they needed to get the deal over the hump. So sometimes you can get a gift from a parent for more money, but they can also gift collateral in a piece of property or something. And then cash on hand. The more cash you have on hand, of course, the stronger it is. We can always work working capital into any of our loans. So whatever money you put in, you get a good portion of it back after the closing in working capital. But you still have to come to the closing with the money. And so sometimes people don't have as much saved. We can get a gift. Gifts are allowed. You can tap home equity. If you've got home equity, that is your income. That's allowed to be tapped. I mean, that is your equity. It's allowed to be tapped. We just have to factor the payment into your ratios. Okay. Starting a business, you know, you really need a business plan. If it's a franchise, it's much easier. You know, because now you've got lots of track record amongst all those others that are listed on the FDD. And so us underwriters can underwrite off of the FDD from the franchise. So it is easier to get financing if you're a franchise than if you're your own business. If it's your own business and it's a startup, you really want to do a business plan, and you really want to do a good one. And again, Austin will take the time to do a really good business plan for you. You need projections. And those projections need to be supported by information that's real time. You know, you can't say you're going to do X number of sales and have no justification for it other than you think you can. There's got to be a reason, you know, hey, XYZ down the street does this much sales, you know, it has to have some validity, you know, that the underwriter can get behind and say, okay, there is money available right now. Most banks, all of my private money lenders, we're a private money lender. We all have money. We're looking for deals. So there's not a shortage of people wanting to do these loans right now. It's just whether we can get you qualified. We're not doing bad loans. We're not doing loans that make no sense. The underwriting has been good. It's not like what we saw in 2008 where the underwriting got crazy. You know, the underwriting has been solid all throughout. But if you've got a decent loan, there are sources that want to fund on that loan. We're getting loans closed every week, and the money is there. So I like to review that stuff and do a pre-approval letter up to the max amount that I feel comfortable getting you approved for. All I need are certain documents. So, you know, the documents I would need on a business loan for your business would be 3 years tax returns. Okay. If you own a business now, I need 3 years on your personal and your business. I need a personal financial statement, which is something we can send you. I'm sure, Austin, you can download it off. You can Google personal financial statement, pull up a form and pull it down and fill it in. But I can send you one of those. And then we'll need to get your credit, and we'll need to get a resume if it's a startup. If, you know, really we need your resume for most cases, unless you've been in business for 3 years or whatever, and then we won't need that. And once I get those documents, I can underwrite it and tell you exactly what we can do. I can tell you where we're short if we're not there, and I can give you ideas on ways to get it in position to where it can do. And I don't charge anything for that. I do those all the time. Every week I'm doing those for people. And I just consider that part of what I do to help people get in. I'm a small business owner. And although I've owned this company for 25 years, prior to that, I started many, I mean, I was the kid with the lemonade stand at 5, right? The paper drive business at 7, you know, that type of thing. So I probably started 5 businesses before I got out of high school. So I do like businesses, but you know, the value of a business plan and knowing your numbers can't be overstated. If my son came to me, he's 24 now, and he works with me, but if he came to me and said, Dad, I got a great idea, I want to start this business doing this, I'd tell him, give me a business plan. I would make him sit down and do the work to figure out, is there a market for it? What my competition looks like, you know, and does it even make sense for me to do? And then I'd give him the money if it makes sense, you know, and so I would have him do the same thing. And so there are different types of loans available. There's, you know, the most common loan for business only transactions is an SBA loan. It's the one that has best rates. The amortization goes out to 10 years, which is way different than some of the lines of credit and stuff you can do from the on-deck capitals and stuff. Those are always very short term and the payments are much higher. But it is the one that has the longest time frame to close, you know, 45, 60 days to close. But when it's a business only transaction, it's hard to beat the SBA for the interest rates, for the, you know, the cash flow. You can work in working capital. The SBA really wants us to do these loans so that when you open your doors, bam, you're open, you have money, you can afford it. You have a high likelihood of success. That's the goal, is to make sure you have a high likelihood of success. No one makes money if you fail and, you know, that loan gets defaulted on. So that's probably the most common one. You can get conventional financing. If you have been banking with a bank for a long time, you have significant accounts with them, you can look to them for conventional financing without collateral. But again, most of the time, banks are going to want collateral if they do a conventional loan. Here in Atlanta, I'll give you an example of how much it's true that I had a borrower come to me. He did not want an SBA loan. He owned a hair salon here in town that was very successful, and he was buying another hair salon. So it was a hair salon, successful guy buying another hair salon out. So it wasn't a startup. It wasn't anything. It was a very strong deal. Cash flow was great. Guy's credit was 780, everything else like that. I felt this is strong enough to get done conventional without any, he had no real estate collateral though. He had no collateral. And I took the deal on because I felt it was that strong. I could probably get it done conventionally without any real estate. 21 denials. No bank wanted to touch them unless there was real estate involved. A little $300,000 loan. That's strong. So I tell you to say conventional loans from a bank may turn you down unless you have collateral. Even if you're a really good business, a really strong business, it doesn't matter. They have collateral requirements. You have to understand that banks get audited every year. And what they look for are the business only loans, the lines of credit, and the loans out on land. And so they know that auditors are going to target it. And if they look at a $300,000 loan with no collateral, that auditor might say, you have to set aside $300,000 in loss reserves. 300,000 loan plus 300,000 loss reserves. They don't want to tie up 600,000 in capital for the privilege of making 6% on 300,000. And so that's the theory behind it. It's got nothing to do with whether you're a good business or not. It's simply the way the banking system works. So if you have collateral, conventional is an option. If not, SBA really is the best source. Now, there are other ways you can tap things to fund deals. Maybe you only need 10 or 20,000. You know, I know you don't want to think like this, but man, credit cards, if you've got good credit, you can get a $10,000, $20,000 credit card with no interest for 12 to 18 months right now. And I get these requests I get them in the mail every day begging me. I don't fill them in. I don't send them in because I don't need the money, but But I mean, you can go and apply online at places like Capital One, places and get 10 or 20,000 with no interest for 12 months, 18 months. That gives you a long time, no interest. You got to make some minimum payment usually during that time, but it's very small. If you only need a little bit of money, that's not a bad play. Of course, there's mom and dad. There's parents, and friends and family. I've seen people started early in my days in this company. I hit a bump where I needed some cash, and I went to friends and family, and I sold them some of my stock. Now my stock had no value. It was a private company. I went to Office Depot. I bought a bunch of stock certificates, and I filled them in. I said, all right, we have 100 shares, and my company is valued by this, and I was able to convince people to do it, and I raised 37,000 or something, which was enough to get me over the hump. And then I bought them all out over time. But I mean, you can go to friends and family, and if you've got a passion, you can convince them to maybe invest in you or give you the money that way. Rolling over IRAs and 401ks is a big way. A lot of people will finance these things. I don't personally do those myself, but they are a valuable way to do it if you have those things. If the 401k, you have to check if they'll allow you to do it. Some 401ks and IRAs will allow you to roll them over, but if you do, there is a way to do it right. You have to roll it into a C Corp, and then that C Corp invests in your business, and that's allowed to be done by IRS rules, and you don't pay taxes on that money as it gets rolled over, just like you don't pay taxes in your IRA as you go. So that is a way. There's also lines of credit with these companies, and they're very aggressive. Companies like Funding Circle and On Deck Capital and all of these. I don't sell those. I only want to do deals where I add considerable value to the marketplace, and I just don't add value in the lines of credit thing. Now, be very careful if you go this route. I'd say this is more of a last resort stuff because the interest rates tend to be high, but the approval is quick and you usually have your money within a week. And, it is another way of funding it. It's just a very expensive way of funding it. So and then look at assets that you have. If you've got a piece of property, you can get a line of credit on that property, and that could be the money to start your business. So there's lots of creative ways outside of just an SBA loan or a bank loan to get money for funding a business. But I'm telling you, from owning a business and being an entrepreneur for years, there's nothing that's more fun, more challenging, more that just gives you a feeling of accomplishment than starting a business, getting it going, and being successful. It's super cool. You'll learn. If you're a Christian, you're going to learn. You're going to see real time things where you have to depend on the Lord. I mean, it's a great opportunity for growth. Starting your own business. Also, I want to mention, why do businesses get turned down? When they're lacking one or more of those items is the biggest thing. Okay. When you've got more than one marginal is the biggest thing. Someone's got bankruptcies and foreclosures are deal kills most of the time. The quickest you can usually get a deal done after you've had a bankruptcy is 4 years, unless you go with some of those really high interest deals. So that's you want to try to avoid bankruptcy if you can. But that's not credit score driven. I've seen people file bankruptcy last year and have a 700 score this year. I mean, it's crazy how quick your score can get up, based on how much debt you have. But just understanding, and this is where someone like myself, someone like Austin can come in, just understanding those different facets and seeing if it's a startup, that's a marginal already. So if you have a startup and it's 620 credit score and there's not really any real estate collateral, that's just going to be a tough loan to get done. We've got to strengthen that somehow. Okay. So whenever there's more than one or two of those things that I mentioned earlier, credit, cash on hand, capacity, collateral, you know, those things, when there's more than one of those that's negative, we got to try to strengthen one of the others, because that's the biggest reason these deals get denied. They're just not quite good enough to get done for that bank at that time. But a lot of that can be overcome with preparation and flexibility, you know, just looking at it and saying, well, if you do this, then that. Sometimes I've gotten deals done where we put just 5% more down. You know, generally on a business only transaction, you need 10% down. If it's an existing business, if it's a startup, often it's 20%. Unless your credit is really, really good and it's a really, really strong franchise or something, but generally 20%. But we can strengthen that. Maybe you put 25% down. You know, if it's a purchase of a business, maybe the seller holds a 10% second and you put 10% down, and now we're at 20%. That makes the deal stronger for the lender. He's only going to 80%. So there's ways to be creative and flexible if everyone, to make deals get done. I get a lot of deals from business brokers that are businesses being sold to other people. And we look at it and say, how can we get this done? And we, as long as everyone's working together, we can usually structure things to where they work, you know. Other things that can kill a deal. I mean, outside of that, there's, you know, the industry sometimes goes up and down. You know, you couldn't get a restaurant deal done in 2020 when the COVID was out and everyone was getting shut down. You know, no bank wanted to loan on a restaurant because you didn't know, you didn't know what would happen. You know, the same with hotels. Now, last year, it was easy to get hotels approved because everything was roaring back and lenders were comfortable again with hotels. You know, so it just depends on the industry. You have to look out and see, you know, right now with the Fed continuing to raise rates, if you're in a business that's heavily influenced by interest rates, that may cause banks to step. So based on, you know, the marketplace, geopolitical events, I guess, could be another reason loans get denied. I mean, you know, again, like we said, COVID, there was just nothing getting done right then because no one knew, you know, what is this going to look like? There was a lot of fear and uncertainty back in March of 2020. So, but, you know, a war could break out. If there's a world, who knows the geopolitical risk, but those aren't things you can control. What you can control is your efforts, your marketing, your doing the things that you can do to cut costs and build sales and networking and those type things that build a business. You know, I've never seen risks like we have right now, but again, you can't control them. So what do? Sit in a vacuum? No, you need to be moving forward. I'm teaching my guys, listen, our business is commercial lending. We're not residential. We don't do home loans. We do commercial and business loans. The residential market has been hit this year. Most residential loan officers are down 50%. Many realtors are down 30 to 50% in the residential space. We haven't seen the slowdown yet in my space. My November numbers were up from last November in 4 of 5 categories. My December is just, I can't believe how busy I am right now. And so businesses and the wealthy people that are buying commercial properties, they're still aggressively moving. They're still moving. But as I look out at next year, I have to assume it will slow at some point. I have to assume if I don't want to, you know, pretend everything's going to be hunky dory, I have to assume the worst. But the truth is, as long as this market is so big, there's 1 million commercial loans in a year that close. You know, I can only handle 100. So, I mean, the market could go down 50% next year, and I still only need to be 0.002 percent of the marketplace to still do 100 loans. So we can gain market share when the market comes down. In any business, the stronger ones will hang, and the people that are doing it right will be able to stay in business, and you gain market share. And then when the market comes out of the recession, most people are calling for, a mild recession of a few quarters, and then you come out of it. When you come out of it, if you've gained market share, then you're making even more money than before. I came out of COVID very strong, but COVID hurt me that year. My 2020 was down 40% from 2019, but I didn't go under, and I had, liquidity and everything. And I tweaked my marketing, and I came out of it stronger and did better in 21. I'll do better this year. And, I think business will be down next year, but I don't expect my business to be down. I expect to gain market share and keep my volume the same or go higher. So that's, that's how I see it. So, but there's nothing like owning a business, and if you're already in it, it. If you're not in it, it could be a really great opportunity for you. And I kind of just wanted to open it up to questions. It can be on anything specific. It can be on anything general, anything regarding financing, the economy, whatever it is. Just feel free to shoot those questions to me, and I'll gladly assist in any way I can. Can't hear you, Austin. There you go.
Thanks for letting me know early. I can rattle on. We're on the subject of access to capital. And, when the bank says no, commercial capital and companies like it are the alternatives that you turn to. We have Miss Sasha B., the realtor, who has her hand up, and I know she has some great questions coming at you.
Okay. Hey, Sasha.
Hi, guys. So I stepped
I love
away
that
a bit.
picture. I love that picture, by the way, Sasha.
Oh, thank you so much.
I got to figure out how to get a good picture of me and then put it up there
Yeah.
and go behind. I'm not technology savvy, Until COVID, I didn't know Zoom existed. Like, I didn't even ever use Zoom until COVID hit,
Yeah.
and then I discovered it, So, anyway, go on, Sasha.
Yeah. So my question, going back to what you said about credit repair, if I have a lot of people coming to me that have bad credit, I don't know if you touched on that or you elaborated on that already, but you said something about it.
Okay.
How do you qualify those people who need credit repair assistance?
Okay. So generally speaking, a 620 score and above is the minimum I kind of need to get it a normal, like an SBA. I can go as low as 620. Once it goes below 650, it's considered marginal. But there are ways to fix credit. It's easiest if it's old late payments and not new late payments. New late payments get the score pretty hard, but the number one thing people can do to raise their credit score quickly is to pay down their revolving debt. Okay, so if you have one credit card, I use the example of 10,000 and you owe 9,000 on it, your utilization is 90%. That can hit your score as much as 70 to 100 points if you were to bring it down. So like in that example, if you brought it down $4,500 to under 5,000, which would be under 50%, that could be a 40 to 50 point jump in your credit score. If you bring it down under 30%, so that's just from 9,000, that's just 6,000 to that 3,000 on that card, that can jump the score almost 100 points, which that 6,000 might be worth doing if that score saves you, a percent in interest rate on the mortgage that they're using, to buy their house, because the home interest rates that you get are price sensitive. The better your credit score, the better rate you're going to get. And on a $300,000 home loan, that can make it many, many times the few $1,000s that it would cost to, to get that score bumped up. If you have, that's the quickest thing you can do. If you have time, you can dispute old charges, and there are credit repair companies as well. I don't generally
So
refer.
that was gonna be my second question, because I know a lot of credit repair companies, they just dispute everything, and that could potentially disqualify them as well if everything is disputed on their account, right?
Well, yeah, but generally that dispute doesn't stay open very long. So like back in 2008, my business got crushed, and I struggled to make ends meet, and I started getting 30, 60, 90 days behind on credit. And I pulled out of it by 2013, but it took a few years to pull out of it. And once I had it steady and that stuff was in the past, I just wrote myself to Equifax and TransUnion and Experian, the 3 credit bureaus, and I disputed all the charges, and a great majority of them got dropped. And my score dramatically improved. And so now, you know, there's nothing on my credit of any, you know, because I never filed bankruptcy or anything, that stays on. But once they remove it, it's gone, and that can be in effect. The worst is when there's something new that hits the credit. You know, they went late last month on a credit card payment. That hurts, because that could be a 30, 40, 50 point drop or more. And it's hard to overcome that, you know, in a quick time frame. But now there are credit repair companies that claim other stuff, but again, I don't generally promote those. So I know some guys that are good, you know, that can refer, but I don't have anybody.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Sasha. Anybody else? I know I wanted to ask a question on the rollover. Now, you said as an alternative to the alternative lending and the bank lending, entrepreneurs can look at rolling over cash from a retirement account.
Yep.
Oh, how does that happen?
So
Because
I've used it where someone's rolling over their IRA for their down payment on an SBA loan, and I've done it that way. So I've done quite a few, like Firehouse Subs and other type loans, where the borrower rolled over his IRA for his 20% because he didn't have much cash saved, and then I got him a loan for the rest, because that IRA is his money, right? So, but there's tax laws and stuff where if you pull that money out, you're going to get hit with taxes on it,
yeah,
you know, or penalties, unless you use these rollover IRAs that are allowed. There are companies that administer them. It has to be done specifically. You have to roll it into a C Corp, not an S Corp, in a C Corp. And then that C Corp has to invest in the business. And then that C Corp needs to, there's some analysis that has to happen every year. That's what these companies that do these rollovers will do for you. And they charge you, you know, a certain amount, but generally it costs about $3,500, $2,500 to $3,500 for one of these companies to do them. And then, you know, but it's legitimate, it works, and you're just basically taking your retirement money and rolling it into this business that you hope to be your retirement, you know, down the road. It's just another way of, instead of your IRA investing in stocks, it's investing in the stock of your own company. And that's kind of how it plays out. And it is allowed. And I've done at least probably 25 deals where there was a rollover IRA involved somewhere over the years. So
and it's only into a C Corp. What about an LLC? I know LLC, like S Corp, is a pass-through formation. Does it work for an LLC?
So the rules are very specific on it. The money from the IRA has to go into a C Corp. Now your business that's going to start. So let's use that Firehouse Subs example. It's John Smith's Firehouse Subs, right? And that's the LLC that the business is going to be under. Okay, that's the LLC, and that's actually the borrower. The thing with commercial is the loan is in an LLC's name. It's in some company's name. It's not in your name. So it doesn't, our loans don't show up on your credit report, generally speaking. They're because they're to XYZ LLC, you know, XYZ Corp. And so John Smith, you know, Firehouse LLC is his company. And then he rolls his IRA into John Smith IRA C Corp. And then the C Corp invests in the LLC. And the LLC is going to pay taxes and do whatever. The C Corp is just going to earn either, you know, payback of the loan or interest or whatever. It's allowed to make those things off of that. So you can pay interest to yourself in one of these things and have that interest grow tax deferred, as long as you do it right. So
that's why you have tax accountants.
That's right. That's right. A lot of accountants do offer it. You know, it is something that many accountants do offer. Because there is some ongoing, you do have to do a reporting thing once a year as an IRS requirement to continue to receive the tax-free status of that, you know, roll over that money. So,
well, it's a good thing that entrepreneurs have options, because when the banks say no, it's like, oh my God, where am I going? You know, I got angel investors. I can go to a venture capitalist, but that's only if you're starting a real large company. Most software developers do that when they're introducing a product, you know, a large software product or something like that.
Yeah.
You know, you got your savings, but you know, if you don't have a C Corp, you haven't established your corporation as yet, you can't roll that money over. But then there's the line of credit that you could take from a house. You know, God forbid you do own a house, you know.
Yeah.
You have that line of credit option. How does that work?
Most lines of credit that you get for your house, if it's your primary residence, most of your local banks will do a loan for you on that. Those tend to be the best rates. You know, they were 4%, that, you know, they're probably 7 or 8% now, but still it's a good interest, you know, it's a good interest rate, and it usually amortizes over a longer period. And you can do them on investor properties too. It doesn't have to be your primary residence. And there's a lot of lenders out there that will do like stated income second mortgages on investor rental real estate, you know. So if you've got that, you can get that money out, and they don't ask what you're doing with the money. They don't care. They're going to lien your property, and then you do whatever you want with the money, and you know, that can be start a business. You know, there's if you're creative, there's no limit to what you can do to get money. You can get your customers that are begging to do whatever, get them to help self-fund your thing if you can convince them to contribute in. I mean, it just really depends on your creativity. You know, I sold stocks, you know, in my company that had no value. I just did it. I said, all right, our value is going to be 1 times our gross. So our gross was $1 million. Then each share, you know, I do 100 shares or 1,000 shares. Each one's worth $100, and I sell, you know, 5,000. You know, I sell 100 shares. I've just made $10,000, you know, and out of there, you know, as long as I can convince people that my company has value. And some of those people, you know, I bought most of them out, but some of them were very wealthy, and I wanted to keep them on as investors. You know, Dr. S is still a small 4% owner in my company. And I mean, he gave me 72 grand back 20 years ago, and he's still an owner of my company. He gets dividends every year for his 4%. But I love the guy. He's going to be, I want him as a shareholder, you know. So those shareholders can become really valuable people to run ideas by. Like when he's a research doctor. So when the COVID thing happened, I'm like, hey, what do you think of this vaccine that's coming out? You know, and I actually sought his opinion on that, since that's what he does. Merck and all these companies hire him to test to see if things are you know, to do the research to see if it's going to work. And so you know, having a board around you with different people from different things can really round out and strengthen your business. You know, one of the worst things you can do as a business owner is think that you know everything. Seek out guidance. You know, Austin, I know any of them can call you, and you'll give whatever guidance you have. And if you don't know it, you'll probably know someone who does have it and can share them with them. But boards of directors are great ideas for young companies, you know, and some of those guys will invest in you. you know, so there's just no limit. You know, look for people who are cross synergizing. There's here in Loganville, there's a like a video game type arcade type thing. It's not arcade, it's those video games, you know, VRs and stuff like that. And, you know, their clients are high school people. Well, look around. What other businesses want to target high school people? Maybe have them pay for a banner for their business in your establishment. I mean, there's just, you know, it's just, there's no limit to the creativity you can do once you start opening your mind to, hey, you know, don't let money stop you. There's a lot of money out there. There's a lot of money. Banks have money. People have money. There's, you know, there's people. I look for good business ideas, you know, that I'll put my own money into. You know, there's a putt-putt place right near me, and I'm thinking of investing in it because he hasn't done the right marketing, but I can maybe give him 10 or 20 grand and pour that into marketing, doing it the right way, and blow out his business, and then just take 20% of his profits for ever, you know. But it's better than him going under. But I mean, there's guys like me and others that are looking for opportunities to put money into good ventures, you know. And so you know, it can be private lenders like myself that you know would do it. So, and especially if you know someone, you know, you're rich Uncle Ted, sell rich Uncle Ted, man. It's 25,000 to bet on a family member is nothing for Uncle Ted. You know?
And we had a conversation earlier today with Leslie Kuban, with FranNet of Atlanta, speaking about owning a franchise, starting a franchise, either you know, as an existing business owner looking to expand a revenue stream, or an entrepreneur newly entering the small business market, looking at, well, hey, should I buy into a franchise or should I start my own brand? You know, we're looking at that for alternative revenue, you know, alternative revenue sources, you know, so those are great, you know.
I can tell you from a lender's perspective, it's easier to get money for the franchising than it is if you don't have a franchise. But, you know, but again, a good business plan overcomes that, and a good, you know, if you've got good credit, and, you know, I mean, everything depends, right? If you're working for a company and you're doing all the sales and you're taking all your clients with you, that's not even really a startup. You're just changing the hat, you know. I'll see doctors do that, you know, they're working at a hospital and now they're going to start their own practice, but they're taking all their clients with them. Well, I can get them 10% financing, even though it's, I mean, 10% down on their financing easily, because they already have guaranteed revenue, right, from their patients. So, you know, it just, you know, what makes sense from the bank standpoint, you know, risk wise, and, you know, it's easy.
Right. And while we're on the subject of business planning, I just want to share a slide real quick. I'll share a slide real quick and show you the importance of business planning. Excuse me 1 second. Let me just get this up here. This is a chart that I put together. It's based on a research that was done by the University of Oregon. We're on the subject of business planning and financing, and why you should not put the cart before the horse. You know, the importance of business planning is so essential to developing a business plan. When you have the vision to start a business, or you're looking to expand business, having the business plan in place is so important, as Brian alluded to, and even as Leslie alluded to early on. But here's a chart that I put together. It's data I got from the University of Oregon, and the importance of a business plan. And you can see, you know, over 60% of the people grew their business with a business plan, whereas, you know, almost 20% less didn't have a business plan and didn't grow their business as much, right? So more people grew their business with a business plan because they understood the importance of a business plan, right? Secured investment capital. More people secured investment capital with a business plan than they did without, you know, the business plan. And realizing that the business plan helps you capture all the information, your operations plan, your marketing, and especially your financial data, your profit and loss, which is your income statement, your balance sheet, looking at assets and liabilities, right? Your cash flow statement, looking at liquidity and solvency and profitability, break-even analysis, and all of the components that comprise the quantitative section of your business plan, right? Those who secured a loan more with the business plan than they did without the business plan. So you see more people, securing loans with a business plan because they understand the importance of a business plan, and Brian alluded to, having the business plan and doing the business plan, understanding your numbers, understanding how you're going to spend money, looking at your quarterly analysis, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4 for year 1 versus year 2 versus year 3, and understanding how you're growing the business, how you're growing revenues, your profit margins, understanding how you're growing your profit margins. And for those of you who are in a restaurant business or manufacturing, understanding your cost of goods sold. So, it's really important for business owners to understand before you can go to a bank or go to commercial capital, even if you're taking out a line of credit from your home, you got to understand how you're spending money, how you're going to grow your business, right? From year to year, quarter to quarter. I know you're going to say something, Brian.
Yeah, I think the thing to understand is I've seen people as they work through a business plan come to a point where they realize, wait, there's no way for me to actually make money on this thing. And it may not be a good business to do. Everything you do, you want to look at the costs and your likelihood of success, even if you're buying just a commercial property. What are the risks? What is the profitability? And you have to look at that. I mean, your numbers right there show that it's double to get a loan for the people that did a business plan than
Right.
did it. It's really double, but it's still less than 50%.
Right.
And so when you get denied, a lot of these banks don't want to do startup loans. They just don't want to do it. They won't consider it. And so you get denied at a place doesn't mean you can't get done. It just means you're with the wrong bank. Banks don't publish their underwriting guidelines for all to see. So you don't know until you submit a loan there what they're looking for. And it could be a bank, very strong bank. There's lots of strong local banks in the Atlanta marketplace that will not consider a startup. They've made a quantifiable, decision not to do that. So it's not that you're not a good person. And that doesn't mean you can't come to me and I can take you to XYZ, a different bank that I know is looking at startups and actually really likes startups in your particular business or one of my non-bank lenders. So, I think you're best off going to someone like myself first or Austin to get the idea, just because I can guide you and it doesn't cost any more than your bank.
Right.
When you go to that bank and they deny you, that's just a bummer. And the thing you need to understand is it may not be a bad plan. It may be that you shouldn't be doing this business, but so sometimes a negative, God's using that to steer you into something else. But
because one of the barriers to entry into that industry could be your own lack of knowledge, right? Or lack of resources. You wouldn't know that until you start planning, you start putting together your operations plan,
That's right.
Realizing,
And so often, once you brainstorm with someone like you or me or whatever, you start seeing better ways to do it. And you come up with a plan that's better, stronger, and has more likelihood of success. We all want to see you succeed. Like none of us make money if we're not getting the loans done. None of us make money if you're, I might make money to get you closed, but if I have a high default rate of my loans, then no one's going to want to take deals from me either. So, we all want everybody to be successful. No one wins when a business goes under, not this country, not anybody. Small business is the backbone of this country. And so we want small businesses to succeed. And a lot of times they can. If you've got the drive and the ingenuity and you really are passionate about it, you just got to get some good sound advice, you know, put the stuff together and do it right. And you should succeed. You know, because again, you just have to be better than some of the other people in that space. You don't have to be, you know, number one per se, although it's great to get to number one. You know, a lot of times you can just be number one in your little marketplace or whatever. And that's plenty to feed a family, you know, start a legacy, bring your kids in to work underneath you and stuff. Like my son works with me, you know, it's a blessing.
Yeah,
You know?
it is. And, you know, when we had Glenn Kruse on, who started off, he led off the speakers this morning. He's the area director for the Small Business Development Center located up here in Gwinnett on Sever Road, you know, basically explaining all the funding opportunities, like the tax credits and so on and so forth, different programs through the American Recovery Plan, ARPA, ARPA, coming down the road. These are also options for small business owners, especially those who found themselves in a crisis due to COVID, you know. But you're launching a business now is different than if you had your business launched prior to or right in the year of COVID, because you're not really eligible for those funds because you're starting your business now. But having an option like commercial capital, you know, it's really an advantage to new startups because you want to give yourself that advantage and that edge to funding your business and getting out there.
Yep.
Yeah. Any final thoughts, Brian?
No, I mean, if you've got the passion, I say this is still you know, the money's available to make it happen. You know, just make sure you count the costs, count the risks, you know, hey, might be a recession, you know, is this business recession proof? There are some businesses, you know, plumbing and stuff. Doesn't matter what happens, man. If your pipes blow, your pipes blow. You're just, you know, so you know, just think, but that's part of strengths and weaknesses and opportunities and threats, the SWOT analysis, right? You look at what are the threats, you know, world war, though, that's a threat, you know, is there anything you can do about it? No. But at least you know. Right.
And you can imagine prior to COVID, no one, December 2019, January 2020, no one knew COVID was coming. No one knew, heard.
I just had my best year ever in 2019. And I'm like, I'm all fired up for 2020, you know what I mean? And then it was just like, what just happened, you know, and everything.
Yeah.
And it was crazy, but I kept my head about me and was able to help a lot of people, you know, that were losing their heads over, you know, and I was just able to calm them down and say, this isn't going to last forever. You know?
Yeah, exactly. Well, you know, Brian, I thank you so much. Again, a wealth of knowledge, and it's always great for entrepreneurs to know there is an alternative. There are options, you know, when the bank says no, you know, commercial capital is ready to go with you. You know, they're ready to get you going. They're ready to get you the financing you need. You just have to do your due diligence, have your business plan together with all your financials, and you go to them and they'll help you. They'll help onboard you onto the process and get you going. We know access to capital is one of the constraints that many small businesses experience. But, you know, we want to make sure you understand that, hey, you know, commercial capital and alternative lending is an option for you. All right. Brian, thank you so much for the value you brought to today's discussion. We really appreciate the time you took to spend with us.
Thanks for having me on. I'll put my contact info into the chat thing.
Yes, please do. Please put your contact information in there.
And I hope to see everyone tonight. I'll be there at Slow Core. So
yeah, and I'll see you tonight. All right.
All right, buddy.
Okay, buddy. Thank you so much.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. We're coming up on our final presentation today. Our final speaker, or we have a tag team going on here for this final presentation. We're going to have a discussion on certifications, the value of adding certifications to your business. And we're going to have our speaker today, Jose Papi Villa, and his wife, Maria Villa, They are in the government contracting space located in beautiful Honolulu, Hawaii. I know he's bringing some of that sunshine to his presentation this afternoon.
How you doing, Austin?
Doing pretty good, sir. And I know you are a World Cup enthusiast, so thank you for taking time. Because I think Argentina's playing now, right?
No, they play in an hour. As soon as this presentation is done, I'm going to watch Argentina and Croatia.
Oh yeah, yeah, because you're like 6 hours behind us in Hawaii.
5 hours.
5 hours.
5 hours
Okay.
behind. Yeah.
Yeah. So thank you for spending your time with us. You know,
Hey, I have to say, Amadi had to take her mom to the hospital.
Okay.
So, you know, so she had to do that. So it's going to be just me today.
All right, no
So,
problem. I hope everything's okay. We can talk offline about that. You know,
Okay.
hope all is well. You know,
Okay. Thank you.
we discuss expanding revenue streams. We through franchising and adding a franchise to your expansion plans as a business, right? Or considering franchising over starting or launching your own brand and the benefits, the advantages that adds to your small business profile. The other options out there, one being government contracting, right? And contracting with your local municipality, state government, or with a federal government, right? With a federal agency. And one of the ways in which you can capture or seize the advantage of doing that is through certifications, right? Your minority business enterprise certification. If you are a veteran, you know, if you are a veteran of the U.S. Armed Forces, you can be a veteran business enterprise, right? Have your business certified in that way. Women-owned small business, right? Women business enterprise, disadvantaged business business enterprise, right? Veteran-owned small business. There are quite a few out there that would add an advantage to your business and really add to your brand. Papi Villa is an authority in this space, and he and his wife actually help small businesses gain their certifications, work on their certifications, and secure their certifications. So he is going to basically touch on not only the importance of getting certified to go after those government contracts, because let me tell you something, that's a lucrative space many of us miss out on, right? Yeah. Going after, working with the Department of Defense, working with local governments, you know, providing whatever services that you provide, right? So we're going to get
and Austin, if I can just make one clarification, it's not just the government space; it's the corporate space as well.
Corporate space, exactly.
Yeah. We're talking, you know, Kmart, Walmart, Office Depot, Pepsi Cola. There's that whole corporate side in addition to the government side.
Right. And that's why I'm going to shut up and let Papi Villa take over, because that's why we bring the experts and the authority onto the Entrepreneurship and Small Business Summit model. All right. So Papi Villa, thank you so much for joining us, and I'm going to let you introduce yourself and then take it away with your presentation.
Sure. Thank you so much. Can I share a screen?
Yes, sir.
Is that okay? Okay.
Yes, sir.
Let's see. Okay, can you see this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, let me just do the. How do we
go? Just go from beginning.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, thanks so much. My Marty is my tech support. You know. So,
no, that's okay. I got you.
She's out right now.
You know, I got you.
So anyway, so I'm going to talk about certification overview for small businesses. This is our company, Villa Business Consulting. This is my wife Marty. Like I said, she had to run over and take her mom to the hospital. But we're excited about this. And one of the things that I want to say at the very beginning is a lot of our small businesses qualify for either government or corporate contracts. We are good enough. We just don't know that we're good enough. Okay. And that's our message to all our clients. We are good enough to get these contracts. This is what our company does. We work with for-profit companies. We do business plans. We do the whole SAM registration, the certifications, the federal small business certifications. We do RSPs. We do entrepreneur workshops, and we do post-certification marketing. We also work on the nonprofit side. We do a nonprofit business plans, grant readiness. We create 501c3s. We do grant research and grant writing, grant proposal writing workshops. We do post-grant award compliance and impact reporting. So we work on both sides of the aisle, whether you're a for-profit or a nonprofit. This is a picture of the Disney Aulani Resort on our island of Oahu. It was built in 2011. And in 2008, my wife was visiting, I'm sorry, I've been in Hawaii 36 years. My wife has been here 33 years. In 2008, she was visiting her mom in Virginia, and she got a call, and she looked at the caller ID and it said Disney. So right away she thought, I must have won something if Disney's calling me, right? But so the Disney representative got on the phone and said, you know, we're going to build a resort on your island, on Oahu, and we need a local partner. So we called the Maine Chamber of Commerce, and they recommended that I call you. So my wife at the time was the president of our Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. So she said, well, you know, I'll be back in Hawaii in a couple of days. Can I call you then? And the lady said, sure. So anyway, the whole conversation became that they were looking for MBEs and WBEs, and they were wondering if we as individuals are partnering with them at that time. And my wife said, are you kidding? An opportunity to partner with Disney? Absolutely, we would love to do it. And they said, well, we want to put on these workshops. Absolutely, you know, we are your team. And then she hung up and she called me and she says, what's an MBE or WBE? I said, I don't know, you know. So we did our research, and that's how we wound up getting involved with all these certifications. We were actually mentored by the Disney company in 2008, and we've been doing these ever since. Now, in fiscal year 2021, the federal government spent $665 billion in contracts, and 27.2% of that, those contracts, 154.2 billion went to small businesses. We are good enough to get these contracts. And that 2021 number was 8 billion over 2020. The federal government is looking for small businesses to do business with. Now, what I'm hoping you'll say at the end of this presentation is that now you want to find out more about small business certifications. So I'm going to talk about the planet's largest consumer, the set-aside contracting programs, the federal contracting definition of minority. Let's see, I can't see in my other slide there. The certification criteria, why get your business certified? How do you get your business certified? And what they consider, or what the certification agencies consider control and the management criteria. Now, the federal government is the planet's largest consumer of goods and services. But traditionally, those contracts would go to large white male-led corporations. And so in 1978, and you know, as a result of some of the human rights issues, the civil rights movement, all those kinds of things, the federal government decided to set aside 23% of its contracts for underrepresented or underserved individuals, including minorities, women, and veterans. Now, last year, or in fiscal year 21, like as I said before, the federal government spent that $665 billion. So what they did was, and this last year, instead of 23%, they actually spent 27.2% in contracts. Again, that 154.2 billion. And the reason this is important is because, and if you look at this little diagram on the lower right, most of our small business, we can't compete with the big companies that are in that 77%. You know, they have the people, they have the fleets, they got the money, they got the resources, they got the equipment. We can't compete with them. But we can compete in that 27.2 segment where we're competing against companies that are our size, and only if they're certified. You know, so I mean, I've been an athlete most of my life. I'd rather compete with 2 guys than compete with 10 guys, you know, because my chances of you know, succeeding or winning are better. And then this is basically that same concept. It's about competing with companies that are your size, and only if they're also certified. Now, as I mentioned at the beginning, there are actually 2 types of certifications. They're the federal government certifications. That's one system. Then there's a mirror certification system, the corporate certifications. So for example, for women, on the federal side, you have the women-owned small business. On the corporate side, you have the equivalent, which is the women business enterprise. And it happens, it's that way for veterans, it's that way for the minorities. They're 2 separate, they're parallel systems. And that's probably one of the most important things to understand. There are 2 separate systems, and you can qualify for both. These are some of the other certification categories, and I know it's a long laundry list, but it's just to give you an idea of how many certifications are out there. And if you are a minority and you're a veteran and you're a woman, you know, I mean, you can have 3 or 4 or 5 different certifications, and you want to get as many certifications as you're eligible for. And you know, I was at it was in Miami at the National Hispanic Chamber of Commerce convention a couple of years ago, and I had an exhibitor's booth for representing Hawaii's Hispanic Chamber, and a lady came up and she says, "Jose, I'm from NASA. I've already filled my quota for minority businesses, but do you have any women-owned businesses that I could talk to?" You know, so the thing to understand is the minority certifications, the women certifications, the veteran certifications, they're all separate pots of contracting dollars. So you want to get as many of the certifications as you're eligible for, because maybe a corporation or the government agency has fulfilled its quota for minorities, but it may have opportunities for you as a woman, or it may have opportunities for you as a veteran. So it's best to get all the certifications that you're eligible for. Now, the federal government has its own definition of minorities in the contracting system. So if you are African American or Black, Asian Indian, Asian and Pacific Islanders, Hispanic or Native American, and that includes, like here in the state of Hawaii, and a lot of our clients are Native Hawaiians. These are some of the Census Bureau annual business survey. This is October of 2021. And these are the numbers of businesses, according to the Census Bureau, that at the time. Now, very few of these businesses are certified. And that's why the federal government and the corporations normally don't fulfill the quotas that they have, because we don't have enough people applying. And it's because we don't have enough people that are certified. So essentially what happens is we're leaving money on the table. So a lot of our small businesses, I mean, we're fighting for the crumbs left on the floor, fighting each other, when we should be at the table where the contracts are given out. Okay, you know, and so that's why you want to get certified. It gives you a seat at the table where the contracts are given out. And as I say all the time, our businesses are good enough to get corporate and government contracts. You know, we compete with a smaller pool of competitors. One of the advantages of getting certified is that you get listed in a national directory where prime contractors are looking for partners. For example, let's say there's an Atlanta contractor that is a bid on a contract here in Hawaii, got the contract, and they're looking for a local partner. They're going to go to that directory and see if there's someone that they can meet who's a local partner. You know, so you may not even be looking for anything. You know, so in addition to you looking for opportunities, that directory helps other people find you that are looking. You know, so there are a lot of advantages to getting certified. You have access to national opportunities. Right now, these corporations, you know, like again, Walmart, Kmart, Pepsi, Office Depot, any Fortune 500 or a Fortune 1000 corporation you can think of has a minority supplier diversity program. Why? Because they do business with the federal government. If they do business with the federal government, they have to set aside a portion of their contracts for essentially minorities, women, and vets. When you get certified, you get the contact information for those Fortune 1000 corporations for their supplier diversity directors. You get their email, you get their name, their phone. So you can contact these folks directly and say, you know, I'm a woman-owned business, I'm a veteran-owned business, I'm a minority-owned business, you know, and can I send you some information about what I do? And getting certified is a new source of revenue for you. You know, we all need a new source of revenue, especially after the last 2 years that we've gone through with COVID. You know, this is an untapped revenue source. And the only thing that stops most of our businesses from tapping into that source is that we don't understand the paperwork. That's it. It's the paperwork. And then my other thought is, when these companies, when these corporations are looking for you, when these government agencies are looking for you, it's a win for both sides. If they find you, then they get to put a little check in their quota in that particular certification. You know, if you're a woman-owned business, you know, that helps them meet their quota. Minority helps them. Veteran helps them. And if you get a contract from a federal government or a corporation, a national corporation, it helps you too. So there's a win on both sides. These were the numbers. I'm sorry, I can't see the top of my screen here, but oh yeah, these are the 2021 goals. And that the far left, this was the federal government. In their small business category, the original goal was 23%, but President Biden raised it, and they actually got 27%. Those are contracts that went to small businesses. So that pink is what the goal was, and the blues is what they actually contracted out. Now you'll see in the women owned, they didn't meet the quota because they don't have enough women applying. I mean, which is crazy, you know. And because I know that most of the folks in this audience are women, and I'm going to talk specifically about the women programs, and I'll show you why. At the end of this presentation, you need to go somewhere and get yourself certified, because I'll show you how much opportunity is available. Disadvantaged service disabled vets. That was the quota was 5%, and they came in at about 11 or so. I'm sorry, that was in the disadvantaged business. And then a service disabled vet, you know, the quota was 3%, and they came in maybe about 4 or so. And Hub Zone, the historically underutilized business zone, they had a 3% quota, and that they weren't able to meet that either. So the federal government is looking for minorities, women, veterans, you know, and other categories, but primarily it's those three. And in the subcontracting arena, the same kind of thing. They met the goal for small business. They exceeded the goal. For women-owned, they did find enough subcontracting women firms. And disadvantaged business, they didn't meet the goal. The veteran-owned didn't meet the goal. HubZone didn't meet the goal. Again, it's because not enough people get certified. So talk about leaving money on the table. I mean, we're not even applying for the money that's there. That's what the issue is. And I see that, I mean, across the nation, are in my Black community, in my Latino community, in my Asian, in my Native Hawaiian community, we aren't applying for money that's on the table. And unfortunately, what happens when we don't apply, we're in that 23% and we don't apply, those contracts go up to that 77% where the white men are. And that's keeping it real, you know. So they get even more contracts than they're already getting. I mean, they're already getting 77%, you know, and then they're able to get some of our 23% because we're not applying. That's our fault. Now, this is a slide I got from the Walt Disney Company, and I'm primarily interested in the left side of the slide. These are corporations. And again, getting back to the point about corporate certifications, these corporations have each pledged $1 billion that they want to spend $1 billion with diverse suppliers, women, minorities, veterans, LGBT, disabled. They are looking for you. Again, why? Not because they're being altruistic, because it's part of their contract with the federal government. A good example, Walt Disney. If you go to Disney World or Walt Disney or Disneyland, if you're a military or government employee and you want to stay at the hotel, you get the government rate. The government rate is a federal contract, which means that Disney has to set aside a portion of their contracts for women, minorities, and vets. All these corporations do. So again, this is money that we're leaving on the table because we're not even going after these folks. So in 2018, SBA estimated there were 8 million minority-owned businesses. The UPS had 6,000 small or diverse suppliers. They spent $2.6 billion with our small businesses. Coca-Cola's diversity spend in 2020 was $1 billion. Target, their first tier. So first tier. So let's say Target is the company, and anyone that supplies Target, that's the first tier. Okay, their first tier spend with their own suppliers was $1.4 billion, but they also encouraged their first tiers to use minority, women, and veterans in their second tier. The second tier is those are the suppliers. Let's say that the first tier, they make a product that they sell to Target. So the second tier are the folks that get them the raw materials that they need to put the product together that they're going to sell to Target. Okay, so Target encouraged all their suppliers to use suppliers, minority, women, and vets themselves. And that came out to be $8 million. There's a lot of money available if we just do the paperwork. Now, these are some of the third-party certifiers that are approved by the Small Business Administration. For minority business enterprise, which is a corporate, the National Minority Supplier Diversity Council, and I put the website in there. They have about, I got another slide, but they have about 26 affiliates around the nation. Okay. Now I know that for example, the Atlanta affiliate is the Georgia affiliate is right there in Atlanta, right there on Peachtree. So, I know that you have access to that. If you're going for women business enterprise, which is corporate, or woman-owned small business, which is federal, the Women Business Enterprise National Council, headquartered in Washington, D.C., they have 14 affiliates around the nation, and you work with the affiliate that handles your region. And I've got another slide where I'll talk about that. For veterans, the National Veteran Owned Business Association in Carnegie, Pennsylvania, they handle veteran certifications on the corporate side. On the federal side, the veteran-owned small business, that's done currently, it's done by the VA. But starting in January, the SBA is going to be handling it. So they're transitioning over. So this is the National Minority Supply Diversity Council. National headquarters is in New York. I'm sorry, they actually have 23 affiliates. And you work with the affiliate that handles your region. So for example, in Hawaii, our affiliate is in Oakland, California. So when we want to get companies certified, we work with the affiliate in Oakland. If you're in Georgia, let's say, and you would work with the affiliate there in Atlanta. But they have 1,450 corporate members. Those are 1,450 corporations that are looking for minority-owned businesses to do business with. And they actually pay the National Minority Supply Diversity Council to be members just so that they can find minority-owned businesses. And one of the things that they've, the affiliates altogether have certified about 12,000 MBEs in the nation. That's not a lot. There's still a lot of room to grow, and there's a lot of opportunity, but we have to get our businesses certified. And here is my, I'm sorry. Sorry, I can't, well, this is my women-owned small business. This is this is WeBank, the council. Okay, so WeBank, I've been working with them since 2008. And our affiliate, as it says here, low iron, it's in Mesa, Arizona. So they handle certifying women-owned businesses, and it says there Arizona, Hawaii, et cetera, American Guam and American Samoa. And it's the same thing. They will get you certified. Now, these third-party certifiers, whether it's on the minority side or women or veterans, it's not an adversarial relationship. They're on your side. They want you to get certified, but they want to make sure that if you say you're a woman-owned business, that you really are a woman-owned business and not a business that's owned by a white man, you know, that is putting a woman there just to have access to those 23% of contracts. And I can tell you that actually happened. It happened to us here. There's a multi-million-dollar IT firm in Honolulu that asked my wife Marty and I to come in, and so they wanted to get their company certified as a woman-owned business. Now this is 3 white men partners, and I said, okay, well, who is it that you want to get certified as a woman business? And so one guy said, well, my wife. See, we want to get her, put her as the CEO of the company, so we can go after these contracts for women-owned businesses. So I said, what has your wife been doing? Oh, well, you know, she's been selling jewelry for 20 years. Oh, so today she's selling jewelry, and tomorrow she's the CEO of an IT company. Come on, Papi, that ain't gonna work. I mean, you know, that's crazy, really. I mean, it's crazy, right? But so he said, look, you know what? Nah, you know, we don't want no part of that. The reason they have these certification programs is exactly to avoid people like you guys. These contract certification are for women or veterans or minorities. Y'all already got 77%. Damn, I mean, and that's not enough for you? That's the problem. That's the problem. That's why, you know, my wife and I are so adamant about doing this and getting our people involved, because we're leaving money on the table that if we don't pick up the money on the table, they get the money on the table. Okay, so don't get me started. Oh, so these are the different affiliates on for the women-owned business affiliates for WeBank. And like I said, we work with the one there in the purple, that WeBank West in Mesa, Arizona. So they handle us. In your case, I think you're probably working with the one in the green there for Georgia. Okay, so the process is the same for all the WeBank certifications, regardless of who you work with. The process is the same, and that's why they're certified by the SBA. You know, again, they are on your side. They want to get you certified if you meet the criteria. Now, this is a really important slide, and I'm really glad that we have a lot of women here, because the women-owned program, it started in 2011, you know, and they set aside a percentage of contracts for women. They set them aside, but that doesn't mean that they met the quota every year. So before, the federal government had 364 industries where they had set aside contracts for women, 364. And if you were an economically disadvantaged woman-owned small business, there were 80 categories. So there were 444 categories where the federal government is setting aside contracts for women-owned businesses. But in March of this year, they increased that from the 444 to 759. Now, I'm sure that every woman that's on this call right now is in one of those 759 industries. And they don't find enough women that are qualified, certified to get these contracts. Some of the new categories that they added: temporary help, home health care, electronic computer manufacturing, air transportation. Okay, there are a lot of contracts for women, and they don't have enough takers. And again, this is for the veterans. And again, they all work the same way, whether it's the women, minorities, the veterans. The certifications basically work the same way. They basically have the same purpose: get qualified businesses to get either government or corporate contracts. And they're always looking because they never have enough applicants. Certification criteria. Again, I'm using women here in particular, but it applies the same whether you're a minority or women or veteran. You have to be a US citizen. You have to own at least 51% of the business. So if you're applying for a women-owned business, a woman or women have to own at least 51%. You have to operate the business full-time. You have to manage the business and make the key business decisions. So if you're a woman-owned business, then women are making the decisions. You know, they got to be the person that signs the checks. They got to be the highest paid member. If you're a minority certification, same thing. If you're a veteran applying for veteran certification, same thing. Own 51%, US citizen, work full-time, make key business decisions, be the person that signs the checks, and be the highest paid member of the company. That person has to be either the minority or the woman or the veteran. It works the same on all the applications, on all the certifications. You got to hold the highest position, highest compensated individual. Again, full-time. You got to have the ability to hire and fire. You know, the woman has to be the boss, or the minority has to be the boss, or the veteran has to be the boss, that person. You have to be the person that sets the policies. You have to be the person that can commit the company to contracts. And you have to be the person that can control the budget and control disbursements that are made. I have a good friend, Meg, down in Tarpon Springs, Florida, and I love this quote that she gave me, because the reality is, once you get certified, there's still no guarantee that you're going to get contracts, but the certification gives you an opportunity to get contracts. So, and I put the football there because the analogy I like to use is, if you ever watch a football game, an NFL game, on, let's say on Sunday or Monday or whenever, and you know, those 50 guys come out of the tunnel all suited up. So being suited up means they're eligible to play in the game, but it doesn't mean that they're going to play. I mean, a lot of those guys sit on the bench the entire game and never play. And it works the same with certifications. When you get certified, it means that you're eligible to get contracts. It does not mean that you're going to get contracts. Once you get certified, that's when you have to start marketing your company to federal contracting officials or into supplier diversity directors in corporations. So that's when that marketing piece starts. But you can't even get on the field, just like on the football, you can't even get on the field unless you're certified. So the first step is get your company certified, and then you can get on to marketing and start bidding on contracts. And the thing to understand is whether they're on the federal side or the corporate side, okay? The federal contractors and diversity directors, they have a problem that they have to solve. Somebody in their unit is asking for a product or a service. That's their problem. When you market your company, you're actually trying to let them know that you can solve their problem for them. You know, I have 1,000 widgets that you're looking for. I have the service that you're looking for. Let me help you solve your problem. That's where the marketing comes into play. And again, once your business is certified, you have to do the research and you have to do the homework yourself. And I'm going to leave it right there. And I want to leave enough time for any questions that you may have. Again, I've been doing this for a long time. I love doing it. I've got a lot of folks certified, women, veterans, minorities, on the federal side and the corporate side. And I'll just open it up for any questions you may have. Oh, wait, okay, let me see. What would be a concrete example of a hub zone? Okay, with the hub zone, there are historically underutilized zones, and in many areas, they tend to be in areas where there's been a lot of blight. Maybe they haven't been used as much. There were industrial areas, and so there are special contracts just for folks that are in these and called hub zones. Now, there's also, you can find a hub zone map on Google, and you just look up the map, and you can look up your area where you live and the city, and you can find out where the hub zone is. The thing about hub zones is that 35% of your personnel, of your staff, have to live within the hub zone, and your office has to be within the hub zone. But what I found out recently was that all 35% of your personnel don't necessarily have to be in your hub zone. They can be in another hub zone and still qualify as a 35%. And an example that I have here on the island of Kauai, we have a female engineering company. You know, the owner is a female, and she got qualified as a hub zone because the entire island, Kauai, is a hub zone, considered a hub zone. So she got qualified. So some of her engineers live in Kauai, and some of them live in California, but they live in hub zones in California. So they qualified as part of her 35%. And that was an interesting wrinkle that I hadn't run across before, you know, and that can really help some people that are trying to qualify if they don't meet the other, you know, the other qualifications. But if you have a question, I'm glad to take it. You can just unmute yourself and ask.
So, Mr. Villa, with that, I was the one who asked the question. My name's Heather.
Oh,
Cole.
okay. Hi.
Hey, about the hub zone. And I guess my question is, I'm a little bit different in that it's not a small business. I'm actually in process of starting a nonprofit. So I'll just tell you a little bit. So maybe this will help with the question. But
sure.
I want to open a safe home for teenagers in Gainesville, which is a hub zone. And I guess my question is I know that you said that you do work with nonprofits and things like that. Are these types of certifications available for nonprofits, or is it just for small businesses?
They're just for small businesses.
Okay.
Yeah. All of them. So like the women, the veteran, those are just for small business. And the reason is, okay, so nobody owns a nonprofit. A nonprofit is basically administered by its board of directors, but nobody owns it. In order to get a small business certification, you have to have ownership. You know, 51% ownership, you know, veteran minority. So a nonprofit don't qualify.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
You know, so yeah, there are other nonprofit certifications that, you know, you could probably apply for, but not these are all small business.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Sure.
And Papi, I just want to ask a question. Let's say, for instance, you're an entrepreneur establishing a for-profit business, right? But you want to also establish that nonprofit arm going after government contracts. Is that a possibility? Or like, say, for instance, with going after corporate contracts, do you need to have that nonprofit arm of your business established?
Okay, so I've got several clients that have done that exactly. I worked with an affordable housing for-profit that was building affordable homes, and I said, you know, you guys should really get a nonprofit, because the nonprofit can apply to HUD, Department of Housing and Urban Development, for grants, and then the nonprofit gets the federal grant, hire the for-profit to execute the build, which is what they did. So you can have a for-profit and a nonprofit, but you know, they have to be separate entities, you know, completely separate, and then they have basically what I call kind of a dotted line between them. You know, they can work in tandem, but they have to be totally separate organizations.
Okay.
So
they have to be totally separate.
Totally separate. The cleanest way to do it is, you know, for example, if you have board members on your for-profit, you know, you don't want them involved with the nonprofit at all. You know, it has to be clean. You know, just to, you know, to keep it safe and keep it legal and not have problems with the IRS.
Right.
But absolutely, but you can work in tandem. Yes.
Right. Okay. And pursuing the corporate certifications, you can have a for-profit, right?
Yeah, right. So either corporate or government. So at the national level, the federal certification says federal government, that's one system, and the national corporates, that's a second system.
Right.
But when you get down to the state level, it kind of becomes a hybrid. Most states have combined those, the government and the corporate, and they have their own WBE or MBE or, and I know for a fact Florida has a state level women business enterprise certification. Orange County, where Orlando has its own county level WBE,
Right.
And Orlando has its own city level WBE. No. So if you are a woman-owned business and you get certified as a WBE corporate, that's 4 separate pots of contracting dollars if you want to do business in Florida.
Right.
The same thing happens in New York. They got a state level, county level, and city level WBE, MBE, veteran owned, you know. So, and then the other thing I tell our clients, if you have a service or product that you can sell in another state, you're better off getting the national certification, because most states, if you have the national certification through, let's say, WeBank, the Women Business Enterprise National Council, they will fast track your application. Let's say you get certified in Georgia as a WBE, but you want to also do business in Florida. You can apply that to the Florida folks, and they'll fast track your state level, county level, city level, because you already have the national. And then that's the highest, that one has the highest bar. If you can meet that bar, you can meet all the others, you know, at that state, county level and city.
All right, good. And for the sake of let's say for educational purposes, if someone decides to embark on applying for certifications, what's the time frame? You know.
Okay,
what should they be looking at?
Sure. So on the certification process basically it involves 2 phases. There's the document phase, and then there's the online application. The document phase is depending on the type of organization you have. If it's a sole proprietorship, LLC, if it's a corporation, there's a set of documents that you have to put together and submit. So it's typically between 20 and 30 documents. For example, driver's license, passports, birth certificate, tax returns, all those kinds of things. So what we tell our clients is, get your paperwork all together first. Get that done, because once you sign on to the online application, the clock starts ticking, and they normally give you 90 days to finish the application. So, but if you get the documents together first, once you have them, then you apply online, and then there's some questions that they ask online, and then you have to upload all the documents. So once you've done that, you've submitted the whole application, the documents and the online application. The third-party certifiers have 90 days to get back to you. Okay. Now, they will usually have questions on a document or the way you answer the question, and they'll come back to you by email, and they say, we have these questions, because the application itself is it's generic, regardless of what kind of business you are, but they can't ask you specific questions until they look at your application. So they always have questions. So you just answer the question, send it back by email, and once all the questions have been satisfied, it goes to the next step is that they do a site visit. Now, before COVID, they would actually come out to your business or your home office, and it's okay to have a home office, by the way, but they would come out to your home office and then see where you do business, that you're actually a viable business, that you're doing business, that you had clients. Since COVID, they've actually been doing them on either FaceTime or Zoom. So if you have a home office and they schedule a visit to do a site visit with you, you just kind of walk them around the house with your laptop, show them where you work, or something like that. Excuse me, or with your phone. So again, they're trying to get you certified. They want you to get certified if you are who you say you are. If you're a woman-owned business, and you truly are a woman-owned business, they want to get you certified. It helps their numbers, So, and all the certifiers work the same way. They want to get you certified, but they have to make sure that you are who you say you are. Okay.
Right.
So basically, from the time you start, let's just say it takes a month to put the documents together, and then 3 months after that. So typically about 4 months after you start, depending on how fast you get the documents too. But let's say 3 to 4 months after you have everything put together, you can get certified. Now, you can get certified as a startup business. There's no minimum on the corporate side. You can get certified as an MBE as a startup business, or a woman business enterprise as a startup business.
That's great. And, you know, like Papi Villa stated, you know, several times during this presentation, you know, it really is an advantage for many of us, whether you're African-American, Hispanic, veteran-owned, a member of the LGBTQ community, women-owned, a woman-owned business. We fall under that disadvantaged business enterprise classification.
Absolutely.
So it's really an advantage for many of us to take advantage. It's imperative for us to take advantage of these opportunities to help grow our revenue streams, and move further into a successful entrepreneurship experience.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
As we all know, in the last 2 years, we've had that great resignation where 4 million people quit the force in September. 4 million quit in April, and the overwhelming majority of the people that quit, as you well know, were women. Because we know COVID disproportionately affected women in the workforce, because in many cases they are the primary, the child rearing duties typically fall on women. So many women had to leave the commercial marketplace, because of the conflict with not being able to get someone to take care of childcare.
Right.
But so many of these women are tremendously talented, and they decide, hey, I've been doing this for years. I'm sure, I'm really good at what I do. Why don't I just start my own company?
Yeah.
So right now, women are like the hottest trend in the business market, because they're starting businesses at unprecedented levels, as well they should. Instead of working for someone else and say, hey, I can work out of my home, still take care of the kids, and still make money. So to all those women, I say, look at this added revenue stream. Look at this added source. All you got to do is do the paperwork, and you may be able to get contracts. They'll just, talk about leveling up your business. If you could get a contract I didn't put this particular slide up, but Office Depot in this last year had something like 1,900 products in their stores that were supplied by women, minorities, and veterans. That's huge. If you have a product that Office Depot would sell, or these other corporations, Pepsi-Cola, a company like Pepsi-Cola, they buy everything. They need everything, travel services, they need a lot of things that have nothing to do with soda, right? I mean,
exactly.
The Hilton Hawaiian Village, or the hotels, when they were building Aulani, the lady was talking to us, and I said, you guys looking for contractors to build a resort hotel. I mean, we got small businesses. We're not like Disney type. And she said, Jose, look, you go into the Hilton Hawaiian Village down in Waikiki. Anything you see, we buy. Anything, rugs, furniture, curtains, travel services, soda, concessions, anything. Think about all the concessions a hotel has. We buy all that stuff. And I said, but we're small businesses. And she says, look, if you can do 100 widgets, we'll buy 100 widgets. If you can do 1,000 widgets, we'll buy 1,000 widgets. You don't have to be a big company to sell, to be a vendor. You don't. You tell us what you can handle, and we'll give you a contract, that you can handle. So that kind of opened up a whole different perspective for us. And I said, wow, because I had assumed incorrectly that you had to be a big business. So since 2008, we've been doing these certifications and got a lot of folks certified to go out and get contracts on their own. And we just finished a 2-year contract with the YWCA, teaching these classes for 2 years, to get our folks out there and get them. And as a matter of fact, there's an article coming out in Hawaii Business Magazine here at the end of January that we wrote, they asked to write, to talk about this, because there's so few people that understand how these leveraging programs work and the incredible power that they have for a small business, just to help them, get up to that next level by using government and corporate programs that are designed to help them grow.
Exactly.
All we got to do is do the paperwork, and there's plenty of people available to help you with the paperwork.
Right. Great. Well, we're almost at the end. Any last questions before I begin to just do a review and close out? Well, Papi Villa, we thank you so much for joining us today. You're our closing speaker, so you know how it is. When the closing, you got to come out here and hit it. And I think you hit it way out the ballpark. The opening speaker usually sets the tone, and the closing speaker comes out and just have to close out strong. So we thank you so much for the information. Government contracting, government certifications, whether corporate or government, are essential for growing a successful business, because it gives the added dimension to the entrepreneur's scope, being successfully involved in this ecosystem. So we thank you so much for coming in all the way from Hawaii, to join us.
Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Yeah, and to bless us.
And the thing is, again, we are good enough.
Yes.
We are good enough.
Yes.
Now I'm going to go watch the World Cup.
Yeah. You got to go watch the World Cup. I got more business to take care of.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And we'll be in touch.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Aloha.
Aloha. Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Well, we're at the conclusion of the program today. This actually wraps up the final event for the Entrepreneurship and Small Business Summit, starting out this year with Black Entrepreneurship in February for Black History Month, and then the Women's History Month International Panel in March, and then now today, Sustainable Business Growth Beyond COVID. This is the 9th year for the Entrepreneurship and Small Business Summit, which started as an in-person event held at several conference centers around the city. We're only virtual because of COVID, 2020, 2021, and now 2022. And going into 2023, we're going to see if and how successful we can move into a hybrid model. We know a lot of our small business owners have become comfortable with the virtual platform, Zoom, WebEx, Microsoft Teams, whatever, virtual platform that's being used out there. So speaking with other event planners, it's a struggle to get people back into, open spaces for in-person events and engagement. These types of conferences are always valuable when we can get in front of one another. But we know that we've become, we've learned to migrate onto a virtual platform and to conduct business from the comfort of our laptops at home or in the offices. So we'll see what we're going to do next year as far as a hybrid model. We won't move fully back into an in-person model for the conference, but we'll gradually move that way. All right. So I want to thank Glenn Kruse from the Small Business Development Center, who joined us this morning to discuss about upcoming funding opportunities from the federal and state legislature. What's in the pipeline and what entrepreneurs can expect. Audrey Bell-Kearney from Noise Media, want to thank her. Spoke about branding opportunities for 2023. Leslie Kuban of FranNet America discussed the importance of franchising and starting a franchise, launching it successfully, the advantages of having a franchise. Andrew Clark of HITE Digital Atlanta discussed search engine optimization and how to use data and analytics to quantify and measure the success of your marketing. All right. Mr. Brian Peart, who spoke to us about access to capital. Brian Peart of Commercial Capital Limited. Jose Papi, who we just had the pleasure of listening to from Via Business Consulting, all the way from Honolulu, Hawaii. I also want to thank Express Copy Print, who handles all of my graphic work for the flyers that goes out on social media, the ones that goes on to Eventbrite. I want to thank them for their phenomenal work. Procurement Websites, who handles all the updates to my website, manages my website, and also to the attendees. You know, I want to thank all of you who joined us today, came in and out. I know you guys had a lot going on. Some of you stayed, we're on from since this morning at 8 o'clock, 8:30, and stayed all the way through. And for those of you who had to go in and out, we thank you for coming back. I know what it was. I had to actually turn off my camera because I had phone calls to take. And you know, some people were calling me about tonight's event. All right. So I want to thank all of you as well, because you, like the speakers, you make this valuable, because without the attendees and without you attending and giving us your attention, there would be no Entrepreneurship and Small Business Summit. So we thank you as well for taking time out of your day. Now, I just want to mention that presentations, I'm going to request for presentations from the speakers, going to get them compiled, or probably have to do them individually if they sent me JPEG copies, and then I'll send them out for those of you who attended today's session. The recording will be available. I'll send you the link so you can always play back to certain sections or the entire thing, because that's important as well. You know, because I know it's a lot of information coming at you at one time, and you'll want to go back and have that opportunity to listen to the broadcast again. All right. Make sure you follow up with the consultants if you have any further questions and you would like to get into, let's say, owning a franchise. If you want to learn more about how to make effective noise in the marketplace, to let your market know that you exist, get in touch with Noise Media and Audrey, with Andrew for digital marketing and learning how to measure. If you're looking to get into government contracting or corporate contracting, keep in touch with Jose Villa, right? These consultants give their time. They are the industry experts and always give their time to share knowledge, you know, on through the event as they facilitate. All right. I just want to also say, network with yourselves. You never know, building those business relationships are key. Upcoming tonight is our Business and Brew. Well, let me tell you a little something about Business and Brew. In addition to being a business consultant, I am also an elected official. I'm a city councilman for the city of Lawrenceville. So I keep my city council initiatives separate from my private initiatives. So tonight's event at Slow Pour is part of my council business, because I am an elected official who supports entrepreneurship, supports growing businesses, and supports successful scaling of business operations, right? So tonight event is a holiday network mixer, Business and Brew 2 at Slow Pour, 407 North Clayton, is in downtown Lawrenceville. Definitely, if you are in Lawrenceville, if you are outside of Lawrenceville, whatever, we just want to bring business owners together, right? It's great for networking, it's great for relationship building. And again, you know, you just want to know who's in the ecosystem, in the space, so that you can do business together. All right. So come on out and just have a good time with us this evening. Business and Brew 3, which is next year, will be in the month of March 2023. We will be celebrating Women's History Month. So Business and Brew 3 will be an event for the ladies in business, for women entrepreneurs, right? There's going to be more information about that. We want to bring all of our female entrepreneurs together for a wonderful evening of networking and relationship building. All right, so there'll be more to come on that. ESBS 2023 next year, we'll be celebrating our 10th year. And not only will we be hosting several individual events like we did this year, but we'll also be celebrating our 10th year of the conference with a black tie gala. All right, so it'll be a black tie gala somewhere in September, October, or November. Again, right at the very beginning. So we definitely want to get that information out to you. Tickets will be available on Eventbrite and through the website. So there'll be more information to come on that. I just want to put that in your head so you can look out for it. The event will be held at Le Gomer Banquet Hall here in Lawrenceville, Georgia. National Small Business Week workshops will be in the month of May. Right now, I'm putting together those workshops. I'm speaking to several different facilitators to see, what ideas I can come up with for May. And those dates are going to be published as soon as that's finalized. All right. National Black Business Month, Black Entrepreneurship Town Hall will be in August. And for, again, another Women's History Month, they will have the Women's History Month panel, and that will be a panel of international women. All right, so we'll be getting a panel of international women from around the world, because we want to know what women are doing around the world, what women, what challenges, what success women are having in small businesses as they move to manage their own enterprises around the world. This year, we had several women. We had the founder and CEO of the Women's Chamber of Georgia, Jill Goodrich. We had a woman business owner from Sierra Leone, the owner of Sigicol, and a woman business owner from South Africa, from Uganda, and from Trinidad and Tobago. So we had a wonderful conversation with those 5 women back in March of this year, giving us their perspective of what it was like to conceptualize, launch, and grow and scale a successful business in their respective countries. And we'll have another panel like that again this in next year in 2023. All right. So for additional information on what we do with Thompson Management Consulting, please check us out on tmconsultingllc.com. That's tmconsultingllc.com. You can find us on Facebook under the same name, TM Consulting LLC, or Thompson Management Consulting, on Instagram, on LinkedIn, and on YouTube on the TM Consulting LLC. If you are an entrepreneur that would like to be interviewed, I have a YouTube channel where I interview entrepreneurs and small business owners. I like to tell your story, and it's a way for me to grow content on my YouTube channel, and it's also an opportunity for you to get your story out. All right, so just get in touch with me. I'm at 404-587-3949. You guys got all my marketing material, which has all my contact information. So please get at me, whatever questions you may have. All right. And again, Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Holidays. Whatever you do for the holidays, please have a wonderful time, an amazing holiday with family and friends and with all your loved ones. If you're traveling, travel safely to your destinations and back. And just have a great time. All right. Thank you so much. Austin Thompson with Thompson Management Consulting. Take care. Bye-bye.